Welcome, sports fans. Welcome, rugby fans. Welcome to absolutely gorgeous Quincy, Massachusetts, here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. My name is Mike Eisenhart, and today I'll be bringing you the semifinal matchups. With me in the booth is Brian Ahern, who will be calling the game as teams begin to roll in. We are seeing some wonderful footage here of the surrounding area. It's a windy day here in Quincy. It's got some crosswind on the field. We're sure that's going to be a factor. You can see in the drone footage there a little bit of wind coming across the ocean, which is not far from here. It's going to be warm. The conditions are certainly going to be warm out there. Only getting warmer as the day goes on, but we're expecting some great rugby. And so as the teams filter in, the official kickoff time is 11:15. So we've got a little bit of time before kickoff. So thanks for joining us here at USA Rugby with the RPS team from Main Street Sports and EGRL.org. It's an honor for us to bring you this game today, and certainly something that we're excited to be a part of. See some really, really great rugby. Some of our alumni, quite possibly, from our league and the Mid-Atlantic and states on the Eastern Coast, as well as some of the best talents from around the country in the U23 age group. So as we get ready here in the booth and as a couple of final touches are being made on the field, we're going to go ahead and set the mics down, let the teams check in, and come back and bring you this first matchup. Our first matchup today, we've got the Grizzlies of the Pacific Coast versus the Mustangs. And so we're going to start as the referees are making their way to the center. We're going to start with the lineups. First, the Pac Coast Grizzlies. Tea Taupa, Isabella Sandoval, Lupita Gonzalez, May Laritson, Sahaya Simmons, Julia Wallace, Erin Fettel, Alina Ampa, Hannah Nugent, Laura Bosick, Kelly Newcomer, Chase McCann, Vinaya Mamea, Molly Criccio, and Eve Mango. And now the Mustangs. Bess Sip, Goldie Snow, Eliza Grace Canyon, Lindsay Hoffman, Alexis Andring, Lauren Tomlinson, Leah Ozerski, Catherine Hartford, Haley Corey, Julietta Robinson, Anne-Marie Johnston, Ashton Dillard, the captain, number 13, no name, number 14, Lauren Como, and 15, Catherine Ryder. And so the teams have made their way to the field. On the right side of your screen, we've got the Pac Coast Grizzlies, and on the left side of the screen, you have the Mustangs. And join with me now in the booth to my right is Brian Hearn. Brian, good to be with you.
Yeah, great to be here. Excited to have some rugby on what is a gorgeous day out there. It is extremely windy, as Mike said earlier, but these teams will sort it out. So we have Grizzlies to kick off. Ball's kicked deep inside the 22, and it is knocked on. It's a little bit jittery early, so we're going to have a good attacking platform here for the Grizzlies right off the bat.
So within 10 seconds, the kick is up, a little bit bobbled, and so the Mustangs will have their first scrum. So we'll see the first scrum platform, and it'll be interesting to see, as you said, a very good attacking platform.
Yeah, you know, this is kind of select side stuff, so these teams wouldn't have a lot of time to get their continuity going together, and they probably only had a couple of practices. So
the 8-man picks on the left side of the screen. Ball is held in the first penalty of the day, and so the jackal attempt is positive for Pac Coast. They're able to get themselves potentially out of some trouble. They look to be lining up for the touch finder. Kick is up and easily finds touch and then some. And the ball advances down the field, maybe 15 or so meters, 20 meters. And so we'll see our first line out of the day.
The wind is kind of blowing left to right as you see it. The higher the ball goes, the stronger the wind gets. The stadium is actually blocking quite a lot of wind, but our camera person up top is doing everything they can to hold on.
Ball is stolen in the line out and now recycles. And so we'll see the first bit of open play. This is the Mustangs, a good tackle by the scraping defender. Referee says that it was high, and so Mustangs will retain the ball, and looks to be a tap and go. The ball is played. Good, solid contact, bounces off the first. It's a few more, sort of an awkward landing, but they're able to seal it. Now the ball comes out to the right. This is the number 8. Big jarring tackle. Ball is lost. Looks to be a knock-on advantage being played. And Pac Coast now has a chance with the ball. So the Grizzlies now recycle and bring it out. Little fend. And keeps their feet, gets a few more. Good positive ball work there. And now the ball is out. This is the 4 gaining some meters. Good solid seal and fast recycle.
Well,
we've got some numbers on the outside. We're going to see the first test of the width. And still churning forward. Getting close to the 22-meter line. Ball out again. And so now the ball's recycled. Big, hard run. Hands were in, but the ruck clean out was good. Thought about the kick. There it is, the crossfield kick.
Into the
corner. See if the winger has the speed. Will they get the bounce?
She does, but she touched it down before the line.
Oh, unfortunately, at around the 3-meter line, it was touched out, and now pushed through for the first try of the day. So that was an interesting little mix there.
Honestly, it was a great job by the winger there. I think it was number 11, Anne-Marie Johnson. She touched it down before the line, left the ball, is walking back, and a whole bunch of Grizzlies were on top of the ball, and she was still able to manage to get in and get over the ball, get it out, and kind of just dive for the line. Honestly, she had no rights to that ball whatsoever after she touched it down early.
So a great crossfield kick. You could see the 10 sort of lining up who will now attempt at the posts, but you could see the intention was there, saw the space, dropped it in, and it resulted in 5 points.
Yeah, Juliet Robinson, obviously a very experienced 10. Crowd goes quiet. Kicks up, just
solid
pushed
strike,
wide.
but not going to make the posts. And so the score will remain 5 to the number 1 seed, which is the Grizzlies.
Actually, sorry, that was Laura Bosek on the kick.
So they'll make their way back. And PacSouth will get the ball again.
So a little bit of early jitters, just taking a little bit to warm up, and the Grizzlies taking full advantage.
Oh, the ball is up and fielded nicely. Now with some pace coming through, looking to find some space. That's a great run in the offload. Oh, and unfortunately it traveled the wrong way. It looks like Mustangs were able to capitalize on it by being in the right place at the right time there. So they're going to get the ball, and they're going to try to go back to attack here. But you can see PacSouth is starting to warm up a bit. I mean, they're starting to hit the ball with pace and take it into the space. And so certainly what you want to see from the hooped jersey.
Yeah, starting to get those connections together. Starting to work the ball out the line.
So this is the front rower who made
Gonzalez.
some great meters the last time. And once again, 2-3 tacklers. Some groundwork there. Really good work at the breakdown by PacSouth, but Mustangs able to recycle it. Little show and go, thought better of it. Lots of gold and red jerseys around the ball. That one lost forward, and it's going to be a knock-on advantage. So the Grizzlies pick it back up and roll forward again.
So ball handling has been a little bit of a problem so far.
Little slicing run by the hooker. What a great offload. Now, a little play off the ground. So they've got some good skills driving forward, looking for the line. Recycles, picks up again, and not
right there on the line.
Right in. And so that's going to put 5 more on the board, and you can really see now what the capacity of attack is of this PacSouth team. I mean, they're just coming relentlessly, great support, good offloads. I mean, this is what you want to see.
Yeah, the Grizzlies in the open field seem to be quite dangerous.
So with 10 on the board and only 6 minutes gone, the kicker will have another strike at the post. This one maybe a little better of a position, slightly more to the middle, but that wind is definitely going to be a factor. I mean, we see the trees blowing in the background, and it's something. So it's up. That one was a little hooked to the left this time, and so unfortunately didn't quite get there. So adjusted, maybe a little over adjusted there, but get the impression we might see another chance for the kicker just based on the attacking structure so far. So Mustangs make their way back to the center, and with them the ball, and we'll start to see the third restart.
Mustangs a little bit shell-shocked right now.
Yeah, I think that's got to take the wind out of your sails some. It's a driving kick. This one through the hands, but bounces backward. This is an attacking player. We've now seen her twice. Really good work with ball in hand.
I think that's Eve Mango at 15. Wind digs it out.
Recycled, a flat pass. Referee says it was okay. Good fend and drive. Couple more meters. Great clean out. Wow. That's going to send some bodies flying. They're back on the attack. A little overhead. And now we're running down, looking for touch, not able to find it again. And this one could make it toward the center of the posts. And so the Grizzlies are just giving Mustangs too much to handle at the current time, putting another 5 on the board and bringing it to 15 with 8 gone.
That's Laura Bosek touching down. So Pac Coast really creating those overloads, moving the ball into space well, and just running hard at everything so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have the Mustangs kind of on their heels since the kickoff.
Gonna have to change my position here because all we're seeing is this onslaught going from the right side of the screen to the left. And here the 10 lines up.
You're missing all of the best moments.
The adjustments were good this time. That one looked good, and it is, which is going to add the extras and bring it to 17.
So Bosek from Stanford University puts the icing on top of her own try. 15-0.
So it shouldn't surprise us that we see a Stanford player out there making some noise. I mean, they had a great year this year, and certainly we were able to watch them do some great stuff. So I think the Mustangs are going to have to regroup a bit. So just for those at home, this is the number 1 seed. Pac Coast Grizzlies playing the number 4 seed, the Mustangs. And so right now it looks like it's panning out about the way the seeding might expect. Ball's up, travels 10. Good hop off the turf, fielded cleanly. Solid tackle, but they're just so fast over the ball. The recycle, great job by the scrummy to really whip it out. And here we go. It's out. Oh, that one could have been knocked in the traffic. Referee says play on. And a little hop bobble.
Oh, good hands by the 5, I think.
And the regather that time, referee says, nah, you didn't roll away. So you were over the ball. So got to get out of the space. And so the Mustangs will have an opportunity to see some forward movement. So it looks like they're going to look to this prop again, number 3, who is really a hard runner. But look at how fast the Grizzlies are over the ball, and she's able to pick it up and go. Hard Fen drives forward. Really tough for me to make out the jersey numbers, but that could have been the hooker number 2. Again, more meters, 3-4 Mustangs in on the tackle. So you know there's got to be an overload somewhere. Here comes the ball, little switch play. Great attempt at the tackle. Off the deck. And now look at the hands. Here we go. This is the 13, it appears. Driving on, gaining a few more meters. The tackle is made. Now the recycle. And the ball is out to the right side of the screen. So bringing the ball from side to side. Swinging it directly across. Just driving the legs and pounding forward.
Massive numbers outside on the width if they can get that ball out there.
It looks like they've got that message, and backward referee says play on.
Just a little behind the runner. And they still have numbers out there. Oh, little cheeky kick through.
Oh, what a great idea. A little drop to the corner, an attempt at the grubber. Fielded nicely, though. Again, that's number 3, so we've mentioned number 3 a couple of times. That's Canyon, Eliza Grace Canyon for the Mustangs. So doing it on all sides of the field, carrying the ball, and this time defending the kick. A little hockey stop there, and so the ball will be set up right around the 6-meter line. So we'll see if they've got them all. You would think, no, they go to the front runner instead, who pounds forward. And now the arm is up. And so a big try in the corner adds another 5 and brings us to 22 for the Grizzlies. You can see the flag in the background just whipping. Gives you some insight on the wind, and certainly we think that'll be a factor as the day wears on. So the Mustangs will regroup, get a little water as the temperature climbs, but right now it's really been a one-sided event here with the Grizzlies. Now that is a kick that no kicker loves to take, so we'll see what kind of leg the 10 has. That's a really far kick.
Straight into the wind.
Maybe a meter off the touch line there. It's a good solid strike. Just pushes in front of the posts. So not able to add the extras, but had the leg. I mean, had the distance for sure. So
yeah, she chose the right style of kick, a low, hard drive.
Yeah, keep it under the wind if you can.
So Pac Coast really controlling this one, 25-0.
So interestingly, they've got 25-0 on the scoreboard on the field. We've got 22-0 here. So that'll get settled, I think, as we go. I did not see a penalty kick, so I'm not sure why we've got the 25, but Could be. We'll have to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, no, it's 22-0. You're right. You can write that down and say I said you were right.
If you caught that at home, that was Brian Ahern telling Mike Eisenhart, you are right. Ball is brought back, and now back to that far edge. Trying to stay in. No flag there from the AR, so ball is in. And now the pounding run up through the middle, right off the base there, the pod. Again, meters are gained. Now it comes out. Now it's a little further to that pod.
The Grizzlies' pods seem to be much more established as well.
They've recycled the ball quickly. I mean,
Yeah.
the 10 is just looking for that little basketball pass, and now the 11 shows some speed, gains a few. Good job by the opposing 10, but it looks like she lost her feet. Oh, referee says you had it, and so Mustangs will get the ball. So that's
Nice.
the fly half, the number 10 for the Mustangs, doing the hard work and getting the ball out in the wind.
It was a nice run by Kaylee Newcomer there, but Juliet Robinson getting her hands in there and really making a nice play.
Unfortunately, it was knocked into transition, and so we'll see the scrum.
So again, we've got the Grizzlies back on the attack here. Hannah Wynn will put it in.
Yeah, I think if you're the Mustang centers, you're starting to get sick of them being ball in hand at this side of the field. So hoping for the hook to be stolen, or maybe really bind in and generate a penalty here.
So the rules have changed going forward about scrum half position. The opposing scrum half needs to stay back a lot more. So you're not going to see that opposing scrum half really at the heels of the the defending scrum half at the heels of the attacking scrum half.
Just as you said, ball comes out cleanly because no pressure. And now center takes it up through the middle.
It's Chase McCann.
But Mustang's able to steal the ball. Now will they look for some space, or will they continue to run out of here? This is a tough place to run out of. The defense for the Grizzlies has been really pretty fierce. And referee says it was knocked in contact, and so we'll go back to another scrum.
So the Mustang structure seemed to be a little loose. I'm not sure if that's a product of design or if it's just they're feeling so under pressure so far that they're not getting back to their spots. But you know, some teams do like that. Play what you see in front of you and just keep it open and not really have any structure to it.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, these teams are all-star teams, and so some of them play together. They're on the same team. Some of them really don't, and so that makes for tricky business. So far, it looks like the Grizzlies are fairly well organized. I mean, they've got their ideas and their plan, and they're implementing it. Scrum half does a nice job of recycling it quickly.
Oh, numbers on the outside if they can get it there. They
back
do,
to
and
the
back
inside pass. Great job by the winger.
And that's the 15 who has been dominant so far.
Another try. So
that's Eve Mango.
Yeah, that was just really patient work by the winger there. You know, kind of drew the defender in, little inside pass back in, and easy walk right into the try.
Eve Mango of Cal Berkeley. So really turning the screws here in the first half. And they'll have the wind with them at the second half. So we might see a whole different defensive kind of a game in the second half. They'll probably put the ball to the air and really try and drive it down the field. So far, they're really dangerous with ball in hand. So
today's competition is broken into two tiers. This is the second tier. Again, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the first seed, the Grizzlies. Here comes the kick. It's a nice strike, and that one looks good. So add some extras there and brings it up to 29. But the Grizzlies, so the number one seed in the tier 2 competition, and looks like the scoreboard is still a little off, but we've got you here, and our clocks are looking reasonably in line with about 17:50 and change gone. But yeah, I mean, Brian, we certainly see it at all levels. You know, the West Coast of the United States tends to be a place where rugby is established and strong, and certainly this Pacific Coast team is showing that today.
Yeah, we saw that at high school nationals, the two teams that were in the finals. You had you know, the style of play is very open. Keep that ball moving, keep it live. Lots of offloads. Just really sucking in the numbers on defense and then trying to beat out on the width. Win digs it out.
Again. Little
Shows
show, yeah. Once, no, that one, referee says that one was thrown forward. So traveled forward in the pass, and so it'll be a scrum down to Mustangs. I think you're absolutely right, though. They're pulling people in. You can really see taking 2, 3, 4 tacklers to hit those players coming through the middle, and it's just leaving numbers all day. There's just overloads and good, simple passing in the width.
Yeah, it's big, strong running lines, and they're really hitting those holes hard, and you have to, you know, put 2 bodies on that tackle at minimum. When you put 2 bodies in, it's going to create overloads if those defenders aren't getting back to their positions.
Stolen
off the back,
and here back out to the width.
Oh, nice little show and going. She breaks through. She's got the number on the outside. She's going to do it all by herself.
Solid bump off by the 13, who's still looking and able to finish the job. So do we have a name on the 13?
Benaya Mamea.
Mamea comes up and just absolutely sits the opposition down. That is, we can see the 15 for the Mustangs took the brunt of that and seems to be walking off okay. We hope she's okay, but that's the nightmare of a 15, right? You see a 13 with that kind of size and pace coming at you, having to make a one-on-one tackle, and good on the 15.
And she had Molly Criccio outside just in open spaces. She says, nope, I'm taking this one on my own, and I'm going to go straight down the gut. The 15 was a little bit in 2 minds too. You know, that's Catherine Ritter, and she had to mark 2 players, so she was a little bit indecisive, and then, you know, maybe her balance wasn't great and she just got barreled over.
Yeah, that's a tricky spot. You're trying to play a little cat and mouse there with the 2 players to stop the offload, but then you're not square and can't really take a hard shot.
Exactly.
Kick is up, and that one looks good. And so the kicker is starting to find rhythm. Now adds another 2, bringing the score to 36 with a little over 20 gone.
Yeah, the kicking's really solid in this wind. It's not to be understated.
So we're starting to see some fans fill in, maybe some scouts here from the other teams, which is kind of cool. And get a little crowd noise in the background there. Maybe the best part about rugby is the culture of it. And certainly you're seeing that today. All these teams are all-stars from around the country. And whereas I'm sure they want their team to come out on top, they're also doing a great job of cheering each other on. As we see one fan that we recognize, Mr. Davies down low with his EGRL Select shirt. But let's get back to the action because we have more to talk about. I did not catch the number of this player, but she just ripped off about a 40-meter run.
Huge
now
numbers
the ball
outside.
comes outside again. There's the fend and the drive. Looks to be getting close to the width, but stays in. Good, hard job there. Ball a little choppy on the way out and back into the number 10's hands. Slashing run, gains a few, bounces off.
Again, if they can get that ball moving out. Okay, right up the middle.
Prop
getting
gains
closer.
a couple. The seal is on. It's challenged.
Oh,
there's that
cheeky
little
kick, and
kick into the corner, and it's just all day. The 11 is just waiting for it. Says right there, that's where I need to be.
Laura Bosek is just comfortable behind the wheel at 10 and just putting on a clinic.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think that's something you have to sort of pause. I mean, she's seeing the game slower for sure. She's baiting those players, showing them the ball. You know, come on in, and then a little dinky kick over, and the winger's just waiting. So that is a hard game to defend if you don't have the numbers to do it. So good job by the Grizzlies to bring it up to 41. It's really been all Grizzlies so far.
Carly Newcomer with the try. One of probably the easier ones that a winger will get.
So the 10 lines up again. This time from right about at the 5-meter line on the width. Flag still standing with the wind. That one didn't come off her foot, I think, the way she would have liked, and so those extras are not added. And so we stay at 41.
It's good to see she's not perfect.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. So the momentum continues, and I think if you're the Grizzlies, this is how you drew it up, right? I mean, this is what you hope for.
Yeah.
Just attack and attack and attack, and just keep getting that ball back.
Honestly, if you're the Mustangs, you're kind of just praying for halftime, really. Just to kind of get a regrouping and figure out a plan for the second half.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not going to get any easier because that wind is going to be in their faces in the second half. I don't know if you can see from the trees above, but it is whipping out there. Deep kick. Let it bounce, and it's into the end zone.
That one is going to make its way all the way out the back. And so untouched out the back, it looks like they'll be bringing it back to the center. And yeah, heads up play there. Smart play there by the Grizzlies again to see that it had that kind of a bounce and had the wind behind it. And just rolled right out the back.
Okay, scrum right at the halfway. Bosick directing traffic.
It's really a great shot to tell the fans at home what a great facility this is, and our many thanks to the New England Free Jacks to allow us to be part of this competition. It's just a great place. And
oh, nice little dish off to win, and she breaks through. She has the support, pops it up, working their way past the 10-meter, keeping those pods kind of loose. Ball's alive again. Bosek moving well now. That's out to Tupa.
Getting forward meters. I think that's one of the things that I'm seeing here that I really like. This is the 13 again, is that Mamea tries to work through. Little pop off the ground. Great hands. Now recycled out. Again, looking to test the width. Unfortunately, that one bounced off the hands, and that's going to be a knock-on. So a little relief for the Mustangs. They'll get a chance to scrum, and just outside the 22. We haven't seen much kicking from them, so not sure that's a big part of their arsenal, but this would be a tough spot to do it anyway because it's outside the 22, right around the middle of the field. But they do have the wind, so now that would be a great time to get that bounce and roll.
But, you know, looking at Eve Mango back at 15 so far, you kind of don't want to put the ball into her hands and have her attacking back at you.
Yeah, not with any time, that's for sure. So the scrum a little messy there, but it is out. There was the show, but did not do it. Now the Mustangs on the attack, trying to mount something. That final pass, unfortunately, did not work in their favor. And so the flag is up, and it's going to be a line out to the Grizzlies at about maybe the 30, not quite, maybe 25-meter line, 26-meter line.
So shout out to Sarah Foley and Kaylee Ahern on the cameras.
Little show, darts through. Well, referee says you were okay. Ball was out. Mustangs have the ball. There's the kick. Goes high, kind of gets caught in the wind. It's fielded cleanly by the 11. Now looks to slice through. Gets through, finds a couple. A little desperation pass, but able to get there. The 12, a little handoff. Driving in, and that one is held up. So Mustangs get their hand under the ball, and so we will see the first goal line dropout of the day.
It was either the 5 or the 6 there. I'm not sure. Couldn't make out the number, but it's either Julia Wallace or Kitty Fettel.
So Mustangs showed the kick that time, and I think that's you got to start to break it out, see what you can do. A little tough, it hung in the wind, but the idea is there. And so the goal line dropout is a good one. Clears the 22, but it's fielded cleanly by the 12. Goes right back into the fray. Scrum half there. Ball comes out. It's at the near post. Driving on is the prop. Still on her feet. Now brought down.
Tupa.
Great groundwork. Recycles again. Looking to find that space.
Little chip to the corner
And the
again.
kick to the corner.
Oh, just a little too far.
Athletic play, but just a little too far, as you said.
Oh, you love to see it, though.
Really, really good work. And heads up play by the winger. Tried to get there, just couldn't quite get there. Ran out of space, and just about had to hop the fence. So good work on both sides of the ball. And I think there's something to be said when you've got 41 sort of in the bank. You can try it. Why not, right?
Yeah, and honestly, she had 3 players outside her, so they could have just gone down the line and probably ran it in without too much effort. But you love to see a kicker taking those chances and just trying to create a little bit of magic.
So now the scrum in really pretty rough position here for the Mustangs. See if they choose to kick it or run it out. They're in a good spot to get some clearance, but I can see where they might want to keep the ball in hand. A free kick going to go their way, so short arm, minor infraction. Now the ball comes out.
Decision made to run it out of your own 22.
A little isolated. Swarm defense, really all over, trying to hold her up. Has found the ground, it looks like, but knocked the ball on in the process. But high, referee says that was a high tackle. And so you're going to have to get back and give some space. This time it looks like they'll be trying to find touch.
And they do comfortably.
And so some territory gain there on the penalty, right around a 10-meter line.
So Juliet Robinson just slowed it down a little bit just to get a bit of a breather, get some position and try and work something out here. There is about 10 minutes left in this half. So still plenty of time just to get a couple of scores on, make your team feel good about yourselves going in at halftime.
Ball is up, fielded nicely. Great job to get their hand on it. Now it comes out. So unfortunately, the attacking line a little flat,
Very
which is giving them a
flat.
hard time getting some space. But here is a hard charging run by the 6 or the 8. Hard for me to make out. Gains some meters, and now the ball comes out again. All right, trying to keep it alive. 2 on the tackle by the Grizzlies, and again, really working that forward movement on both sides of the ball. They're driving the ball forward on defense. They're driving the ball forward on attack. Big hard hit there. Shot taken by the Mustangs, a little slow to get up.
Mustangs are not doing themselves any favors. They're too flat on the offense. Just making it a little bit easier for the Grizzlies, who have that high pressure defense. Every hit is coming in the backfield.
Here is the 6 again. It looks to be the 6. The flag is up, unfortunately, and so it's going to be a line out. Do we have a name on that 6? That's Tomlinson? Is that what we...
Yep.
For the Mustangs? So
Drury University.
if that's the... I'm seeing the numbers correctly. Good job by Tomlinson. Really hard running there in a space where it's tough to do. So nice work by you. Ball
Again,
now comes out to the Grizzlies.
Attacking platform. Gaining meters.
Just picking apart the defense and keeping the game going forward. Recycle is fast. Out to the left again. Little wraparound play. Not quite as clean as they would have liked, but they are okay. This is the 4. Back out to the 13. Who looks.
Oh, nice little cut in.
Continues
and she barreled
to turn,
over again. She's in.
And she is in again. So we're going to put 5 more on the score line and bring it up to 46 with 32 and a half gone.
Benaya Mamea with the try. East Palo Alto Razorbacks.
Yeah, just a punishing runner. I mean, the 13 with both size and speed, but then also just an aggressive style. Just kind of begging defenders to tackle me. Like, just let's give it a go and see how it goes. And usually comes out on the right side. So great job there by the 13.
And you can see the Mustangs are just getting tired now from constantly defending. It's showing up in their offense. It's definitely showing up in their defense too. Laura Bosek back to the familiar spot behind the tee.
Strike is up and not able to find it that time. So
Shanks it a little bit.
that'll leave it at 46. With about 6 to play by the time the ball gets up here for the restart.
So fairly clean game so far.
From a penalty perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, not many. Couple of holding on, getting over, maybe a high tackle or two, but nothing really egregious. So always nice to see. Says both teams are playing hard and referees letting them play. So that's a good thing.
And you can see the handling errors, with those long passes just because it's so windy. Short little kick, it goes 10. Well fielded. Well, Grizzlies set their pod.
Well, that one looked to be offside. So just as we said it,
Penalty advantage.
The number 1 there jumped a little and came across the line before the ball was out. It could be advantage gain there. I mean, that was a good hard run. Ball comes out again. There's show and kick all the way.
Oh, off the left foot too. Oh, and just unfortunately the bounce just got her in the last second. But obviously both set comfortable on both feet.
And so holding on, the penalty goes. The quick tap is on.
That's number 4.
Breaking through, and this one looks like it's going to be just part of the day.
That's
and so
May Lauritsen.
May Lauritsen adds another 5, bringing it up to 51. That one about as good as you want, just a missed tackle, and then just kind of put the shoulders down and kept going.
You could see the Mustangs weren't getting back 10, weren't getting back 10 quickly enough, and Lauritsen saw it and just took off.
Yeah, that's a heads-up play, right? I mean, you see them, they're tired, they've been defending, they're going backwards a lot, and, the back gets turned, the eyes gaze down for a second, and that's when the quick tap is just on.
That's all it takes.
So there's the kick. That one looks to be good. That's the one you want if you're a kicker. Certainly do love to be right in front of those posts. So we've got 53 on our board, and they've got 48. So the scoreboard, and
It's
us here on the booth are
a lot to a little.
are disagreeing a bit on the score line, but what we both agree on is that there's really only about 3 minutes left to play here in this first half, and that it's really been all Grizzlies the entire time. So good job by PacSouth here in the first half. Mustangs will, as you said, want to get into the locker rooms and have a chat and, really decide how to attack this team, how to get after it in the second half. Kick is up. It travels 10 right back into the hands of the prop, who gains a few and drives on. Ball is recycled. Nice groundwork there. And comes out to the pod. Grizzlies are smelling the blood in the water at this point. They're just hammering forward. That's high. That could be a card, but referee says, "Nah, play on." We'll do the penalty. The quick tap is on, and gain a few more. All recycled again.
Win has it. Out to Bosek. Moves it out the line. It's number 7. Out to the winger. And she looks like she's in the corner. That is Kaylee Newcomber in for her second try.
Yeah, called her name a couple times today and keeps the width, does the job of the winger, and knots it down in the corner.
Yeah, winger at speed, taking the ball at speed, running against a prop. Really, it's a good matchup. Some more fans just filling in. Again, Bosek gets another chance to put some points on the board, add to her total, but that wind, it seems like it's getting stronger. And actually, the reports from the weather forecast this morning was that the wind will get stronger as the day goes on. Just as I say that, the ball blows off the tee.
I mean, you can see it in the flag in the back top right corner of the screen. I mean, it's just standing on edge at this point. The kick is up. Oh, that one she gets. So well done. Keeps the low liner and finds its way over the crossbar.
So just as she sets up to kick, the ball falls off the tee. She runs up, scrambles to get it back on the tee. It wasn't lined up correctly, and it just whiffles in. Beautiful kick.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you do it. You know, just running out of time. You don't have much time, and you know, just give it a shot.
Yeah, putting a time on the kicker really has changed things a little bit. It's one of those good rules that was good laws that was brought in. We don't have rules, we have laws.
So Mustangs kind of taking their time as they bring the ball back, hoping to see that clock wind down with less than a minute to play. This could be the last play. Goes 10 and bounces back. That's a very kind bounce of the ball, but it went 10 first. Ooh, that one could have been forward.
More
And the
advantage
referee
point.
says, yeah, that one. Unfortunately, as you were walking back, the ball traveled forward. So it'll be a scrum to the Grizzlies, and the question now is, will they take their winnings and regroup, or will they try to stream one more attack here?
From what we've seen so far, I think the Grizzlies are going to run straight at them, try and put some more points on the board.
Yeah, fair bet.
Win with the put in. Ball's out.
A little bit
Floats
of an
a little bit.
overthrow, but the 12 picks it up and makes something happen.
He's right through the
Here we
middle.
go. And good tackle there by the Mustangs. The opponent, the opposite 12, able to bring her down. But this is the scrum half. And the hands, I mean, just everything seems to just be going the Grizzlies' way. More meters gained. Ball recycles again.
That's the 15.
Driving now at the 5-meter line. Cycles again. Good hard defensive pressure by the Mustangs, but unfortunately the tackle was not as clean as they'd like. Still about 5 meters out into the hands of the runner, the 13, who puts it down right under the posts. And so, Brian, you were absolutely right. With less than a minute to play in the half, they said, no, we're not taking our foot off the gas. We're just going to keep going.
Mamea was hungry for more, and she got it there. Just pounding offense. And they're moving the ball every which way possible. It's just the offloads and everything, as you said, everything seems to be working and clicking.
And
when you look at the Mustangs, unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be clicking for them. Drop kicks it.
Drop kicks it. Doesn't need to wait for the tee. Says we'll go ahead and take it to 67. The horn sounds, and so we are at the halftime. And so with that, we will pause and just give a quick shout out to USA Rugby, who has us here today as part of this great event, and the New England Free Jacks, who here at Veterans Memorial Stadium will play tomorrow in their semifinal, as well as a bunch of other great teams that we're going to be seeing rugby today. So, yeah, Brian, I mean, the takeaway of this game seems to be pretty straightforward at this point, right? It's all Grizzlies all the time. It's attack, attack, attack. I think the thing for me that is worth mentioning is the number 9 is recycling that ball so quickly. I mean, that is, it's a fast-moving attack, but she's there at every breakdown, bringing the ball back out, and before the Mustangs can regroup and find their shape defensively, the next attack is coming. It's just wave after wave.
Yeah, Hannah Wynn is really just doing what you want your 9 to do, making sure she's steady, she's at the breakdown, she's moving the ball well, she's seeing what's in front of her, making the right decisions, and having a 10 outside her like Bosek is really making a difference as well. Bosek is looking downfield, absolutely just taking the defense apart.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, absolutely sees the game clear and slow, which is what you want your 10 to see, and just picking them piece by piece. So Grizzlies so far sending a message to the other two teams in Tier 2. We are the team to beat. We came in with the first seed, and we expect to go out of this semifinal in exactly the same position. And so I think they have to be pleased. Mustangs on the other side, probably feeling a bit raw from the first half. A lot of tackling, a lot of defending. It's tiring work. But listen, you're running into a very, very good team with some standout players. I mean, we mentioned the 9 and the 10. I mean, we could go on. I mean, their pack is running strong. They're doing their job. They're recycling the ball quickly. The ball stays alive. The 13 is an absolute hammer in the middle, just taking people on, running them over, sidestepping, offloading. I mean, everything you want to see. And both wingers. I mean, they're both in the corners doing the work. And so, I mean, you could just go up and down this lineup and say they just seem to be so far the class that we expected they would be.
Yeah, you've got McCann and Mamea right in the center, just punishing the tacklers, and then you've got the wingers staying wide, which you love to see. It's very easy as a winger to get sucked in when the action's happening, but it's good to see them staying wide. They're staying with the game plan, and then they're getting that space out there, and it's showing benefits and it's bearing fruit. They're getting tries, and you have the Mustangs have been quite, I won't say unlucky at times. Really a bounce here and there has gone against them, and they've been defending for the whole half pretty much, and that's a tough way to play a rugby match.
Yeah. And so I think as the halftime clock clicks along, we're going to set the mics down and take a little break, get a sip of water, and then we'll be back with second half action of this Tier 2 matchup between the Pac Coast Grizzlies and the Mustangs. for the second half. We've switched sides. We've got the Grizzlies on the left side of the screen and the Mustangs on the right. And with a 67-0 score line, it's been all Grizzlies here. And going to go ahead and get things started again. So
kicks up, it's deep, bounces.
This time
taken forward by Jojo Corey.
Fortunately, that pass was thrown a little forward there, and so it's going to be a scrum down to the Grizzlies. So far, it seems like we're going to pick up right where we left off. We'll see if they've got that same energy here in the second half, and what kind of adjustments have been made for the Mustangs.
Just looking at the back line of the Grizzlies, it looks like they haven't made any changes. So they're going with their first attack. See Martha Danes walking around with rocking pads. She does it all.
Ball is out. Little wrap around there. Flick over the top. 15 has it to the hands of the winger. Little sidestep there. Good job. 14 looking to find a way through. Gets a few.
It's Molly Creeccio.
Recycle is there. To the other side now. Pod, little show and step. Gains a few more. Driving, continuing to drive, keeps the feet. Well done. Gains another couple after contact. And now Grizzlies are going to just try to fight their way through. That's the 5-meter line. Great work on the ground. Ball comes out again. And now at the 2-meter line, Mustangs looking to get under the ball, but not going to happen. And so that adds another 5 to the score line, which brings it up to 72.
I think that was Lupita Gonzalez. Not entirely sure. But just well worked. They worked it out the back line. They went sideline to sideline, set up their pods, took the short meters when they needed to, sucked the defense in, and then just pounded inside and put more points on the board.
So now kicker has the wind to her back and calls in for some reinforcements to steady that ball. Liked the result of that final kick of the first half, but maybe didn't like the stress of it, and so would rather just have a nice clean strike. Ball is up, blasts it, and not gonna find the post. The referee signals time is off, so we're gonna pause the clock there and see what exactly is going on. Looks like just calling for a ball. So.
And honestly, that shows you the kind of wind we have here. She just put up a little chip, but it went blasting into the woods.
Yeah. I mean, hit a 60-meter kick from 20 meters out.
Right.
That one's gone, folks. So time is back on, and Mustangs make their way back for the restart.
So everything the Mustangs everything they're doing in the second half is going to be uphill because they're kicking into the wind, going to be tired, and Grizzlies have been relentless and they're back on the attack again.
I think the thing that by and large, the ball is stolen by the Mustangs. Good job there. That again is the prop, I believe, the number 3. It's had a good game for the Mustangs.
Eliza Grace Canyon.
Good hard tackle. Positive tackle, again, winning the gain line. Seemingly at every breakdown, they're pushing him backward. 10 drives on, not able to get very far. Hands on the ball. Lost the feet. Referee did not see it either way. And so, says, you had your hands in there. And so, going to get back a bit. Looked to me like she had her hands on the ball, was over it, but then lost feet. And the referee was not seeing that at the moment. And so, therefore, trouble. Referee says, ball blew on the ground. Let's just go ahead and restart the tap.
So it's going to be the 10, Juliet Robinson to tap.
Good hard run there. That, to me, seemed like maybe the 26. I couldn't quite make out the jersey of the Mustangs.
I think it was the 20, Grace Cruz.
Looks a little slow.
It's turned over.
Slow to get up.
And again, Grizzlies just offloading to make sure the ball stays live.
We'll switch there. 10 back to the inside. Good low body position, able to seal the ruck. To the left. Slashing run, looks for the offload.
Lovely offload.
Taking that pace. Just a clinic of how to play at contact and after contact. Down within the 3-meter line, ball lost a little bit on the ground. Referee's hand was out, hard to see. Looks like Mustangs have taken it, but the tackle, the ferocity of the tackle by the Grizzlies drives them back to about the 1-meter line. Referee says, no, that was a knock on, no advantage gained. And so the Mustangs will get the ball in the scrum. But I mean, that's just the transition work there by the Grizzlies. I mean, they lost the ball and immediately went to defense and just started blasting the Mustangs back. So, I mean, they are hungry.
Yeah, they're not giving any respite at all. You'd like to see Jojo Corey, the 9, kind of pick up the pace a little bit and just try and get them moving a little quicker, because the Grizzlies' defense is just ferocious.
Yeah, got to look for something, catch them off a little bit, but it's tiring work as the scrum collapses and referee says, we're going to do it again. No fault. Just reset this thing, get it a little more firm and a little bit of a better platform. Yeah, tough spot here. The question is, does the scrum half have a box kick? Maybe clear it out that way, or do they try to run it a phase or two and then clean up? Or do they just keep the ball in hand?
I would keep it in hand, just because the wind in that corner of the field is probably as strong as it is anywhere.
Yeah, it could be a backward kick, if not a low line drive.
Right.
Up in the air and blown back another 10.
Corey with the put in.
That time free kick. So Mustangs get the free kick. Referee did not like something and got a player there who is going to need some attention, and so the clock will pause. Time is off as the trainers make their way to the field to attend to one of the Mustang players. So hard to see, but it looks like the subs now for the Grizzlies have started to make their way. Can't really see the numbers, but it's essentially a shift change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seem to be walking off for the Grizzlies. And that suggests that we've got most of the subs in, if not all the subs. If there were some at the halftime, but I didn't see any. So they still could have a few available on the bench, but coach there has.
We're starting to also see some more sustained gusts. The wind was strong all morning, but it was pretty consistent. Now we're starting to really see those gusts move in as it gets windier throughout the day.
So the player is attending or being attended to by the trainer and seems to be moving around, but very uncomfortable. So we're going to just pause there, give this player a chance and take a moment.
So Mike, who stands out for you so far?
I mean, the list just goes on. I mean, certainly the 13 position is near and dear to my heart. And so when you see a 13 as dominant as the 13 for the Grizzlies today, I mean, I'm not sure how you could take your eye off that player. I mean, how do you defend this player? But I mean, there don't seem to be any real gaps. I mean, their lock forwards are just blasting through the middle. Their 8-man is making things happen. I mean, it's really good. And then on the other side of the ball for the Mustangs, the number 6, who I believe we said was Tomlinson. I mean, just some really good efforts by Tomlinson to try to make some things happen. It's not easy to do when you're down by 70. I mean, that's a hard thing to do. So, in the spirit of the game and then the ferocity of the game, I mean, I certainly like when a player just doesn't give up and has no quit.
Yeah, I would lump in Eliza Grace Canyon into that as well. She's really trying to get something going at the start of the second half. And
yeah, hammering the ball forward. I mean,
yeah,
really the entire time she's had 5, 6, 7 touches on the ball and just pounds it forward. So gotta like that. It looks like the clock is back on, so we'll get that going. And free kick again, just to kind of we lost sight there. Referee says, "Yep, we're good." And so it decided to tap it, try to run it out of this space. It's a good hard job there, but the tacklers are there, and great drive on the ground by the Grizzlies.
Oh, no,
the ball and right back to work. And unfortunately, we see another Mustangs player down, and the Grizzlies are just going to pound this one, looking for the try zone. And
Oh, it's
and it
held
was
up.
held up. So Mustangs able to get their hand on the ball. Referee was right there, felt good about the call, and said, "Listen, you're got to get that thing to the ground, as it were." And so we will see our second goal line drop out of the day.
That was number 6, Julia Wallace, held up.
So not going to be an easy one to clear with that wind. It's got to go 5 meters, which shouldn't be a problem. But normally in this situation, you might like to really drive it into some space and give yourself some relief. That could be hard to do. Does so. It's a nice kick.
It's a nice kick.
Yeah, almost well past the 22, but fielded cleanly. And again, looking for the offload, not trying to do too much, moving the ball forward, looking for the offload. Grizzlies on the far end of the field, driving, recycled again. Referee says, I'll duck. Little limbo call there, but drives on, gains a few more. So this is exactly what I'm saying. The Pac just gets the game going forward, and then the backs are just available. And
again, you have numbers outside.
This was the 6 from the Grizzlies, who regathers and sets the ball. That was
backs are screaming for the ball.
The numbers are really substantial. The pass didn't work out that time and might be knocked on the ground. Couldn't quite see. Referee does not have the arm out. Feels okay about it, but that one is going to be a knock on. And so the final pass didn't go their way that time, but really good effort and just a continuous barrage of pass into the corners. So 5 meter scrum will go to the Mustangs, where they will hope to again clear it out, gain a little bit of a breather.
The Grizzlies, they like to take on the defender before they actually make that pass. So, you can suck in that defender and then just make that little pop. If you have those numbers outside, which they have consistently, but they see their plan is to go into contact, then offload, which they've been doing a great job of all day.
Here's the kick. Does it find a hop? That one bounces nicely into the Grizzlies' hands. And once again, the numbers, a good pass into the corner. This is going to be too much pace and able to dot down 5 more.
That was a lovely pass by Molly Creeccio. She sucked in the 2 defenders, just kind of split them both, and they both sucked in, and just a nice little pass out to her counterpart on the other wing, Carly Newcomer, who turned on the jets and touches down for another one.
Yeah, there was no hesitation there. I mean, the kick clearance was up. It bounced, but then she took the ball on the run, found, looking for the corner, found the space, and immediately saw the numbers on the outside, slings it out to the side. Winger does what the wingers do. And so,
yeah, and as the Mustangs get tireder, they're going to leave those spaces on the outside, and now you have the Grizzlies just whipping the ball out there.
So this could be a new kicker. Good, solid strike. And referee says it is good. That one looked so simple. Just
a quick announcement. If you have a grey Subaru and a black Chevrolet, you need to move your car, please. You are blocking an emergency exit to the stadium.
So we're going to try to get the number on that new kicker, but can't quite make it out.
20, it looks like.
Looks like maybe 20 for the Grizzlies.
Maren Cohen.
So, yeah, Cohen, just comes in and just slots the kick.
Western Washington.
Great job. Very confident, too. Just sort of sets up on the tee and says, yeah, I think it's like this, right? And boom, right
lots it over.
Easy peasy.
Kicking is that easy, right?
Right. Ball is up. Fielded.
Oh, well taken.
Right back to work. Forward, gains a couple, looking for the offload, takes it off the ground. Little pop off the deck. Now the ball, trying to find some space. You can see them talking. They're saying, look, just come with me. I'll be on my shoulder. There's that little flick. They seal it, recycle it, and come back out again. Here's 20 again. Cuts through. Again, just play after play, phase after phase, offload after offload. And here's the 6. What an offload on the way down. They are knocking at the door again and gets the ball back and gets it in. That is just, that is a work rate that you can be proud of.
It's clinical.
To me, that was something that the 6, that's Julia Wallace, with the try there. I mean, you got to be happy with that. She makes the hard run. She offloads, in an unselfish way, but then follows the play, gets it back, and is able to put it down. So,
But as you said before, that phase finished in a try. You can hear them all the way up here in the booth, just communicating, talking about which gaps are open. It's really, really great to see. You wouldn't expect that this team would be as good at communicating because they don't play together all the time. But
yeah,
it's great to see it.
well, and they may. I mean,
Yeah.
Based on what we're seeing, it's possible that they do. And here is Cohen again, who drives it. Oh, just in front of the posts. So just misses that one, but a good strike nonetheless. Brings the score to 84.
She had the leg.
Yeah, plenty of kick there, plenty of strength on the ball. Just
also, there is
pushed
a
it in
black
front.
car parked inside the stadium. Please remove that also. Thank you.
So the clock continues to tick away, and we've got about 55 gone. So about 25 remain. And I guess, when you're wearing the white and red today, when you're wearing the red, white, and blue of the Mustangs, I think it's sort of like, all right, what can we take from this at this point, right? I mean, like, what can we do? Can we put a couple of little things together? Can our substitutions, find some continuity? Can we do some of the little things and see if we can just walk away and take some learnings? One of them will be to get in here and make some hard tackles. This is the substitute who just bounces off and then hits the flyer, who then just makes it look so easy.
Yeah, that was an audible gasp from myself. Just substitute just ran right over.
That could have been, was that Barnes, 22? Hard for me to see.
I think it was 19 on the score, which is Grace Talty.
We'll try to get that number for the runner who made the bump off and offload. And the kick is up, and that one is good. And so we add another 7 to bring it up to 91.
I think it's number 21, Myra Tino.
Tino, okay. I'll have to keep an eye out. I mean, that was just a devastating run. Just absolutely takes it through. Tackler came in a little high, which that ball carrier invited, and just put up the forearms, and the bump off was there all the time. Ball is up, travels 10. They try to go a little longer, maybe keep it out of her hands this time. And not before it's taken with some pace. Gain a few more.
Actually, sorry, it was number 24, Emily Tanupo,
who now creates the offload and calls for the ball back. And here we go. Again, keeps feet, offload, recycle. Ball is out.
They're just doing such a nice job of just keeping that ball alive and sucking the defenders in. It's really hard to defend when you're playing in open field that well.
Good scraping tackle there by the Mustangs to keep it on the field. Ball comes out again. Looking. A few more. Attempting to regather on pretty much every contact. It's doing a nice job of keeping the body in good position. The float out to the far player, that one went a little forward, and so we're going to see the scrum down.
The Grizzlies are just blowing those rocks up. They're not just getting into seal, they're blowing defenders off. And they're just creating these massive holes right around the rocks every single time.
So the scrum forms on our side of the field. Coan 20 is in the first receiver spot. And we do have another new scrum half here. So
That looks like 21 Myra.
driving on. Free says, yep, free kick. So
Latino.
just working it in all aspects of the game. Here comes the smashing run through the center, under the posts. That's the 12, who's going to add another 5. And at this point, I think you just got to say that the Mustangs just don't have the answers. They just don't have the defensive answers to the onslaught. Just phase after phase, pass after pass.
No,
Grizzlies-
you can see that they're getting a little bit shyer in those tackles now because their bodies are tired. It's been a rough day so far.
Yeah, 60 minutes in. I mean, that's that's a grueling 60 minutes with 20 left to play. And so
When you've got a player like Chase McCann in the center, she's going to take full advantage of the space you give her, and she's doing it. She just pounded it in for the try there.
off the tee.
We're not seeing any kind of drop off at all from kind of a wholesale changing of the starters.
Yeah, I mean, finishers came on and they didn't really miss a step, did they?
No.
And again, the Mustangs make their way to the center. Kicker has ball in hand and gets ready to restart. Goes to the other side. This time winds up down the middle. And that time, a nice positive tackle by the Mustangs. So again, if we're taking those little things, that would be a good thing to see, is start to win the gain line. So again, did a good job there, but Grizzlies able to recycle. Oh, nice little idea there with the little wraparound offload there.
Oh, that would have been beautiful.
But this is 6, Tomlinson. We've mentioned her name several times, doing some hard work, just retaining the ball. Shoulders are down. They drive on. Good hard tackle. And ball is available. 16 now driving on.
It's turn ball.
Mustangs trying to string some phases together. Need to go with a little more support with how fast the Grizzlies are over the ball. That time it works out okay. Ball is available. Scrum half's looking. Now it comes out. Hard contact. Unfortunately, that looked like possible head contact. Number 20, a little slow to goes up. She was stunned, but she's up. There's a nice little offload from the side. This is Tomlinson again. So 24 and 6 are working together nicely. And the Mustangs are gaining some ground. Good on them. Would like to see them continue this continuity.
Corey spreads it out.
Pass to space, but turns it into something. Great shooting defense there.
Almost intercepted. And
yeah, that was
a knock on
this
advantage
time.
now.
The knock on,
And
unfortunately, is going to turn into some more points. And this player has some pace. That could be number 22. Who adds
That's actually number 12. It's
number 12 once again.
Yeah.
Who brings us into triple digits.
That's Chase McCann again. Knock on advantage, and she took full advantage of it. Just ran the half the length of the field to touch it down.
So I've got for the Mustangs, number 24, Ashton Dillard, is the captain, has been taking the restarts. Did a nice job there. Certainly worth the accolades.
Ashton Dillard is 24.
And that was Lauren Tomlinson with her. So they had a little thing going here. It was going okay. Unfortunately, they just lost the handle on the ball and didn't work out like they hoped. There's the strike. And it is up and over. Bringing the score to 103 with about 17 left to play.
Grizzlies are not letting up at all.
Certainly worth noting that it is a blue sky, warm day. The wind is certainly the feature, but it could be a lot worse. It was thunderstorms yesterday on the way up as we made our way from our home base in New Jersey. And so it's nice to see the sun at least out today, albeit a little hot. And so, player looking again, gains a few. Great job getting over and getting hands on the ball. The referee says, and you're high on top of it. So that was nice work there. I think that was the winger 14 for the Mustangs.
Lauren Comier.
Now they look to be going in with some bodies, a little bit of a latch and drive there. That's a nice job. So again, trying to find some space and some running lanes. Look at the shooter on defense. Good read there by the 10. Saw or kept the ball, not allowing that little slicing run. 2 drives on. The hooker drives on.
Grizzlies. I'd like to see the Mustangs just moving a little faster. They're giving the Grizzlies all the time in the world to set up that defense, and it's been, you know, they've been brutalizing.
Offload works out, but I think you're right. They're kind of running a slow attack, and the Grizzlies are just in position to defend after every phase, and so not going to find any seams that way. That's hard to do. And now going to have to pull that ball out. This is Como again, and now that's the 11. So winger joins from the other side of the field.
Well, it could be in from the
side.
side.
Yeah, that one came in from the side, and referee saw it.
So they decide to run it out to 26. Well tackled.
Big hit there. And the penalty goes to the Grizzlies. So clearly the Grizzlies are taking some pride in this idea of we want it to be one-sided. They're not happy with the Mustangs even gaining any meters, and they're trying to make every single tackle count.
No, and that was a nice few phases there from the Mustangs. They did string quite a few forward motions together, and you'd like to see that. At least you can hang your hat on, okay, we can get the ball moving, but they're giving that time to the Grizzlies to set up their defense, and then they're shooting the gaps really, really well on defense. So they're not giving any space, and the more time you give them, obviously the easier it's going to be for them.
Line out is in and fielded cleanly, but that last pass unfortunately knocks forward, and so Mustangs will get another shot with the ball here at the scrum. So the scrum forms about 45 meters from the try zone.
So you're seeing the scrum half and 10 switching positions kind of on the ruck. So you have Corey putting the ball in on the scrum.
Referee says that was an early push, and so the free kick goes to the Mustangs. And there it is to the pod. Contact looked like a little miscommunication there. The second runner thought about latching. The first runner thought about offloading. They wind up kicking it through the space, and now the Grizzlies are back on the run. So good job there by the defense to drive out and get that ball into touch, and so it'll be a line out. So yeah, nice job by the defense.
Toyota Corolla parked illegally inside the stadium. If that car does not get moved, it will be towed. So please vacate the car. Thank you.
So the line out will go to the Mustangs with about 12 to play. Ball is up. It looks to be stolen. Grizzlies ball in hand. Looking, 2 hands on the ball. Nice textbook work there. Regather, but that one knocked. So you can see the frustration there by the player who tried to regather and drive on and not able to do it. Unfortunately lost the handle. And so Mustangs will get the ball at the scrum.
Yeah, they're certainly not happy with the scoreline and looking for more. Corey with the put in.
Driven backward. Ball comes out.
Lewis has it.
And a slashing run, but no support. This time,
It's Goldie Snow up the center. And again, the support is just getting there a little bit late. They're still maintaining the ball, but just you'd like to see the support get there a little quicker.
18 has had a couple of nice runs, so gains a few meters again there. That's good
McKenna
work.
O'Brien.
Good job by O'Brien. And yeah, right now I would say that the 8
stolen
with a steal.
Alina Amph.
And now ball comes out.
Spreading it out the back line. There's room on the outside.
That one may have traveled forward. Yeah, it looked like it did from the booth, and referee confirms it. So unfortunately, an aggressive move, had the space, saw the read, but that one floated forward. And so it's going to go back to the Mustangs. Yeah, I think one of the things that stands out for me in watching really both sides is the game of the numbers game, right? I mean, you're seeing the Grizzlies are entering every contact with 2, 3 bodies, looking for the offloads, looking for the pops from the ground. And unfortunately, the Mustangs are getting a little isolated, going in there with 1 and then hoping to have that trailing runner there to seal it off. And fortunately, it's just creating a pressure that's hard to deal with.
That they haven't quit though. They're down by over, by triple digits, and they're still fighting.
Yeah.
You have to commend them for that.
Yeah, definitely bringing that all-star attitude to the game, even in conditions that you certainly wouldn't want. They get the penalty for offsides. Player is down, and looks like referee's going to call for some support, and we're going to pause it the time there, and let the trainers come out and do their job. So gives both teams a little bit of a breather and a chance to settle. About 10, maybe 9 and change left to play.
Mustangs have had some bright spots in the second half. They've been able to move the ball a little bit better. They've been able to, string quite a few phases together. But the Grizzlies, their defense is just so ferocious that they're not letting those big breaks happen. They're not getting behind the gain line. Everything is kind of up in your face and just driving forward.
So maybe a good time to pause and just, once again, for those who have joined us, just give you a bit about the event. This is the U23 Women's All-Star event. So teams coming from all over the country and individual players from a variety of clubs and teams who are coming together today for this event. Our many thanks to USA Rugby for both the event and for bringing the event live to you on the live stream. So many times these types of events can be hard to get a stream up and available, but our thanks and also our gratitude of being called up for this today. So many thanks to Martha Danes and the crew in the high performance pathway at USA Rugby who are hosting this event and have brought us the team from Main Street Sports and RPS live here to do the live stream with you.
Well, and the more of these kind of competitions you can have, the higher the level of play you're going to get, because all of these kids playing in college and there's even some high school players here on these teams, but you want to see them face the best competition they can possibly have a chance to face. And it's only going to make them better, and it makes rugby better in the US.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting thing as we see the player is up and making her way to the sideline. Great stuff there. But, we've often talked about this idea that the game is being elevated, that the game is getting faster and better and the skills are getting better. And certainly we've seen a lot of that. It looks to me like maybe they're going to call it there. I'm seeing some cheers in from the sidelines there.
That's the 9 Jojo Corey that just came out.
Okay, so wait a minute, a little confusion here on the field. I thought they were calling it the way they brought the teams in, but that is clearly my mistake. The game continues. And so they were just kind of regrouping, refocusing, and we'll wait for the referee to signal the watch. Still some conference there happening, trying to maybe get an understanding of the substitution and who's in.
And also really how much is left and what needs to happen. Okay. They're setting up for a pod, so
time is back on. And so we've got about 9 to play. Good hard run, hard attempt at the tackle, but able to keep her feet and drive on. Great job there. That was the 7 in the red, white, and blue scrum cap.
Leah Orski.
Penalty for the high tackle, and now the Mustangs will have another shot with some space. Once again, 7 lines up, calls for the ball. Footwork, shoulders down, takes 2 in contact and gets a few, drives on. Now the ball is out. 16, a little isolated there, but there's the rest of the squad to get over it. I agree with you. I'd like to see them recycle a little faster here, catch them on their heels some. It's hard charging work, but it's also grueling to be tackled one after another. And so big tackle there by the Grizzlies.
Well, the Mustangs are maintaining possession, but they're losing meters because of those just brutal tackles.
The referee says you're offsides, you're jumping tackle, and you're offsides. So the clock continues to tick. We got about 8.5 to play. Once again, the 7.
Support is a little bit slow in getting there.
Ball comes out to the 16. Taryn Ball, who unfortunately lost it, says the referee, in the contact. And so it's going to be a scrum to the Grizzlies. It looks like we're going to have a substitution. That would be 16, Taryn Ball, making her way to the sideline. And we'll see who steps in. Might just be getting cleaned up there. Looks like the trainer is out there just to put some tape on. But in comes the substitute for the scrum.
Scrums have been very, very good. Nice low body position. Both sides have been fairly solid. Nice big push there by Grizzlies, just as I say that.
Well, referee says it came back out of the channel, so not hooked, and we'll do it again. So Grizzlies will have another shot at it.
Just getting a shout out from our fan.
Driven, and now the number 8 picks. Drives on, looked, thought about it, but regathers herself and drives on for a few more.
It's Alina Amph.
Who's had a good game. I mean, doing the job back there.
Really has.
This is the 20 who makes the flick to the outside. Looks like 17 is going to put one more in.
That's
and
Mackenzie
dots it
Forrester.
down under the posts.
Those offloads are just sick.
Yeah, I mean, you're really seeing sort of a textbook, little pop to the outside, good timing, nice extension in the elbow to flick it out there under control. Well done.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to practice it to really get it right. And you talked about the skill level being elevated. It's little things like that. It's the kicking into space. It's moving the ball along, and those little offloads. Just it's those little details that are really starting to show at the high school, college, and now U23 level as well. And it is a pyramid. It is growing from the ground up, and you're seeing players coming into college more ready to take on those starting roles.
So the strike is up and over for 2 more, making it 110. And that was the 20 again. That's Cohan. So good job. And that was who originated with the offload. So gets the extras and gets a few points on the board. Yeah, I mean, that is certainly a good example of the next level of skills. And, I mean, that's it. That pyramid you talk about is the high performance pathway. That's exactly why we're here today. And what the idea of it is that some of these players will be spotted by the USA scouts who are here to watch and look for talent. And so this is a great way to do it, hosted here by the Free Jacks. Ball back out.
What amazing facilities here, too.
That went off the foot, so it's okay. Mustangs are able to get it. And they're going to look to recycle it. Not much doing there. Double tackle. Good contact. Ball is available and out. Now it's pushed out onto the right side of the pitch.
It's number 4, Lindsay Hoffman.
A few meters back over the midline.
Again,
Player
those
jumped,
pods are
picked up.
standing.
There's that 7. Hard runner, but yeah, just hard to get some momentum as well.
Exactly. Yeah, you really want to see the on the balls of their feet rather than on the heels.
So the latch works out and gets the high tackle, and so we'll see if they decide to tap and go. They do not. They set up the pod, and so the quick tap is not on. And now the ball is out. 7 again. So we've called that number several times. Ball came out laterally, and referee says play on.
Yeah, Lauren Tomlinson really having a nice game under tough conditions.
Nope, did not release in the tackle, and so ball back to the Mustangs, and we've got, looks like a player who's going to need some attention, and so I've not seen the referee stop the clock just yet, so we'll keep an eye out for that. And that sounds like the horn, the final horn from the stadium here, and we've got 76 on our clock. They've got 80 plus, so we'll see as the next 2 teams make their way onto the field in the distance if this is going to be it. And referee looks at the watch and discusses and looks to be satisfied. Gonna call the game there. So we'll wait for the final whistle, but we think that is going to wrap it up in this first game. Tier 2 semifinal between the number 1 seed, the Grizzlies, and the number 4 seed, the Mustangs, and it was really all Grizzlies all day. Able to put triple digits on the board as the game continues to wind down. Our congratulations to both teams and to all the players. Really, really solid effort by all. The kind of thing that is not easy to do if you're wearing a Mustangs jersey today, and looks certainly easy to do if you're wearing a Grizzlies jersey today, but take nothing away from any of the players. They all went out there and they fought for 80 full minutes, so certainly we can appreciate that here in the booth. We're going to take a moment and queue up the next game. Don't go anywhere. The next game will be our second semifinal between the 2 and the 4 seed, and that is the final whistle. Thanks for watching.
Right back.
And welcome back. So we are back for the second game, the Griffins versus MidAtlantic. We do not have all of the lineups, but we will show you the Griffins. And so the kick is up, and we are away. It's a good hard run here. Ball comes out. And the MidAtlantic is on the front foot attacking. They are on the left side of your screen in red. This is Davies with the ball in hand. A little bit off the foot there and held not into touch, very close, but looks to be okay. So again, MidAtlantic attacks and looks to recycle. Ball's out. And this would be Natalie Allen, wearing the number 4 jersey, driving on. Ball comes out through the hands. Big wide pass into space. That one looks to be knocked on, and so the Griffins will get the knock-on advantage, and now bring the ball out. Their first attempt with the ball in hand. Hard tackle there in the side. Drive on and gain a few. So far, with just a minute underway, this certainly seems to be a more even matchup. Good hard defense there, charging on. Referee says, we're going to come back and we're going to play what probably was the original knock-on there. And so we'll wait for the call, but I'm guessing it's going to be a scrum due to a knock-on. Advantage was being played, and there it is. The call is for the scrum, and we'll go to the Griffins, and they will get to work with their first platform.
So you've got 9 Megan Takuchi. UC San Diego putting the ball in. Scrummaging has been very, very good so far. Let's see if it continues. Solid platform. Big push by MidAtlantic.
Drives on, but the ball comes out. Now out into some space. A little bit of a mishandle, but caught up. 14 with a step, or 11, excuse me, who slices in and gains a few more.
DJ Brulia.
The ruck forms quickly, so good fast recycle. And now some pressure by Atlantic. Little flick into space. Good timed ball. And now the recycle. So again, we're seeing similar from the West Coast team, that quick recycle over the ball. Driving on, gaining meters, continues to push forward. Inside the 40 meter, hand is out. Looks like a not rolling, a penalty advantage. Advantage still being played. Now the kick.
Nice little
free
kick
play.
away.
Well fielded by the wing. And now the referee says, yep, we'll come back for the advantage, which was a not rolling penalty. Maybe a little conference there. Yep, and there it is, back by the 5 meter line.
So put your referee hat on for a second.
Yeah.
It varies whether a kick is considered kicking away your advantage or not. And it seems to be a rule, that a law that sometimes it's hard to know which side of it you're on.
Yeah, I agree. It is a bit of a tough call. There's the kick for touch, finds it easily, and so the Griffins will retain the ball here. But yeah, I mean, it looked to me like the advantage was being played. There wasn't a territory gain, and you know, so you could have said kicked away your advantage, but it wasn't a significant gain. Now, if she had put it back into that corner, you know, really blasted it, then I would say, hey, you've kicked away. That is the advantage.
Yeah.
You got a territorial gain. But I think that was a reasonable call. That one says not straight. So referee says, yep, that was on the inside shoulder. And so we're going to go ahead and make a decision if it's going to be a scrum or a line out. And MidAtlantic elects for scrum. And so this will be the first feed that they have. And we'll see if they push again hard. They pushed hard in that first one. We'll see if they try to push again hard here. So once again, if you're joining us, this is the U23 All-Star event in Quincy, Massachusetts. On the left side of the screen is the MidAtlantic representative team in red. Now the ball comes out. And on the right side of the screen, the Griffins, from the west. Little step here, gaining some meters, running out of space, does a nice job to stay in, needs some support, and the support is able to arrive. The hands were on it. Referee says, let go. Now Atlantic back to work. Pretty hard fend there on the
By Boyd.
tall player. Player came in a little upright, and this is Allen carrying the ball.
So far, MidAtlantic is running nice, clean lines.
An unfortunate loss there, and now looks like again playing an advantage. The knock-on stops the play, but it looks to me like we're going to get a advantage. My guess is hands in the ruck. There was some extended period there, and yeah, there's the call. So hands in the ruck. You could see for a bit there that player retained the ball, hands on. Referee said let go, didn't let go, and so penalty advantage. So this is Emma Davies with the ball in hand, a Westchester University player. Solid kick, doesn't find touch, 15 in good position to make the play, and now drives it back with a kick to the far winger, who has a hard time handling it, and unfortunately that's going to be a knock on. So Griffins able to work it out, but let's see, referee says, yeah, penalty, maybe offsides on the kick. Let's see. Yep, there it is. And so Red with another chance. Big, hard drive there at contact. Just felt the tackle coming on and just dominates. So MidAtlantic now in good position to start some attempt at scoring. That pass is not going to help them out by much, and that knock-on is going to unfortunately put them on the disadvantage.
Calaciano was just trying to get it out there, and wind just took it. You see it, ball drives to the ground.
So the
nice
scrum will go to
there by
Griffins.
Dietz.
Yeah, Callian Dietz, another. So these are all names that we know, and I guess I'd be remiss if we didn't take the time to mention that the Elite Girls Rugby League is a big part of why we are standing here today, and many of the players on the MidAtlantic team are members or alumni of that league, and so it's certainly a great honor to call their names once again at the U23 level, and we wish them all the best. Referee stops it and says we're going to reform. Something amiss. I don't know if the number 8 was bound in. Hard to tell.
So pretty even so far. Playing between the 22s. Bit of back and forth. It's been clean.
Yeah, I mean, 7 minutes in. I mean, it's just it's both sides are trying to get a rhythm and make some things happen, and you're starting to see it. I mean, it's there. Good pressure by MidAtlantic coming up. Nice little show and go. They've got some numbers out here. A little scraping defense. That ball was okay. Flat pass, looked close to forward, but referee was okay with it. 16 jersey, who I think was playing in the 15 position, came in with hard body position. Big hard run by the Griffins. Good job there. Now the ball comes out. A lot of red bodies around the base. I think that could be that could turn into something later if they're not careful. Going to have to fan out and play those numbers. Ball is stolen, but referee says now you never release the tackle, so you can't put your hands in there just yet. So Griffins set up for the tap to the pods.
Megan Takuchi getting her pod set. Up to halfway. Ball's available.
And it's out.
Out
Here
it
we
comes.
go.
Big tackle. Ball's moving again. Takuchi really has a nice pass.
Been there. Well done.
Bit of a high tackle, but it seems to be okay.
That's Buxton hanging on, getting the tackle. And a glance down at the elbow there. Maybe cursing the turf, as we've all done once or twice. Takes a little skin off. Referee says, yeah, you didn't roll away on that one, and that's going to be a penalty to the Griffins.
Was Natalie Allen not rolling away?
There's the tap. And here we go.
Up to halfway.
Pass comes out. 15 in a position to swing it. Couple of meters.
Good solid defense by MidAtlantic.
Looked like maybe thought about the kick there. That one bounces right into Davies' hands. but not before a penalty. So look to me like high tackle, maybe over the shoulder. Referee says, gonna have a conversation here. We're gonna pause the clock and just have a little conversation with the captain and say, listen, things are a little bit, high energy. Maybe the tackles are creeping up a little too much. Just talk to your team, settle everybody down. Let's get things in order. That is pretty classic instruction by the referee when a game is fast paced and some penalties are stringing together. Just sort of get everything controlled. That one does not find touch, and so this time MidAtlantic winds up fielding the ball. Some slashing run, and there it is. Get some forward meters. That's the 6 driving on. The ball's choppy, didn't roll away, so the penalty, and they look to quick tap. They say, we're going to go ahead and take the quick tap. Need some support there, a little isolated, and great clean out there. I did not catch the number, but that was really good work. Griffins had the hands on the ball.
It was Dietz again on the quick tap.
Very, very cerebral player. Shouldn't surprise us, and now has the ball in hand. We're in the 2 jersey today.
Good drive over by Lees, the captain.
Caliana, an alumni of the West Carroll Marauders in Maryland. And that is Davies, who now sets, and away we go. This would be the number 3, it looks to me. That could be
Gutierrez. Out to
Gutierrez driving on, and now again, just cycle after cycle.
Good defense by the Griffins. Really not giving up too much space.
And now it's out, trying to find some space. You can see him just sort of throwing it out there, saying, let's give it a shot. Ooh, rough tackle and sort of awkwardly brought down, but seems to be okay. This time, though, the Griffins are able to take the ball. So they've been trading punches here. Slicing run, good job there to get the hands on. Looking for the offload on the way down. Great job by the number 6.
Shaleski. Lees has stolen it back.
So this is just a sparring match at this point, just back and forth. This is Dietz. Takes 2 to bring her down.
Moving out the back line now, out to Davies.
Got some space out there. That one looked a little high. Referee says we're okay. No, that one, yeah. So intentional knock, maybe grounded the ball. So that's going to be a penalty. And now it looks like now the referee will have a conversation with the opposing captain, the Griffins captain, with the time off, and say, look, same thing. We're getting repeated infringements. I understand the ferocity of the game and the intensity of the game, and that's exactly what we want. But talk to your team and let's get it clean.
Good work on that series by Boyd.
And time is back on. Kick is into touch and gain maybe 12 to 15. And so we'll see the line out and we'll see what decisions they make here. A little bit of a cheer from the crowd there. Can't quite make it out here in the booth, but it's good to see the energy.
Don't worry, it's not about you.
It's definitely not about me. Did not sound like loud mouth. And so it looks like Dietz will do the throwing honors, and we'll see if they can field this one cleanly. Griffins are ready to defend. They're on the front foot. It's a nice throw, taken cleanly, and now right out the back. Backward, straight down, referee says. You're okay. Keep going.
Floated right in front of the hands of Lees and straight down. Out to Boyd.
Big smashing run. Unfortunately lost the ball. That one, referee has the hand out. Says maybe the first one went lateral. We'll see if they are playing a knock-on advantage there.
Just getting a little bit sloppy in the last couple of phases. I wonder, is that wind kind of picking up? Maybe keep that ball a little bit tighter.
So the scrums will form on the far side of the field, and we will see what kind of positioning and platform the teams can generate this time. It's the MidAtlantic on the left side of the screen in red, who has the ball and is ready to attack. And the Griffins in the stripes, blue and gold, who are on the right side of the screen, ready to defend. Ball is out. And looks like a little crashing dummy line there. Out to the 13. Morgan, Ruan. Ball's recycled. Again, comes out. Griffin's doing a nice job of taking those first couple of steps, but I think they probably want another couple if they can defend a little further into the Mid-Atlantic territory because they're turning some meters out after contact. That time they did it and were able to drive him back on contact.
Mid-Atlantic is a little bit slow getting to those rocks. You'd like to see a little bit quicker. Just
Buxton again drives on. Ball not clean, cleaned up there by Davies. Arm is out. This is the 10. Greenleaf driving on, the vice captain. Now the ball out. Churning forward, gaining a few. Referee checking for offsides is satisfied. Now the ball comes out again.
It's Dietz. Out to Lees. Oh, nice.
One. And so a little penetrating run there, but look at the 15. Has the ball and is able to wrestle it free. So that is solid work there by Meacham. So just when we thought we saw something happening, Lees, the vice captain, breaks one, gets held by the jersey, and then the 15 just does the work and gets the ball. That one close to touch, but keeps the feet in. Again, a little pick and go, a little drive on.
Good tackle there by Johnson. Scraping defense.
Oh, driving on the counter ruck.
That's Dietz again being a menace.
That one through the hands. And so now the Mid-Atlantic marches up. Griffin's doing a good job to retain the ball and fight in the contact area. Line up for the kick. Ball is up. Bounces in. And what an athletic play, but the ball was out before that could happen. So good job by the winger to try to keep it in and keep it alive, but doesn't matter because the ball had crossed the line of touch before the play was made, and so they'll get the ball in the line out.
Yeah, we remain playing between the 22s. It's been good action back and forth.
Can hear the wind a little bit in the background, and it's certainly talking to these players. Ball is up and in, and referee was satisfied. Great tackle there by the Griffins to drive them back 7 meters at least. They'll play after contact.
Good cleanup by Lees.
Got some numbers.
Davies on a dummy line.
And so the intent, you can see the intent to keep the ball alive and throw it around, which is, it's a noble intent. I mean, they're trying to play a fast, recycle, high-speed game. I wonder a little bit if they could recycle it in these situations and maybe they'd have a few more phases. But I think you can kind of see the intention. This is Gutierrez, I believe, who is churning forward. Gets the ball around the 22. A little bit of a bobble, but referee says backward. Now going to look to pinch. Unfortunately, that mishandle and into touch. So it looks like it's going to be a knock on Mid-Atlantic, and the Griffins will have an opportunity to get out of danger.
That was a really nice series there by Mid-Atlantic. You had Raoun in the center, really spreading that ball out wide, skipping a couple of players, and created space on the outside. Just unfortunately a bit of a knock at the end. But it really, it was kind of one of the first holes we've seen in the Griffins defense.
Yeah, a little bit of probing at the fence there by the Mid-Atlantic and just trying to find that, poke a hole, try to find that space. And that time they did. It's a nice line out, fielded cleanly. We'll see if the kick exit is on. Attempt is up. Not going to find touch. It's pulled in by the fullback wearing the 16
Jordan,
jersey.
LJ.
Great job there.
Oh, 16, Delgado.
And right back to the 22. And so now the question will be, can they string a few phases together? They look like they're really trying to make that smash run through. which is pulling in the defenders. But if they could recycle that and then use that space, I just feel like the winger out here, Buxton, is kind of ready, sort of pent up energy out here on the right side of the screen. So we'll see if it comes. This is Lee's, I believe, the 8.
You've Greenleaf and Davies now starting to make some switches in the center to change up the angle of attack.
Still pounding forward. Now about 10 meters out, maybe 12. Again, little pick and go there. Gets a couple. Good body position, fight on the ground. Now 7 meters out. That would be the player you would like to have the ball in hand in this tight quarters, who gains another couple. We're 6 meters out. 4 meters out, and now Mid-Atlantic's in dangerous space, but lost it in the contact, and so a little pressure relief here for the Griffins.
You love to see that punch forward, though, for younger players watching this. If you watch the movement of those last few players from Mid-Atlantic on the ground, they're really trying to get their bodies into good position, present a good ball to the scrum half, and then they're punching forward, just trying to get a couple of meters here and there, not trying to break the line, just keep everything moving forward and try and have that defensive line have to reset and reset and reset. After a while, it starts to tire out the defense and really create some holes.
Well, I think, yeah, there's a theme there. It's important that you're hitting on, is that when they got down here into this kind of gold zone, they didn't try to do too much. A few phases back, it was almost like they were trying to do a little too much, like maybe a little overexcited. But now, sort of understood the idea here. So we'll see if they can start to put that together. I think they certainly look dangerous, but unfortunately knocked it on. And so the Griffins will have an opportunity to get out of a stressful place on the field.
Yeah, the Griffins have been kind of bend, don't break. They've been providing a good, solid defense. They've been cohesive as a unit and really done a nice job of kind of absorbing the onslaught.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think that, we often talk about how tiring it can be to defend phase after phase. They're pushed back. This time the ball comes out and unfortunately mishandled. Looks like that's going to also be a knock on. And so knock on advantage being played. But yeah, that it can be tiring psychologically for the attacking team. If you're down here and you can't get it in, they're very close now. They're 2 meters out and back to work. That was a good tackle, but tackled.
Dumped right back on top of the ruck.
And in the zone, but I don't know. That to me looks like maybe going to be held up. And there it is. Yeah, that was a good job by the Griffins players to get under the ball and absorb that hit. And so with 21 gone, a quarter of the game in the books, it is, going back to the knock-on advantage. So it will not be a goal line dropout, will not be a restart from the goal line, because there was an advantage being played. In that case, as we hear again the wind whipping in the background, it's going to be Mid-Atlantic with the ball in hand, and Griffins in the unenviable position of defending from their goal line. About 6 meters out is the scrum on that far 5 meter line. See what kind of push they can create. They've done a nice job. They've gotten the forward momentum. Referee says, let's reset this one. It looked a little funky, a little wonky there in the binds, and so we'll do it again.
You can see the movement on the camera there. This wind is pretty strong, and those gusts are picking up as the day goes on. I'm surprised actually that the 10s aren't really putting the ball to the air just to test the defenses a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. It's really been a very sort of single direction on the wind. You wonder if the 10s are going to start to say, hey, let's just drive this thing down the field. This is the 8. Gains a few, gets to the 5 meter line. Ball is available. Red burrowing, Mid-Atlantic burrowing forward, brings it out to the 4, maybe 3. Again, this time close. Now the question is, will they get low in their body position? They look like they're standing up when they're running, and that's unfortunately not going to work in their favor. And now it looks like the time is off. Be interesting to see what the referee is going to do here. There's a conversation. There's been multiple conversations with both teams. And so referee not satisfied with something. Hard to make out. Yeah, and there you have it. That's going to wind up in a card. So our first card of the day sends off one of the Griffins players, which is unfortunate. because it's been really a very physical, tough game. So not quite sure what the call was. Did not see the hand gesture, but now they play a person down. And here it is to Gutierrez, the person you want with the ball, tough to tackle. Now can they get low to punch this thing across? They decide to come out to the backs. This is Davies looking for the try line, making it happen. Oh, very close. Not on, not over. Referee says you're right there. That another driving run. Great counter ruck work there.
Ruck by the Griffins.
Griffins, but the penalty for did not see, and looks like the clock is off to attend to a player. Trainer is on the field.
Yeah, so some nice ruck work there by the Griffins just to push back the Atlantic.
Yeah, I think that, like, as I was starting to say before, you know, we say it's tiring work to defend, right? To tackle after tackle after tackle. It's tiring. It's equally tiring to attack and have it result in nothing. You know, we're now, I mean, we're 23 minutes into the game, and I guess you'd have to say MidAtlantic has had probably, what, 60, 70% of the possession? And the last 5 to 10 minutes have been down here, you know, within the 22. It's like,
yeah, that attack turns into frustration, and you know it will tire you mentally.
Yeah, I really thought Davies had it there. Was in great position coming over. Body angle was good. Shoulders were relatively low. I guess just our view from the booth is a little bit obscured, and must have been very close. So the clock is off, and the story of this game right now is that the Griffins are defending really quite effectively, but with only 14, and that looks to be a player going off. Could have been Gutierrez, who made a really solid run but was hit hard. Can't quite see it from here. We're going to try to
be Dietz, actually, which would be a big loss.
No, I see Dietz is in the green cleats there in the foreground. And good burrowing run. Looks to be held up again. Griffin's doing a wonderful job of getting underneath the ball. This time they bring it out. There's that run in the corner. Unfortunately, that last one was a little bit wonky, mishandled. This is Buxton trying to do something. 15 here, driving hard from Griffins. Really, really good, hard effort there. Solid hit. That's the 7 from Griffins. Now the ball comes back across the field.
That's Boyd. Gets a couple of meters. Ball's out now. Got space on the outside.
Well, looks to be some numbers out there. There's the flick to the outside. A nice little handoff. Back to about the 5-6 meter line, trying to stay in. This is a fight here. It looks to me like maybe the Griffins have stripped the ball and stolen it, and then we're driven into touch. And so MidAtlantic will once again wind up with the ball as the clock ticks down.
You have to admire this Griffins defense. They're just pouring everything into it, and they've been defending for what? For 80% of this?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me like they've been defending down here for the last 5 to 7 minutes. I mean, I've got 25 on the clock. The clock on the field looks to be a little further along, says 28, but not sure if they're catching every stoppage. There's been quite a few conversations and a yellow card. But yeah, I mean, if they can stifle this attack a little bit longer, it makes you wonder what's possible.
They do have an opportunity.
Looks like they got the ball, and so now they're going to try to get out of this dangerous space. Hard run, but met with a lot of contact. Looking to recycle. Now the ball is coming to this side of the screen and the field. Going to be a bit of a foot race. 14, Buxton up to the challenge.
Johnson.
Oh, going to try to push into touch. Oh, you're right. Johnson, not Buxton. I'm calling the wrong team. Now the offload.
A little bit loose on their support.
A lot of red jerseys. I agree. A lot of red jerseys around the ball. Wonder when is the kick coming?
Yeah.
Sort of think it might be coming. They're now in the middle of the field. Good job by the prop to drive on, keep her feet. Yeah, great defense there by Red. I mean, you just see them come across the field. That's a nice step, though. So just as I say that, the far side player makes a slashing run and gains about another 10. So now the Griffins are on attack.
I think that was Buxton.
Smashing run. Good hard tackle. Player does a good job to let it go. Was off feet and just got out of the play.
Alex Meacham really having a good game at 15. Changing the and just a little bit unfortunate
Gonna
there.
be frustrated, I think, with the mishandle there.
Harris Jones.
Yeah, Jones, I think, is going to be frustrated. Saw some green space. Felt like if she could have gotten the ball cleanly, she had some space to run, but not this time. So next time, maybe the line out will form, and looks like.
Yeah, when you see, Meacham coming into the line on attack, you're really seeing the energy change. Seems to be a bit of a slashing runner. Okay, we have a short line out.
Yeah, well, so it just looks like maybe Griffins aren't matching. Now they send another.
Caitlin Allen makes the call. Ball goes long. Fended, well fielded by Shaleski. Makes their way into the Mid-Atlantic half. Probably second time in the game so far.
Yeah, so now we'll see if they can get some momentum themselves as they start to build an attack.
Yeah, and just keep in mind they are playing a player down. Oh, nice
Great
line
pass,
there.
yeah. Comes out. Can they cycle it through? Oh, that's going to be trouble. So it looks like we've got number 11, Mid-Atlantic, making some pace, not able to finish it.
DJ Brulia with a punishing run.
Great job by, once again, the Griffins to not break. They did not give up the try. Back within 3 meters of the try line. Hard run, a meter out. I mean,
Knocking
we're
on the
inches
door.
out at this point. Can they just burrow down? Shoulders down, a little high. That time it looks like it's in. And so Mid-Atlantic is rewarded for minutes. I mean, what, maybe 10 minutes of just attack, attack, attack. Interestingly, the Griffins were in really good shape, doing a good job of inching the ball down the field. And just that last pass got away, wound up in the hands of the number 11, who just brings it down within 3 meters.
Yeah, it was a bit of a floating pass, and DJ Brulia took off, ran, half the length of the field, and a nice tackle. I'm not sure who made the tackle at the end there, and it looked like after a couple of phases, then Lees was able to punch it in. So nice series by the Griffins to kind of come back, absorb all that pressure they were under, and start mounting their own attack. And unfortunately, it just a bit of a silly turnover, and then Atlantic took full advantage of it.
So whereas the first game of the day was really lopsided, this one has been a battle. Now 5-0 in favor of the Mid-Atlantic Sharks, I believe. Yes, the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. This is Davies with the kick. It's chased nicely and is able to add the extras. And so in a tight game, that's certainly what you want to see. Bringing the score to 7 with 30 gone, at least by our clock. And players will make their way back to the field. So I did not see the referee call in the yellow card, but it's got to be getting close. I believe that was on our clock around the 24th minute. So I would think in the next 2 to 3 minutes, we should see that yellow card player back on.
Yeah, she is still in the sin bin. We're not sure of the name of the player that is in the bin. Fortunately, we couldn't catch the number on the back of the jersey.
So the Griffins sort of take their time to get back to the center, as is the custom when you have a player down, sort of catch your breath, take your time, get back to the center, and let's get things going. Referee says, the problem is we don't have a ball. So
minor problem.
Pause
minor
the
problem.
Clock there. And maybe that's why they were taking their time. Said, hey, you know what? We don't need a lot to play this game, but that part we need.
And the wind is whipping outside. Hopefully our camera person on the roof is able to strap in.
Kick is up. It just sort of stops, but it's fielded nicely. That was a good job by the number 5 there. I mean, it just got held in the wind and just stuck in the air.
It's Simmons. She's had a nice game so far.
This is 17, Mid-Atlantic gaining some meters.
Deans.
think that's 17. Hard to see.
I think you're right.
Skip pass. Oh, that final one unfortunately did not go their way. The Griffins are going to answer back. We'll see if they can make it stick, and they do.
That's Emma Buxton, UCLA.
So great job to play the knock-on advantage and get some points on the board. And we have a very interesting game. It's now 7-5. It's not an enviable kick out into the corner, wind in your face. So,
but we're starting to see a battle develop now between DJ Brulia and Emma Buxton.
Yeah, a little bit of a winger battle out there in the width, and they've each now traded one. They've each now traded a run.
Well, so yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is a very difficult kick.
Yeah, this is the 15 who's lining up for the kick, and yeah, not an easy one by any stretch.
Alex Meacham, the Claremont College.
Oh, looks to me like one of the the kick is up and a little short into the wind.
Died in the wind.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because it was really a very straight kick, was right on as far as the line, just hits a brick wall of wind and stops.
So we have 7-5. MidAtlantic, their conversion making the difference so far.
Now, let's go ahead and see. Is that the player re-entering? Yeah, it looks to me like the yellow card is over. And
yeah, this is your yellow card here. I think it's number 1, which is Schrock.
So 5-7, and the team's back at full strength. Griffins get the penalty. Did not release the tackler, did not release by the tackler. And Meacham will look to find touch. Kick is up again, just stops in the wind, and it is fielded by the number 9, MidAtlantic. So now the ball comes out. So an unfortunate turn of events there for the Griffins. Easy penalty, and it just hits that wall of wind. So this would be the 8. Lee's driving on, still on feet, gets the offload. Gaining some meters. Now MidAtlantic back inside the 22.
Solid go forward by the 1.
Gayet. Again, this is Lee's called. Lee's is named several times, the 8.
Just doing what 8s do, just generally being a menace.
Now the ball is out. This is Dietz. Sheds the first. Offload doesn't amount to much.
Dietz did really well to hold on to it. There goes, that looks like to the number 5, Simmons. He's had a good game so far.
And the referee says that one was knocked by Griffin. So must have been in the contact area, had the hands on the ball, and then lost it forward. That would be the only thing that makes sense there. And so right here, about 10, 12 meters out, about 10, 12 meters out is the scrum in favor of MidAtlantic. So sort of a modified split there in the backs. They're loaded on the left, but they have some options out right. We'll see if Lee's decides to pick and come to this near side. And there it is. And so now, going to try to make it happen on her own, and does. And so MidAtlantic has to be pretty happy with that. That's, as you said, exactly what you would expect from an 8 who loves having the ball in hand and just picks up, drives on, splits, and makes it happen. Bringing the score up to 12.
You can see she has got no problem with contact whatsoever. She's got a tall frame and she gets her shoulders low, really hard to tackle.
Strong runner, hard work paying off. And so looks like the tee is making its way to the field. This will be Davies again with the ball in hand. Got the 10 and the 12 and the matching shoes. They've got the entire match going, so I wasn't quite sure who was going to take the kick, but it's Davey setting up, and the 10 is going to hold the ball because of the wind. Again, an adjustment that just makes sense given the day.
Classiano. Sorry, my Italian pronunciations are not the best. Steph is probably
Ball is up
shaking his
and
head.
through, and so we've got another 2 to add to the board for MidAtlantic. So that brings it to 14-5 with about 36 gone, and so these 2 teams are also part of the Tier 2 competition, and so they will face the Grizzlies, who really put on a clinic in the first game, and so this battle is one that is waging. Now, it looks to me like the horn sounded, and so that is going to be halftime. So halftime, we've got 14-5 here on the broadcast, and the scoreboard looks to be a little off there at 12-7. It looks like we are at halftime, so we're going to call it there. We're going to set the mics down for a minute and just thank you once again for being a part of this broadcast with us. USA Rugby U23 All-Star event. So we are here getting ready to start the second half of the second game of the day. So again, we've got the MidAtlantic Sharks and the Griffins of Pacific South?
Pacific South.
Pacific
PacSouth,
South,
yeah.
okay. Pacific South. So this is part of the Tier 2 All-Star event, and we are certainly seeing some good rugby and a nice battle between both teams. Griffins in the stripes, the blue and gold stripes, and MidAtlantic have apparently left the premises. We don't know where they are, but they're wearing red wherever they are. It looks to me like they might be in the far distance under the tree getting a little shade. Can't argue with that. And in our periphery here at the front rail of the stadium here in Quincy is our good friend Jeff Horton from Frostburg, who is here undoubtedly watching one of his rising sophomore superstars, Natalie Allen, amongst others. So as the Griffins patiently await the return of the MidAtlantic team, who, they say, hey, we'll take a couple of minutes. What are your thoughts, Brian? What do you see? What do you like? What would you like to see more of or less of in the second half?
Good pressure by the MidAtlantic. That probably 80% of that first half. I think there was some great defensive action from PacSouth. I think the PacSouth are actually in a, even though they're down a score, I think they're in a good position because they've got the wind at their backs now. They know they can defend, and if they have any inkling at all about kicking, just keep popping that ball over and just keep the MidAtlantic in their backfield. Just keep pumping it down and just wait for those errors, because the wind is really whipping around. So you're not just going to get a straight up and down ball. It's going to move on you. So you're going to see, if you can put the ball into the air, you're going to see some knock-ons.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think that is something that you have to wonder if they'll try to capitalize. I mean, they have a kicker. We've seen multiple kicks from PacSouth, and so we would expect them to not be shy with putting the ball on foot. But I mean, if they can make it happen and maybe pin them into those corners, it certainly seemed to go that way for the opening half.
Yeah, and we've seen some devastating speed on the outside. So that looks like it went straight out into touch. Maybe it was tipped.
No, well, the AR says no. Ball came out. Hand is signaling to go to PacSouth. So it's going to be a line out. That kick got away.
Isabella Ortiz stuck a paw out for it, but it seemed like it was just beyond her reach.
So the line out forms. This one does look to be a full. And MidAtlantic gambles and says, yep, we're going to take the front jumper. They go up, but and so it's not straight. So that was important for them to go up. So that's one of those law changes for those at home that may not be real clear on. If the non-throwing team, if the defending team does not contest, doesn't go up for the ball, then it doesn't matter if it's not straight. They've conceded the line out. So says the current laws. But because MidAtlantic went up, even though they might have been delayed a second, that not straight throw results in their scrum. So I think they're going to be happy with that, and possible little shout out to one of our pack coaches there for MidAtlantic, our good friend Lance Connolly, who is on the far end of the field and has to be happy with the result there.
The hardest working man in rugby.
Fair enough. And so the scrum down, good hard contact. MidAtlantic looking for it. This is Lee's the 8, pulling it out, now the 9. And now a little bit of a switch run there. Finds the last runner, but not before bobbled forward. And so the knock-on is going to result in a Griffins ball. Not able to do anything with it, so no advantage gained. They'll play the knock-on, and it's going to be scrum down to PacSouth.
You would like to see Johnson pull out more on the wing. She's got a lot of space outside, and she seems to like that inside cut. So if you're going to do that, just pull out as much as you can so you have that bigger angle to take.
Yeah, sure. Could also maybe send their 15 or their 13 in that little wraparound line.
Yep.
Maybe that little flick to the outside. Don't know if they've had enough time to work on those kinds of plays and movements, but certainly, yeah, the space seems available. So Griffins are outside the 22 and will try to exit. The question is, how will they do it? Will they do it by putting the ball to the foot and using the wind, which is still whipping around down there, or will they try to run it out and gain some meters that way? I think if it was me, I might test that foot. Why not? It's early.
Sure.
It's a good score line to do it.
Get it as high as you can and just see what happens.
Scrum turns and wheels, and we're going to do it again. Oh, let's see. Did not see the call there. Referee says, actually, it's going to go to red. So that must have been by accident by the Griffins, and MidAtlantic is going to be quite pleased with that. So good job by their pack.
Delgado switching in the middle with Ruin.
And so ball is in, and now it's out. And here comes Davies. There's that wraparound line, little blocking line there. 13 going to slash through.
It's Delgado now out to the wing.
We're going to run out of space. Kept the ball in, and then does a nice job there by MidAtlantic to get the line out back. So the winger was running out of space, throws the ball in so she doesn't run out, and then they defend and pushed the Griffins player into touch.
Yeah, that was DJ Brulia on the wing.
So Dietz will line up for the throw. This is a good position to attack from. They're maybe 15 meters out.
We haven't seen them all yet.
Yeah, it'd be an
today,
interesting
so
place for it.
We know that, Coach Dobbs from Morris is probably screaming at home for them all on the TV.
So here comes the throw. Allen makes the call, goes up for it, cleanly fielded, nicely done. Up, but the referee says that one was not straight. And so the Griffins will elect the scrum and possibly a little bit of a pressure relief. So now MidAtlantic's turn to defend, and they go ahead and march up and get in position to do so. So now I think you're within your 22. Now is without a doubt the time to find the foot and see if they can find some space in the process. The way it's pushing to that far corner might be an interesting place to try to put it over the winger's head.
Yeah, there's a lot of space out there.
Comes out. And it looks like they're going to try to run. Big hard contact. Came in a little high. Referee is going to play the first infringement, which waiting for a call. Penalty says from the side, so must have been in the contact area there. And so now they are going to tap and go. And here it goes.
Gave it a lot of space.
Good, hard, low body line and gains a few as a result of it. I agree. They did not come up and try to defend. And now Griffins look to attack. Ball comes out. Hard hit. Good contact. Ball out again. Still going to the left.
Oh, good.
Very
It's out
extended,
there.
able to hold on to it. That was lined up for the hospital pass, but able to pull it back down. And
Harris Jones, I think, on that one.
Griffin's still churning forward. The offload is on, gains a few more, breaks the 50. And so now they are in the attacking half for themselves. Ball's out, and
Oh, the chip
looked,
over top.
looked, had the eyes on it, but decided to show and go herself, looking for the offload, and gains a few. The pop from the ground is successful. The ball is still alive. The 12 looking. That time got a hand on it by MidAtlantic, and referee was satisfied that the hand was in the upward position, and so no intentional knock on there. The ball must have traveled down anyway.
That was a really nice run there by Lila Hannum.
And so MidAtlantic now looks to get some pressure off.
She showed kick. Space opened up and she took off.
Yeah, paused everybody. I mean, had it the whole way. There's the penalty for not releasing. The quick tap thinks better of it. And so now they decide. So interesting position on the field.
Calling for scrum.
Yeah, this might be the place where you'd think about taking a shot at the sticks. 14-5. Well, it's early yet in the second half, so no worries.
Again, the MidAtlantic is giving a lot of space.
Substitution. Looks like we're going to have at least one, maybe two new players coming on for the Griffins. And looks like the winger on the far end and one member from the pack. I can't quite see a number. So there's the tap and go. There's those low shoulders again. Drives on, same player as before. Does a nice job with the quick recycle. Nothing doing. Good, hard defensive work, but keeps her feet and continues to drive. Gets the ball to about the 7-meter line. Now comes out. The fend attempt. Good hard leg drive on the contact. About 6 meters out. Scrum half looking. Swings it to the backs this time. This is 20. Good solid stop and wins the gain line there. And so now they're back about 8-9 meters. Little isolated here. A lot of red jerseys. Now the numbers look to be out in the width. We'll see. And
Nice.
that could work out. And it does. And so, yeah, I was able to pull in those defenders and make something happen there to bring the score up to 14-10.
That looked to be Emma Cruz from Stanford being the recipient of a nice move inside, just sucking in those defenders. And she did a good job herself to hold the space.
So Meacham will line up for the kick. 14-10. You'd like to see this one get through if you're a Griffins fan to get it really within a 2-point margin. It's getting hot out there. We can see the referee taking some water. And now the kick lines up.
So as we talked about at the end of the first half, the Griffins, they were behind. They still are a little behind, but they're got that huge wind at their back and just keep working it. Oh, nice.
Hooked it a little
Just
bit. Unfortunately, drops a little short, and that's going to keep the scoreline at 14-10. And so right now the kicks seem to be the difference, and those 4 points are going to be important as this game churns on. 51 minutes gone.
We have fixed the scoreboard out there, not us.
Yes. And by we mean the broader team, the collective.
Yes.
Not we. We were kindly reminded by several fans, only to redirect them up top.
One level up.
Yes, that's right. Kick is up and travels 10, finds some green, but fielded on the hop. And now the Griffins get back to work. Ball looked to be a little bit lost in the contact. And yeah, it looks like MidAtlantic has regained it. So now, ball comes out.
Nice offload by Dietz to her counterpart.
And here we come to the left side of the screen. Oh, the took is red. That's the 7 who read it. Out to the 14. But the transition work by Red is nice. They come right up on defense. They don't pause there.
That was Shaleski and Meacham driving forward now.
So back to work goes the Griffins.
Penalty advantage.
Battle between these two players, just legs grinding on, gains another meter or two. Again, this is hard work to gain every meter. I mean, they're really just having to drive on meter at a time. Very even, these two teams.
Johnson
that time,
drove right through the rock.
MidAtlantic able to come back and grab the ball. And this would be Lee's again, looking.
You love to see a winger doing what's known as the dirty work, getting into those rocks and just blowing people off.
Contact area, I mean, very physical at the breakdown, both sides. They're really making each other work for the ball. Good hard hit. All available. Comes out again. There's some space here. Oh. Good cleanup work by the 6.
McBear.
Thought about taking it herself. Little tight in space and well done to keep it out. But referee says we're going to have a conversation. That was high. So really hard battle between the two wingers. Quick tap is on. Gains a few. Referee was satisfied with the positioning of the defense. This is Allen, center of the field. Gets a few. Ball is available. Service out to Lee. If you're a betting man, you'd say probably going to take it and gain a few, and does. Over the 10 meter.
Has McBair in support.
Coming on.
Out to Dietz. Ball moving back inside now. You got
nice little hop step there. Has the hands on the ball.
And it's turned over.
Able to do it. Well done. I didn't catch the number. Meacham going to look for some space. Red jersey's coming on with pace.
She tried to get it to her foot. Oh, good support there. There's numbers outside if they can get there.
Offload. Oh, the handle. Back into the hands of MidAtlantic. Just a back and forth game.
Wild and frenzy few seconds there.
Good hard run, good hard tackle. Sharks gain a few. Looking again. There's the wraparound. Oh, that ball is up and elevated. And into touch. But let's see. Referee going to bring it back. Could have been an advantage being played. We'll see what the call is. And knock on. So that was a knock on advantage. And looks like another substitution going to make their way onto the field. Time is off while that takes place. But only for a brief second. So I've got 55 gone, 55-35, and a 14-10 scoreline in favor of the MidAtlantic Sharks over the PacSouth Griffins.
Really good game so far, back and forth. Both teams pretty evenly matched.
Ball making its way back to the field. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this is it is far too early to call this one. So we'll see. I think if you're MidAtlantic, you're really itching to get another one on the board and, you know, get this a little further out of reach. Make it a 2-score game. That would be give you a chance to breathe. Going to reset the scrum and do it again.
Gus picking up. Scrum is set. Ball is in. Now moving out to Davies. Show and go. Oh, and it's tipped. Great interception there, I think, by number 23.
Ball out onto the left side of the screen there, out into the far, but now bringing it back.
I think that was Jessica Navarro with that
Griffins
bit of a
looking. Ball comes out again. This is the 5. Drives on for a few.
Kovac.
This is the 20, gaining a few more, maybe trying to find some space. It's getting a little bit closer here. We're 5 meters out.
Molly Chisholm. There is numbers on the outside. If they can just move it to the right, you've got an overload. They go left.
Good defense there by MidAtlantic, driving back a couple. Numbers. This is Meacham.
Fighting for every meter.
Within 3. And that one is in.
Around the outside.
Able to make it happen and gets an additional 5 and their first lead of the day to bring it to 15-14. And it looks like we've got some substitutions making their way in for MidAtlantic. I see a 21 on the way. I see 23 coming in. Looks to me like 15 is on.
That's some good work by PacSouth just to keep the ball moving. Didn't panic. You know, just kept everything moving forward and really just sucked in that defensive structure and created those holes. Good work by Meacham again.
So referee signals the clock back on. Had a little conference there with MidAtlantic. A couple of things to talk about. Kicker lines up. And that one not successful. And so we've got a 15-14 score line. I would say that is too close to be comfortable for either team. I think if you're the MidAtlantic, you've just brought on a lot of fresh legs. We'll see if we can get those numbers and players' names for you. And I would think you're expecting to see maybe a gear shift here, hopefully, and possibly get another one on the board. So we shall see. And it is the Griffins who are lining up to get the ball back and getting near 60 minutes played.
So from what we can see, the Griffins didn't really change their lineup too much. And it's knocked.
And so that's a successful scenario if you're MidAtlantic.
Yeah, it's a nice attacking platform just outside the 22. You've got some fresh horses out there, and you know, let's see what happens.
So it looks to me like most of the back line has remained the same. We have a new winger here. Looks to be wearing the 15 jersey. So by our roster, that would be Ida Shapiro. And everything else looks to be about the same. So most of the substitutions, although the 9 is changed, that's we don't have a name
22
for 22.
Snow.
Oh, you have Snow on your roster.
Yep.
I don't have it on mine, which would be another Westchester player and another EGRL alum, pre-GRL alum. Snow from Westchester moves the ball out. And drives on. This is Davies. Big collision. Ball
Maintains
out again.
Possession. Bobbled, but went backwards.
So it looks to me like Snow is trying to move the ball a little faster, trying to get that recycle to move. And now things are cleaning up, and this is 13, Rowan, making a good, hard effort. So a couple of choppy passes, but no worries. They're back to action. And now the ball comes out.
That's Boyd. Few meters gained.
Yeah, doing the job, gaining it after the contact. Good clean out there on the far side. Now it looks to me like maybe that's the 7. Can't quite make it out. And ball out again. Davies comes through in the tight space. Again, a big collision. It's cleaned up. And now the ball out. This is a 16. Looking a little isolated.
Delgado.
Good job there by Shapiro to get in and try to clean it up. Going to have to dig that out. Griffins are able to get it. And hard to see. Referee talking. Says, yeah, you're going to have to release. Now the ball comes out. Good defensive pressure there. Drives him back. Right around at the 22. This is the 8. Nice little offload. Got some numbers out there on the far side. But the defense is just stifling. Good job there.
That's Johnson just being a menace around those rocks.
And the referee says a little too much. Yeah. Maybe over the top, came over, and going to have a conversation. Says, listen, can't be diving over. And so the Griffins will try to get out of danger. On the boot, and does not find touch, but appeared to bounce forward. And so they will get the scrum down anyway. So that works out. And as time ticks down, 63rd minute and change, it is the Griffins who will have the put in.
We're still not seeing the Griffins really used that wind at all in the second half. Neither team really decided to use the wind very much.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if the tier 1 teams try to make a little bit more of it, maybe a little bit more kicking. Hard to say. And so here's the scrum. It's out, and now comes across the field. Oh, that is a dicey proposition there. Sort of threw the ball away. That's 30. MidAtlantic just in the right space, and now they're back to it. So I've got that as Lions. Now, Snow will bring the ball out. I like what she did there. I don't know if that was sort of a subtlety. You can see her nod her head as if to tell the pod, let's go, get started. Don't take this flat-footed. Take this on the run. So good job there by the scrummy.
Yeah, the energy has changed a little bit since Snow has come on.
Shapiro trying to make some things happen,
just a little bit,
but unfortunately that one went forward.
Trying just to do a little bit too much.
Yeah, you wonder if maybe those over-the-top passes could just be little slow, tight offloads and maybe create some numbers. In a good position to strike here. I mean, 15-14 is the score line. No reason to panic. You got plenty of time. I mean, it's 65th minute. I mean, you've got time. So just keep it moving. The wind is absolutely fierce as some version of Quincy Tumbleweed comes across the field.
I think it was bits of trees that are just breaking off.
So the scrum here in the foreground of the screen is played by PacSouth. And a drive by MidAtlantic, but the ball does come out. There's the kick. And that one just sort of knuckles in the air. Fielded cleanly by 16. He comes across, brings it a little further. So this is 30. Again, getting a couple. Real choppy there. Now the ball comes out to the right. Little show. Once again out. Looking. Not a lot of holes in this defense. Going to have some numbers going here. Looks like the pod is forming. There it is. First one, good hard run there. But Griffins had their hands on. The clean out is effective, and so MidAtlantic maintains it. Once again, the 8. Able to maintain the ball. This time it's stripped. So it looks to me like they are.
So the Griffins still has it.
The Griffins are making an attempt on Lee's for the ball, but good job by her to hang on to it. MidAtlantic still in the attack. This is Boyd. Griffins are fighting hard at the breakdown. Really big double tackle there.
Little chip over the top here would be beautiful. I know, I always want to kick.
Did not make out the number there, but continuing, I mean, I agree, this is many phases. I probably should have started counting. This is lots of phases into contact. Not finding much, but this one might work out. Lost it forward and out in contact. Going to be frustrated with that one for sure. Saw the acceleration. Really good, hard work there. Referee says time is off. Looks like we're going to have a water break. So, again, one of those sort of lesser known rules in the game or laws in the game is that after the temperature gets to a certain number, a water break typically happens on the quarters. So we're a little behind on that, but at the 67th minute, we're close. So we will take a pause ourselves for a little sip.
I think if you're the Griffins, you're quite happy to just keep defending, and they've been doing a really good job all game of just not giving up those big yardage kind of situations, and just good pressure, not overly aggressive, just making sure that they contain Mid-Atlantic and, sealing the edges when it comes. And really, they've done a nice job. So just they're up by a point. Just try and maintain maybe a few clearing kicks here, and you might be in good shape. Not a whole lot left now.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, territory at this point matters.
Yeah.
I mean, you're showing that you can defend. I mean, they're defending phase after phase after phase. But I don't know if you want to do it from inside your 22. So line out is formed, clock is back on, and it is retained by Pacific South. And yeah, only at about their 7-8 meter line. And now they show kick.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Well gained by Johnson. Slips a little bit.
And so Mid-Atlantic now back on the attack.
Snow digs it out. Lee has it now.
Unfortunately, I think they're going to find that the wind is not in their favor. So even the penalty kick is not a gimme from this scenario. So they've got to keep churning forward and lost the ball. But let's see, referee says, yeah, it's going to be a penalty because you had your hands in there. So you can't put your hands in there. Now the question is, do they go for the sticks? And there it is. So that was prescient. They decided they were going to give it a shot. It looks like Davies will line up, who has been, he's been 2 for 2 today. I mean, trust the kicker, right?
Not an easy kick. This wind is really, really difficult. It's swirling.
Yeah, not a gimme by any stretch.
No. Good decision, but it's going to be difficult. She does have an assistant holding the ball.
Yeah, I think that the wind is not died, but it's a little lower than previously, so just don't do too much. It's up. And it is just inside the post. So they are going to be very pleased with the kicker today, who is now 3 for 3 and notches 7 points of their 17, putting them 2 above the opponent. So 70 minutes tick off, and Emma Davies gets a critical kick to now take the Mid-Atlantic Sharks up by 2.
Yeah, that was massive for the Mid-Atlantic.
And so the Griffins will now restart, and that I think is it's going to be, what do you do now? Like the answer, like, can you answer with some energy here? You got 9 minutes to play. This is by no means out of the realm of possibility. A kick for yourself puts you ahead by 1, and that little knock was backwards, says the referee. And so now they're going to have to be real aggressive at the breakdown and try to get their hands on the ball. I think if you're Mid-Atlantic, you got to keep it in hand and be smart here. Like, let's not try to do too much. Just gain
tight.
some meters, get over it, do it again.
Yeah, just keep it nice and close, and just, like you said, don't try and do too much.
And unfortunately, that one, now the Griffins have to feel good about it. Looked like Mid-Atlantic had it, but the referee said, let go. You were in the ruck. And so now the Griffins will take their shot to move the ball forward. They haven't had much this down in this part of the game. Good, solid contact. We'll see. Mid-Atlantic going to work really hard to get hands on, and referee says, nah, we got to stop this. What do we have here? We've got the game clock on pause, and it looks to me like a possible move to the pocket. Definitely at least a conversation. And wait a minute. And yes, a yellow to the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. And so
looks like number 19. Big better.
So number 19 will go off. And it looks to me like possible repeated infringement. Clock is back on. And at first, the referee pulled the red card there. I was like, wow. Yeah. But then just unfortunately pulled the wrong one. And so we're back on. And now the Griffins will have their opportunity to be a player up. They were successful at killing most of that previous card. We'll see if Mid-Atlantic can do the same thing. Really good drive on the breakdown. Mid-Atlantic's going to have to clean up their defense a little bit, looking like they're chasing a little right now. And that offload was successful. Good job in the tackle. Ball comes back out.
Oh, there's
Got some numbers. And they're looking for him. And again, making the meters. And so good recycle. Takes the ball down to the 5 meters. They look pretty strong right now. 18 to 19. Oh, hey, off your feet there. They still continue to work. They know they've got a gap somewhere. They're a player up. Driving, 3 meters out, 2. Going to have to defend and drive them back. And that final pass. Wow, good hard contact. What is the call?
That's number 14, Buxton.
I did not see the hand go up. Yeah, I'm wondering if it was forward. I did not see a little.
It did seem like a high tackle. Not sure if that's.
We got players down on both sides.
It might be head contact. So I think it's going to be a. I think it's going to be a yellow, or maybe even a red.
Clock is stopped. We've got conversation.
The referee conferring with the AR, which you love to see.
Looks to me like it could be a penalty try. If this card is awarded, could wind up being a penalty try for a high tackle in the corner.
Which then gives you 7.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, the T is out. And so they're lining up for the kick. So we've got at least a try. We'll go ahead and mark that. And no, just a warning. So that brings it up to 20 to 17 with the kick to come. And I think if you are the Griffins, you have to be very satisfied with that little sequence.
Yeah, no, it was, you know, they were scored on down the other end and they just came right back. And you see that all the time where a team is scored on and then they just come right back down the end. But that was a long series, a lot of phases, a lot of good ball movement and just really sealing off those rucks, making sure that MidAtlantic can't get their hands in on it, and phase after phase, and eventually they were able to crack it on the outside.
So this looks like Chisholm. Strikes. It's going to fall a little short. And so that will leave the score at 20 to 17. The card remains 7 or so minutes to play by our clock. The clock on the field, or at least on the scoreboard here on the field, says 4.5 to play. So we shall see. Referee, of course, has the official clock. And I think if you're MidAtlantic, you got to really get after this ball. Going to have to try to get one up and get after it. We'll see where they go with it. So MidAtlantic lines up for the kick. This is the 10. Puts one up. That's not going to be, that knock. That may have resulted in a knock on. Referee says, yes, it did. And so we have 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes, MidAtlantic with the ball. Just outside, what do you think? 30 meters out or so.
Yeah.
This is going to come down to it. Now, the question is, can they just sort of string a couple of passes together? 20 to 17. Your kicker has already shown that she can make it happen, but it looks like she's off.
Yeah,
I don't see Davies.
Nothing wild and crazy. Just, yeah, you're right. Davies is off.
Yeah, no. So there was a player in the far corner getting some attention by the trainer. Did happen to have the bright green shoes, so that's why it makes me think maybe that was Emma. And so that changes, adds even a little bit more. Adds a little bit more to the plot here.
But yeah, just don't do anything crazy. Don't try and do too much. Just go through the phases. You have time to get a score on the board. Just nothing wild.
Right. And truth be told, I mean, if you can put down the 5, I mean, you don't need the kick.
Yeah.
Because the time is so short.
Your math is strong.
This is number 6. Looked to be 6. Couldn't quite tell. Gains a few. Nice idea there by the 10. Gonna have to get over it, though. Can't let them poach. Griffins are going to work hard in defense. This is within the 22. That looked to be number 1. Ball comes out. This could be Boyd.
Boyd just had a really good game.
Oh, lost the ball forward.
I jinxed her.
The announcer's curse. Had a great game going. Unfortunately, that's an inopportune time to lose the handle. The knock-on goes in favor of the PacSouth Griffins, who will undoubtedly just try to clear it out of here.
I do apologize for that, Miss Boyd. Totally my fault.
Yeah, I wonder though. I mean, if you're them, let's see. Clock says 2 minutes to play on the scoreboard. 4.5, 4 to play if you're looking at ours. I mean, I don't know. This might be time to just pick and go,
Yeah.
drive on, kill the clock.
Keep it tight.
Yeah, just finish this thing out.
Referee not happy with the scrum. Collapsing a little bit. MidAtlantic trying to get a little bit of an early push.
And so, Sharks looked for some heroics from the hooker, maybe steal one at the head, and Griffins looked to just secure this thing and call it a day. Here's the call. Comes out, a little bit choppy. They do keep it in hand. Great slashing defense. This comes up and absolutely makes it happen.
Yeah, really
That's
good
the
pressure
16.
by
There's the
Atlantic.
kick. Does not find touch initially, but bounces into touch. And so MidAtlantic will get at least one more shot at this.
Ball bobbling around a little bit.
Our
Racing
clock
couple of
says
seconds.
3 minutes, 2.5. Did hear a call from the field. We have 5 minutes, so maybe the referee has a little more on the clock. We shall see. This is not over yet, folks.
There was quite a few stoppages in the second half.
That one satisfied with the throw, comes out.
Nice ball by Snow.
That is a nice pass. Brings it out, looking for the width. This is the 6 who had a successful run before. Trying to get it out. She's going to have to tuck it away. This was trouble last time. And unfortunately, what do we have? We
have a
see the
knock.
arm out.
Yeah.
Was it a knock on?
Yeah. So on the tackle, Johnson kind of threw the ball back, and then whoever was coming in next just kind of knocked it as she tried to pick it up.
And so the horn sounds on the field. But again, I don't think that's the end of it. So it was not a knock. It looks like it went into touch. It's a line
okay.
out. And so must have dragged the player into touch. And nope. Yes. Okay. Griffins have the ball in hand. Looks to be like their line out. And they do. It's nicely taken. And now they kick it out. And so that is it. So it appears to me like maybe they are keeping the official time on the field. And so because that horn sounds and we seem to sort of immediately end it. And so there is the end of the second semifinal, the Tier 2 semifinal, with the PacSouth Griffins over the MidAtlantic Sharks, who will play the Grizzlies. So it's going to be an all West Coast Tier 2 final tomorrow. And the MidAtlantic will go for the consolation. So we're going to pause there and reset the clocks and the scoreboards, and your Tier 1 All-Star semifinals will be up next. Welcome back, viewers. We are on to our third game of the day, which is the Rocky Mountain Peaks and the New England. I'm not sure what they are. Do we have Independence? The New England Independence. So this will be our first semifinal of the Tier 1 championship. And so the Tier 1 championship is 4 teams as well, semifinals, 80-minute games as usual. And we shall see how this turns out. Rocky Mountain comes in seeded 1, and New England seeded 4. So similarly to the Tier 2 championship, the 1 plays 4, the 2 plays 3. And really, that's exactly what we saw in the Tier 2. The 1 seed was very dominant. That was the Grizzlies from the Pacific. And then the 2 and 3, that was a pretty solid battle there, which just ended a few minutes ago in a 20-17 fashion in favor of the Griffins. So tomorrow in Tier 2, it'll be Griffins versus Grizzlies. That'll be a mouthful. And now we're going to see whether it's Rocky Mountain on the right side of the screen in the light blue or the New England Independence on the left side of the screen in the dark blue that prevails. Referee is at the center, and it appears that Rocky Mountain will do the honors. They will do the kicking, and we'll get ready to get this thing started. So once again, a lot of familiar faces out there, some players that we've had the privilege of both coaching and following over the years. So excited to see them at the next level. And as well as some colleagues on teams. Clock is up, ball is on, and away we go. And so Independence take the first shot at it. Was mishandled, but went backward, and so they will retain the ball. And now it comes out. A flat pass, gains a few. Looking for some space and some numbers. Referee says that's a penalty you did not roll away. And so New England will have their first attempt at touch. Ball is up, and it does find touch. And so that was did not see, and the name is not on the roster. So we'll try to get a face and a name there. But at any rate, it goes to New England, and the lineout forms. And so we'll see the first set piece of the day. Referee says, yeah, you got to be in the channel. A little clarification there for the Rocky Mountain team. Hooker adjusts, and all is well. Front jumper, taken cleanly. Now the ball comes out. That's Muldoon from Brown. First tackle collision taken strong by both sides. And now New England on the march. Out to the far side. Now with some space in the width. And taken from the hand, lost forward in the contact. So let's see what the call is. So a couple of knock-ons. It looked like possibly the first one was a knock-on to the Independents, but we're playing the advantage, and so it's going to be a scrum down to Rocky Mountain. Trainer has made their way to the field. Looks like we've got a player who needs some attention. Hopefully she is all right as the initial scrum forms. And the time is off, says the referee, while we attend to the player. And so interestingly, Brian, what we are seeing is that on the scoreboard, the time is not being paused. But yet, in both games, once that sort of horn sounds, they're respecting it. So I'm not really sure. I mean, the referees are calling for time off, and it seems like they're playing a running clock. So hard to say. Now the whistle comes back on. So we'll continue to play it here in the booth as the referee calls it, but just to be aware of that at home.
Yeah, we did have probably 3 or 4 minutes where we thought were left in the last game, and it turned out that once the hooter went, the referee did blow it up at the next stoppage. So
yeah. So Rocky Mountain will put in for the scrum. And looks like they're showing a bit of a triangle there in the backs. They've got kind of a stack running. So we'll see if they can make something happen out of that.
You've got the Wood sisters fresh off a trip to Brazil.
Playing for the Independents or playing for the...
Sorry, playing for Rocky Mountain.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, interesting. So
that's where they're from.
Where they're from,
Yeah.
not where they're from at school. So that's an interesting concept there. Yeah, playing against some of their teammates, I would imagine.
Yes, they are.
And so they put in a second time because it came out the channel. This time, referee says it's hooked. New England driving on, doing a nice job, but the ball does come out, and they got the penalty as a result of it. So I think they're going to be very pleased with that. New England coming out and playing really hard in the scrum and winning it. So I'm sure their front row will be pleased with that effort.
Yeah, you've got Selma Bazat, Delaney Dill, and Emma Wright in the front row.
So they get the penalty, and let's see. They opt for the line out. They looked very strong in the first line out, so I can see why they would be pleased with this. Comes up, taken again nicely off the top. Out to Kogan wearing the 6 jersey. An EGRL alum, pre-GRL alum. Now the ball comes out. Nice little pass there. Rocky Mountain doing a good job to get their hands on, but the clean out is effective. This is the 25 from New England. Looks like possibly our first substitution. Don't know if that player was on when they started.
That was Avonlea Wood, 25. Hard-hitting center from Sacred Heart.
This is the 15, finding some space. On my roster, it says name withheld. We'd love to give her credit because she just put the first points on the board. So see if you've got 15 in there in your roster.
I don't, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. On our roster, it just says no name. So the nameless player wearing the 15 jersey scores the first 5. Congratulations to her. And it looks to me like with the ball in hand, it will be Skylar Jordan from not far from here, a New Hampshire kid playing at Harvard, wearing the 10 jersey today, and quite a kicker. So I would expect, although the wind has not been friendly, I would expect she's fairly confident most of the time with the ball on the tee.
No, the wind has been strong all day, and it seems to be leaning more towards strong with now massive gusts on top of it. So not an easy day for the kickers, but so far we're seeing some pretty talented legs out there.
Strike is up. Looks good from here, and the flags are up. So that's going to add 2 more to the score line. And so New England, I think, has to be very pleased. They came in as the 4 seed to come out and, you know, marched the ball right down the field.
For sure.
Put 7 on the board.
Yeah, it just did some nice work. Didn't try and do too much and just kept pressure on and worked that ball out the line and got it to their 15. Unfortunately, we don't have a name. And she put it over, and then a nice kick by Skylar Jordan.
So the restart is up and away, fielded by the 7.
So that was a Sacred Heart player to a Sacred Heart player.
Is that right?
Fielded by number 7.
Oh, that appeared to be lost in the contact. And so Rocky Mountain will take the ball now, stacking the rucks. They don't want to be messing around in the contact area, apparently. Good hard tackle by New England. Yeah, that was nice work. Drive after contact. We'll see if they can do it again. Coming up hard. This would be one of those Wood sisters you talked about. Nice little offload. This is the number 4. Now Rocky Mountain looks like they're trying to get their feet under them and gain a little momentum. They're doing a nice job, those little offloads. Not trying to do too much, not trying to make the home run each time. Fight on the feet, fight on the feet. And now, ball's available. Good pressure there. Nice tackle. That was also Skylar Jordan, so a nice job there by the fly half. The 4 picks and goes, gains a few more. And referee says you were offside. Unfortunately, there's the tap and go. And so Rocky Mount wants to play this fast, and you can understand why. This is a shifty player wearing the 17 jersey, now 4 meters out. They're going to try to answer back that first try, and it's the big lock driving on. Not making much, though. Good defense. Those double tackles are effective so far by the Independents.
You can see it's definitely a strategy. They know that the Rocky Mountain Peaks has a massive pack and very, very strong. So it's a good strategy.
Yeah, emblematic of the style. Well, she jumped into that, so I think that's going to be all fine there. I mean, a groan from the crowd, but she sort of jumped up and was taken down. Ball looks to be held up.
I think it's right on the line. It's still available if they can get it out, and referee blows it up.
And penalty awarded. So New England is going to be very pleased with that. I mean, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You would think it's a strategy. I mean, it certainly makes sense. Again, sort of emblematic of the style out there in the Idaho and mountain areas. Big, strong, powerful runners just driving on.
So ball did not reach touch. Rocky Mountain back on the attack, working their way up to the 22.
Yeah, I think if you're New England, you got to slow down there and just make it happen. You know, I mean, like if you're coming in as the 4 seed, that little knock on is going to be helpful. But if you're coming in on the 4 seed, I think, you got to lead.
I think that was Viola Conning on the knock on there. I have her listed as, actually, I don't have a number on her, so I think she is actually playing 10.
Okay.
Sacred Heart University player.
And so the put in will go to New England. I believe that is Muldoon with ball in hand, who is a Brown University player.
He's had a good career at Brown.
Comes out. This is 25, I think, playing in the 8-man position. Puck is formed. Be interesting to see a little box kick here with that much green space, but decides not to.
Reset the pods.
Ball comes out.
Out to Carolyn Wolfel. Nice little offload to Ashley Torres Brown.
There's the box kick. Maybe doesn't quite go as intended, but still works out okay. Oh, the second one, unfortunately, was knocked. Advantage being played. This is Woods driving on. Good job by the tackler. Really pull her forward and try to get the hands on.
Some space.
Slashing run by the 8. Nice little offload. Good hard drive and contact. New England doing a nice job with the leg drive. I mean, you're seeing them get hit and then drive and try to push that pile back. So good work there. A bit of a mishandle.
Oh,
nice. Wow. That was
beautiful line by the 8.
Great line by the 8. You could just see it coming and
Taylor
a
Russell.
little no look. That worked out quite well. This is the lock driving on for a few more. Still looking for numbers out there. 5. Little reverse flick. That one looks like it could have been lost forward, and
turned over.
New England has retained it. So they are doing the bend no break defense down here in this part of the field, in this red zone area. Now Jordan looks to clear. Goes pretty easily handled there by the winger, who's now going to look to swing it back the other way. Step through. Good groundwork. Ball's available. Yep, pick and go. There's the punch. Can they get another? This time they swing it out. 17 to the prop. A lot of work being done down here. You sort of wonder, can they get the result? There's the one they're looking for, but this time it's taken by the 11. Regather and go. So New England, again, sort of dodges a bullet there, and that's I have that as Emma Ryman.
Yeah, I have the same.
Oh, no, sorry, that was 11 on the wrong team. Gabrielle Ferreira. Now the ball is in the slot. The kick.
Nice kick there.
That's a smart play there. So a little pressure relief, and you could really see I did not catch who that was that made the kick, but smart player dropped into the pocket behind and just easy kick, get it out of here.
I think it was Jordan on the kick.
No, 15.
Oh, was
15, yeah. Who's the name withheld?
Oh, right.
We're gonna need to
player
get
with no name.
Yeah, we're gonna need to get a text out to to New England and see if we can get a name and a number. In the meantime, the line out is not straight, and referee says, yeah, that one's not going to work. And so New England will have the choice. So I think they're going to be pleased with that. Clearance kick results in them getting the ball back, and they elect the scrum.
So very physical so far. Each team testing each other out.
So here's the scrum. And now the ball comes out. Nice idea, but Mountain was available. And now Rocky Mountain tries to get it out to the far end. They're going to try to push her out. Not quite there. The 4 runs with really good intent. You can see
She does,
just,
Lauren Campbell.
just driving on, pounding the shoulders forward. Still available. Ball lost, but backward. Again. Just wants the ball. New England doing a nice job stifling from a defensive perspective. Some good footwork there. Double tackle works out again. We've got lots of light blue jerseys over here. Good job by the 15. And now, show and go. The 8 makes it happen. Scraping defense again by the 15.
It's Larissa.
Rocky Mountain doing a nice job of bringing it back the other way quickly.
Good hands there by number 7, Buffy.
Swings out to the right. Oh, smart little play there.
Good work by
and
the number 2,
the ball back.
Delaney Dill, Boston Banshees. I think she's a former Brown University player as well.
And so, Jordan, oh, the charge down, and the Peaks wind up with it back. I mean, it's like watching a bit of a tennis match here, just back and forth.
Pretty rough tennis.
Yeah, exactly. Full contact tennis.
Oh,
nice idea. Little block, but a good take there by the 8. Gets a few. And they are right back to work inside the 22.
That was Viola Koenig trying to get creative.
Yeah, why not, right? Smart play.
Out to Torres Brown.
They retained it.
Torres Brown again. Nice ball out to the 3. Big run.
Knocking on the door. 8 meters out, 9 meters out.
To Woods. Russell.
So lost forward. Referee has the arm out. That looks like it's going to be a knock on going to New England. So again, a little pressure relief for them. And so the knock on goes the way of New England. I mean, they have just they've just gotten pressure relief after pressure relief, and I think they're going to be very happy to see the clock tick away. We've got 17 or so. And it looks like water break. So we're going to go ahead and pause the clock there. And so just as we mentioned in the last game, right around the quarters is when the water break typically happens on days when the temperature is 80 degrees or hotter. And it is certainly that. And we are expecting even hotter temperatures. So the forecast is calling for 90s and above. And Sunday, when we have the finals, it could be upper 90s. Now, thankfully, that day, I think we're playing a little earlier, getting kind of going early in the morning, 9 a.m., I believe. But yeah, the heat is without a doubt a factor. So lots going on. We're seeing both the water break happening, and looks like number 2 for the Independents is getting a little attention by the trainer, just sort of checking some things out. That is
Delaney Dill.
okay. That is Dill. Yeah. So not quite sure. Didn't see what happened there, but sort of running on it. So maybe a knee or an ankle.
She was involved in this rock over here where she had to extend her body out and dive on the ball. I don't know if that was related or if it was back.
Yeah, hard to say. And not quite sure. Water break is over. It looks like the referee is calling her over. Are you in or not? Is sort of the question. And
they will play without her.
And she looks to be making her way back. So we'll go ahead and get ready to start the clock back up. We've got 7-0 New England, the 4 seed over Rocky Mountain, the 1 seed. And so about a quarter of the way gone here. I don't know that that's what either team expected, but good on the New England Independents to come out and really battle. I mean, it seems to me like they have been sort of backs against the wall for minutes on end here and have somehow just defended. They've seemed to press relief after press relief. So
you know they're getting in on the double tackles. They're there in support of each other. You know they're doing the dirty work. Nice
Here's
break off the back.
Had it for a second, but lost it.
That's Carolyn Wolfel.
Ball in the pocket. Jordan looks to get some pressure off and does so with the kick to touch. So gets it out to around the 22. Actually looks to me like exactly on the 22. And the line out will go to the Peaks.
Very
well
nice
taken.
Line out.
But referee says not straight. So once again, that's maybe the second or third that New England has won this way, and they will opt for the scrum.
It's a good option because obviously throwing in this wind is not the easiest thing in the world.
There's the call, and the ball is in. Appears to be hooked. Now it comes out to the first receiver. Looks for that little flat pass crash line. Taken nicely, but I thought maybe we're going to lose the ball there. Did not. Able to continue. Looking a little bit of a late pass there. Handled and then lost. We'll see what the call is. Referee says play on, straight down. And so we're okay. And now Muldoon brings it back out. Good hard run. Gaining a few. No easy work for either team. Grinding on is the Independents. And the referee says you had it. Got the hands on, kept them on long enough, and now Rocky Mountain is back on the attack. The 8 slashing forward to the 10, who is within, again, a couple of meters. Now, they've been here several times before, so will they cash in on this one?
To Woods.
Again, just meters away, driving forward. And the try is awarded. That one, they're able to make it count, get 5 on the board, and turn this into a 7-5 game. With 20 gone. And again, you'd have to think that this is a fairly comfortable kick, but you never can tell.
Not in this wind.
Yeah, no gimmies. No gimmies in this wind. That's for sure, especially when it's coming right at you. So we'll see.
Viola Koenig with the kick.
And the flags are up. So we've got a tie score. We've got 7s on both Rocky Mountain answers after minutes and minutes of work. Good work by them to get in there and make it happen. So locked at 7, quarter of the match in the history books. And New England will try to get back to work and get after this ball.
If you're coaching the New England Independents, you have to be reasonably happy with your defense, though, because there's some big bodies on that Rocky Mountain team, and they're hard, strong runners.
Yeah, I agree. I think that defensively they've really, I mean, they've sort of stifled several attacks in deep territory. Now, if you're Rocky Mountain, I would think you can just sort of say, listen, like, let's just be patient. We showed that we can make it happen. Let's just keep churning. And, you know, eventually that tiring work of defending tackle after tackle should go in their favor. That looked to be a little behind the player, but referee was satisfied that it was not obstruction. Ball is out, looking for space. Not a lot to work with, but gets a couple. And the penalty. So New England able to get their hands on the ball long enough that they will now get the penalty.
Good work there by Independence just to absorb that pressure. A kick.
So
For
a
touch,
nice
that's
clearance
good.
kick. Yeah, gets finds touch and goes about another 15 down the field. And now New England has looked reasonably strong in the line out. We'll see if they can get another one. Be interesting to see what they do with the line out if they secure it. A little choppy, but they're able to pull it off. Now the pressure from that's a good call there. The pressure from Rocky Mountain is clear. They're pushing up. Good hard hit, but able to deliver the pass. Get a couple. Hands are on the
Good
ball.
rock work there by New England.
And I think has it. Referee says, indeed you do. And so they're doing a really nice job of getting their hands on the ball. Jordan takes the quick tap, then offloads to Muldoon.
And that's going to be an offside.
Referee says, yeah, you are not 10. So back it up a bit more. Muldoon decides to try it again. Out to 18. Gains a couple. Oh, tough take, but able to make it work. They got the pod set, but not a lot of numbers out there. So we'll see what happens. Now it swings out. Good hard scraping tackle. It's out again. Little footwork. But now Rocky Mountain showing they also can do the double tackle. And so we'll see what happens here.
Out to
Looking.
Wolfel.
Yeah, physical battle in the contact area. They're really having to work to gain those meters. That's Emma Wright driving on and gaining a few. There's that little quick pass. Morissette drives on. A little bit of a mishandle, but backward. That one could have gone forward, but is able to pull it back in. Well done.
Tackles are a little high by Rocky Mountain.
Yeah, that one looked to be a bit over the shoulder. Referee was okay with it. Now the ball out.
It's number 5. Molly McAlvey.
Yeah, it's been effective twice or 3 times now. I've seen that that runner make some gains here. That's a nice take on pace and gains a few as a result of it. Now, if they can just sort of keep things under control, don't need to do too much here. There's 4, and that's back to the 5. now they're starting to gain some ground. Rocky Mountain doing a good job to defend and gets the penalty because those lost feet there. So player comes in and just goes over the top. This is the one, not quite in. Now they're going to try for the punch.
Molly McAlevey from Northeastern University having a nice few plays on that series.
Lost a few meters on that one. Going back to her. And lost the ball, unfortunately. So that's
stripped again.
Stripped back. Well played. Did not catch the number on that player, but that was a heads-up play. Punch looks to be on. They're thinking about it. And there it is. And again, Pac doing the work, but the defense is really stiff. That one is not signaled yet. It is held up. Rocky Mountain is going to be very pleased with that call. And so the goal line dropout, the restart will occur. I mean, New England will get the ball back and they'll try it again. But I think after several punch and go there, I mean, Rocky Mountain has to be pleased that they got their hands under the ball.
Yeah, I think that was Molly McAlevey on the drive there again. She's really starting to kind of find her footing and make an impact.
It's a nice ball out, and it makes its way to touch. Does not appear to have been touched, and so it will go back to New England. Somewhere around 27 meters.
We've got about 10 minutes left in this half.
So the line out forms again. Hard work in there. Peaks grab it. Little offload. Another pass. Now they've got some space to run. Going to see if they can make it happen. This is good pace and right out of bounds, but that looked high to me. We'll see. Referee says no call there yet. Talking with the AR, possibly over the shoulder. And
looks like we're going
to call for some substitutions.
So we're going to go with the line out.
Yeah, no call there. Okay, so they had a conference and AR felt it was okay. And so New England will get the ball, and looks like Rocky Mountain is going to bring on 2. So the number 3 and the number 2 exit. And so we would assume that now the front row is complete. Looks like we've got the 6 and the 23 on. And the ball is taken by the Peaks in the line out, and they're back on the attack. So this is the other Woods sister who decides to take it herself and gain some meters in doing so. Fresh legs come on and make a difference. This is the 8 driving on. Gaining a few. Now Rocky Mountain pounding at the door. Good footwork. A little bit of a bobble, but handled.
Could have actually been, looks like it was lateral, according to the ref.
So now, will the Independents be able to stiffen again on defense? Slashing run in the offload. That time, that is a try. And so, number 24, I'm not sure which of the Woods sisters that is, but gets one.
That was really nice work by 2 Sacred Heart teammates there. You had the 10, Viola Koenig, making that little break, dishing it off to Woods, and she punches it in. So Rocky Mountain really starting to apply some pressure.
So my roster shows that 24 is Olivia Woods, who gets the try there and brings it up to 12. And the kick, unfortunately, is not going to go the way that they had hoped, and so it remains at 12. So 12-7. Our clock shows 30 of 40 in the first half gone. Clock on the field shows 33. So we'll see if again, once that horn sounds, if we settle things up. Looks like substitution coming on for the Independents. And it looks to me like the number 3 is headed off. That would be Emma Wright. And 16, Nessa McLaughlin enters the game. And so another EGRL player, former EGRL player, alumni. This one from Morris Rugby Corporation. And now at Harvard. Kick is up and deep. A little bit of a bobble there, bounces backward, but that's trouble. Good take there by the 10. Get it out into space. Again, Olivia Woods carries on. Now the ball comes up.
Oh, nice break through the middle by Buffy.
Ball out again. Looking, but nobody there. Nine doing a nice job of showing and then just continuing to take the game forward. This is the 6 who entered the game as a sub. Driving.
It's Mariah Charenta. Owen Connick making a nice break again.
Yeah,
now to Woods again.
Starting to see a pattern there. And this is the 8 who has really just run.
Sailor Russell.
Just punishing runner. Really looking for that bend in the contact and just gains meters every time.
Rocky Mountain starting to open things up a little here.
Good take. Now 7 meters out. This is Reese Woods driving on. Now the ball comes out. That's a good pull. Gonna try, and looks good to me. So that's gonna be another 5. In this case, that's for the recent substitution, who's wearing the 6 jersey. I've got that as Aaliyah Lynn. And congratulations to that player, getting 5 on the board.
Very well worked by Rocky Mountain. Pounded it inside. Took some really nice, strong running lines and got some major meters on those series, those phases, and then spread it out. If you're New England, you have to be getting tired of defending this sizable difference the whole time.
Yeah, it seems to me that one of the things that Rocky Mountain is starting to do is they're starting to time those offloads a little earlier, right? They're not waiting until they're slowed down in the contact, and that's really becoming problematic for New England. That just a half a step sooner in that contact, and it's putting the person into space with pace, which of course is
exactly. That's the key thing. Putting that ball into space with pace. It's just it's breaking that gain line, and then you're getting those 5, 6, 7, 8 meters versus going into contact and trying to reform.
So the kick falls short, which means that we will be back for the restart here with a scoreline of 17-7. 34 gone by our clock, 37 or so gone by the clock on the field. So we shall see what they can muster, what New England can muster. If you're the Independents, I think this is an important part of the game to try to at least get some points on the board. You've shown you've got a kicker, so why not get down there? There, they try to put one in the corner. They lose the wind in the second half, so that's also tricky. That could work out if she keeps it. No, good clean out there by the Peaks.
Woods is charging forward, bringing it up to the 22. Out to Koenig, cuts back inside.
Yeah, it goes back into contact and makes it work.
Oh, lovely little pop. Space
now,
up
with
now.
Some pace, takes it over the 40. Quick recycle. 9 gives it a go. Penalty awarded. And referee says, "Nah, you got to go through the mark. You weren't even close that time." So yeah, not a bad choice if you can get it. Maybe you pull it off, but.
So do we have a name on the 9?
Looks to me like maybe a conversation with the captain. Maybe some repeated infringements there. The 9 I have is no name withheld on my jerseys or on my roster. So a little bit of a conversation there with New England. They say, hey, let's get things sorted out. And looks like they're going to kick for touch.
Nine looks to be
No, they
George
decide
Smallmove.
to tap and go instead. And this is Olivia Woods driving on. Ball comes out. Looking for space. A little footwork there. Nicely done. Hard collision there. And so, Peaks are back at it. This time, New England has the ball. Will they get the call? Looks to me like they did. Yeah, they just stripped it. So no penalty to be made. Just won the ball.
Pick and goal.
And
Didn't have
look
the
at the Peaks
support.
win it back. Get isolated and pay the price, unfortunately. And so there they have it. And they decide to go quick. And again, just putting them under pressure, just phase after phase until they can get one. And here it looks like they may. So that to me appeared to be the 17 who is going to put one more on the board. And now the Rocky Mountain Peaks are beginning to open this thing up a bit.
That's Kayani. Yanni Leith. Peaks Rugby, Utah.
So there's the horn. So now the question remains. We've got it at 37 and change. Will they start again or will they take the half? This one makes it over for 2. And referee does indeed call the half. And so it appears that we will follow the clock on the field from here. We've got time there. We're going to go ahead and take a break. You are watching the U23 All-Star Tournament in Quincy, Massachusetts, home of the New England Free Jacks with compliments of USA Rugby. We'll be back for the second half of this Tier 1 matchup in just a few minutes. start the second half of the first semifinal game in the Tier 1 U23 All-Stars. We've got Rocky Mountain Peaks with the lead, 24, over the New England Independents at 7. And really, I mean, the score, I don't know, it really sort of represents the game. It's been a very even game. It's just sort of the Peaks are now starting to kind of find their groove a little bit. Brian, what have you seen? What do you like? What do you need more of?
So New England started out really strong, got an early try, put them on the board. They settled in nicely. You saw towards the end of the second half, you really saw Mountain Peaks turn it on. They were running nice lines. They were opening up gaps and setting people free and really running into contact, but then setting the next person off. So the score makes sense, even though New England have really been playing a good game.
Yeah, so you wonder if this is one of those things where now, I mean, they've kind of like, you've had to defend for a long time. You had a lot of things go your way, and Rocky Mountain just kind of patiently found their groove. And so I wonder if this will open up a bit. Referee signals the start, and the kick is away. And right back to work, and there's the double tackle that we saw before out of the Independents. Now the ball comes out. And this is a theme that we saw before. Good attempt at the strip. Ball now is available. And referee says, nah, you were not out of the space. You got to roll away. And nice idea.
You're starting to see Woods and Campbell really work well together in the center of the field and taking on, they're taking on backs that are obviously much smaller body frames than they have. So
yeah, that's the mismatch I think that a couple of big strong players bring to your team, right? I mean, if you've got two big players and you can put one on either side of the field, you have an option on either side and they both run strong, it's like, hey, this works out.
Oh, nice take there by Woods.
And we see it again. That fend seemed to be a bit high, but I guess in the 23 game that's allowed. Good hard hit there by
Connie. Was looking for that inside runner, but it wasn't there.
Yeah. Now the ball comes out. Again, recycled. There's the inside line. They've set that up a couple of times. Nice dish back. And now it's into the width. That one looks like maybe they've got it. Referee says you don't. Gonna have to use it, Scrummy. Here it is. There's that inside flat pass. They read it, and it went a little forward. And so that one, the referee says, nah, it floated forward on you, so we're going to go ahead and give the scrum to New England. So first scrum of the second half. Got a slightly different pack here, different front row for New England. We'll see how that works out. And
so Hajar with the put in. Referee waits till everything is set. Good battle here between McLaughlin and Woods. Big push by Mountain.
Yeah, so that one was that was pretty well pushed around there by Rocky Mountain to get the penalty. And so they've got to be happy with that and right back to work. Here's the 8. Looking now into some space. A little bit isolated. Big hit there by the 11. Good job.
Gabriel Ferreira, Sacred Heart, to tackle.
Now the ball out. Straight down the center of the field. Nice little offload. That one's going to result in points. And it does. And so 5 more for the Peaks.
That's Campbell again in the center, just creating those mismatches. Nice little offload. Easy try.
So this will be a kick pretty much in front of the sticks. Can't argue with that one. Got to like it if you're the kicker. And that brings the score line up to 29-7.
Yeah, Rocky Mountain Peaks running lines are really starting to show the difference in this one since we've gotten back here. We're going to have a different kicker. It's going to be number 15, which don't have a name. Actually, I do. Sorry, it's Mahina Hafoka.
So here comes the kick. Charge down attempt, and the kick is good. So that's going to add 2 more. Bring it up to 31-7. And the Independents will send the ball back on the restart. And so the kickoff restart happens, and we've got a knock on, which is going to result in a scrum to the Independents. So once again, the dark blue jersey will put in at the scrum.
Have a nice chance to put some attacking shape here. Just outside the 22. See if they can get back on the board. Claw this one back a little bit. Kind of change it up and make Rocky Mountain defend.
Referee going to reset it and start it again.
Referee having a conversation with the front rows. And again, new laws dictate that the opposing scrum half has to sit back. So you're going to see a lot more clean ball coming out.
And now a penalty. So warned him the first time, and New England gets the penalty the second time. The tap and go is on. A little bit of a flick to the outside. Good hard tackle, but a nice run attempt. Good groundwork. Ball should be available. Here it comes. Again. Good clean out by the Independents.
That's Carolyn Woelfel driving on.
Within the 5 meters. Now we'll see if we can get some points back on the board here for the dark blue. Little inside line there. Big, hard charging run, but nice job by the 10 to make the tackle anyway. This is McLaughlin gaining a few.
Mismatch in numbers.
Yeah, not a great scenario for the dark blue, and that's unfortunately going to result in a knock-on. So they decided to go to the right side of the field where did not look like they had the shape or the numbers, and the pass unfortunately just sort of mishandled. So once again, the scrum. This time it's Rocky Mountain going to put it in. Referee going to start it again. Again, a lot of conversation happening here with the front rows, just sort of talking about the binds and quite possibly the angle of push. These officially are all supposed to be straight ahead, but we know sometimes in there's a little bit that goes on. Try to get an angle, try to get a different bit of leverage.
You've got 2 really experienced front rows here, so you're going to have those dark arts, as they like to call it, come out a little bit.
Now we're going to blow it up again. This is now the second or third restart on this scrum, and there was 2 and a penalty on the last one, so referee not quite satisfied. So scrum it down again. This will be the Peaks with the put in. This time it's hooked and available for the scrum half. Comes out. Decide to skip it out wide. There's a little chip through. worked out okay. I don't know if that's how it was intended, and winds up in, no, not in touch. AR says ball did not quite, was not in your hands when you went into touch, and Rocky Mountain maintains it. So a little bit messy here on the edge. Let's see what the referee decides.
Yeah, just the kick just kind of went off the side of her foot there.
Yeah, that was hard to say. Let's see what we got. So we got a substitution making their way onto the field. And we'll see if we can get a number and a name. Number 4 heads to the sideline, and it looks like it will be a line out. And so if Independence will get the line out.
Caroline Wolfel with the put in.
It's the front jumper, tipped.
Won by McLaughlin. Good battle with her and Woods.
Now the ball comes out. Going to have to get over this ball and start it again.
New England probing. Trying to get something going.
Good defensive pressure by Rocky Mountain. Drives him back almost to the 10-meter line. And the referee says, "Nah, you were high on that one." And that's going to be a quick tap there by Jordan. Was out on the width, a little bit of a mishandle, and unfortunately that's going to result in a knock-on. So unfortunately, maybe trying to do a little too much, a bit aggressive there, and so that one bounces off. We've got another substitution, number 11 making her way to the bench, and we'll see if we can get a number on this new player entering the game. Looks to be 16.
16 looks to be... Actually, I have the wrong number here. My 16 says Nessa McLaughlin, and that's not correct.
Yeah, those numbers, unfortunately, on our roster are a little off because McLaughlin's wearing 24, and that is also not Marissa Cogan, which is the roster or the jersey that McLaughlin's wearing. At any rate, it's a scrum down and a put in to the Peaks, and it's sort of a mess. They get the penalty, and not really sure what the call is there, but they get it and they decide to go quick, which they've pretty much done every time they can, and seems to be working out. Nice little slashing run there, looking, but nobody quite home. Seal is acceptable, and now it comes back the other way.
You've got massive space in the middle of the field. 15 now drops back.
Yeah, you wonder. Again, now the Peaks have the wind, but we just haven't seen much kicking into that space or territory. Just hasn't happened.
No, none of the teams have really put the ball in the air that much.
And now the Independents will get the penalty. So 50 minutes gone. They've sort of traded some back and forth here, but I don't think that New England will be happy without some points here soon. 31-7 is the score line, and about 30 minutes or so to play. It's a nice kick, and it does find touch, and so they gain some territory on that one. Again, these all-star teams, a little bit hard to put in some of the bits here. You might expect them all in this part of the field, but hard to do when you have new players who haven't played together. It's hard to put this stuff in.
Yeah, it's definitely something you have to have practiced somewhat. Especially against a big team like Rocky Mountain Peaks, you're going to have to be on point. We've got Wolfel with the put in.
Well done
by Rocky
into
Mountain.
The channel by Rocky Mountain. Oh, unfortunately, that one. The referee says straight down. We're okay. Play on. And so they could get us in danger here by winning that line out.
Rocky Mountain got away with one there.
Yeah, I think so. That looked to me to be a knock on. There's the kick we were looking for. It is fielded cleanly by the 15, who unfortunately we don't have a name for. He's had a nice game. No name 15 has had a nice game. And now Jordan flicks it out. Good fend and separation. A little bit over the space there. Referee says, yeah, you came over. You had your hands on the ground. Oh, no, high tackle. Jordan decides to take it herself, call her own number, and it's close. Hard to see, about 2-3 meters out. Now the ball's available. Get the shoulders down. This might work out.
They're knocking on the door.
Yeah, a meter or two.
McLaughlin's ready for it.
Well, you would figure this is in her wheelhouse. This is where you would expect. Nice little misdirect there, and it might work out. Oh, is the ball on the deck? It is not. It looks like it's held up. So I think the the Peaks fans will be excited about that one, to kill that ball there and get the restart.
Woeful just tried to punch it in and unfortunately just couldn't get it down.
Yeah, it's not a bad choice. I mean, you could see the ball was going to the right there, and then just sort of tried a little misdirect. But that was heads-up play by whoever on the Peaks made that. I did not catch a number. The restart is up and away, and now back they go. Jarring hit, loses the ball, but
Goes
looked,
backwards?
Yeah, looked to be backwards. So referee says play on. We're okay. And the Peaks recover, and so here comes the ball. Show and go, and now a nice offload into some space. What is the call?
I think
missed
the call
it.
was forward.
I don't know. I think referee may have said on me. May have been
Oh,
sorry, I think I was in the way.
obstruction.
That's the oldest one in the book, right? Like, oh man, ref.
It was a lovely line, and it looked like she was free and clear, but obviously now we know why.
Yeah, well, yeah. That. I'm not saying the run at the referee works, but occasionally it works.
General vicinity sometimes.
Yeah, create some space. That's a nice call by the referee, though. You know, you're infringing, you're in the way. They say, hey, come back, scrum it down. And so here we go. Now the ball comes out. Oh, unfortunately, a bit of a mishandle. I think New England's going to be happy to get that back. And now they will take the scrum, 15 meters, maybe not even.
Yeah,
Maybe
unfortunately,
12.
Viola Cunning, who's had a nice game so far.
Yeah, she's done a nice job kind of marshaling the attack. And sometimes you're moving before you have it secured.
That's exactly what it looked like. She was looking downfield, looking for the space to put the ball up.
I think that's one of the nice things about this kind of an event, right? Is that some of these players, you're getting a little extra pressure, maybe a speed of play that you're not always getting or maybe is used to. And so this gives you the opportunity to work some of those things out and take it with you wherever your club is.
Yeah, and she's been the understudy to Alyssa Cunningham, who has had a great career at Sacred Heart.
About 8 meters out, 7. Now New England's got to get their body line down. They're running a little high, and I think that's hurting them down in this space. Sort of the battle of the shoulders, as they say.
Trying to reform their attack.
And once again, it looks to me that Rocky Mountain is underneath.
Yeah, New England's kind of playing a little bit loose on those, and they've given it up.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They've had a couple of opportunities down deep, and it's just not working out for them.
A little chip over the top.
Well, get another one.
Sailor
here.
Russell's had a great game. Okay, here comes McLaughlin. Takes a couple of players over.
Good clean out
Ball's
there.
available. A little bit flat again, unfortunately.
So the scrum will go the way of the Peaks. And we'll see how this one goes. If this one will be clean or if we'll see a little bit of that resetting. Take a little breather. It is a hot day here in Massachusetts. And you can be sure these players are feeling it as we get into nearing the 60th minute.
Yeah, this has been quite a physical game, even by rugby standards.
And there's the free kick. So this time referee says, no, we're not going to reset it. We're just going to go ahead and give you the quick tap, and away they go. Good hard hit there.
Out there.
Able to deliver it. Gains a few. Nice fast recycle. This runner runs very straight. The 8-man for the Peaks runs very straight and right back into her
She's
hand.
there to take it again.
I mean, that's quality work. Here's the 9 in position. And so they are showing that what the continuity can do. But New England gets the penalty.
Yeah, that's Sailor Russell having a really good game from Long Island University. You can see she knows the space. She's comfortable going into contact and looks for that offload.
Yeah, I mean, so we've certainly seen her do it, in at the collegiate game. And, that knock-on is going to be costly. So New England will retain the ball, even though they did not find touch. Yeah, certainly we've seen her do it. I mean, just game after game, just goes in with, really good vision and space, gets the offload, delivers the offload, gets it back. I mean, the fend. I mean, she's just a very solid player.
And when the Wood sisters are kind of knocking around on your flanks, it's not a bad option to have.
That's right. And so we will once again see the scrum. Jordan set up at first receiver. Not real deep. Ball does come out. There's a flat pass. This is the 13. She's had a nice game.
She has
kind of consistently gaining meters for them. Ball out in the loose a little bit. Let's see what the speed is. This is the winger who came on. Tough hit and into touch. So great job there by the Peaks, number 16
Amanda
in the
Homer.
open. Amanda does a really nice job to make that hit.
Amanda Homer, a high school player, Owley High School. 17 years old, making an impact.
Yeah, well, that was a solid open field hit, and that takes a bit more confidence than a high schooler.
Absolutely.
Well done to pull that in. So that was a little bit of a mishandle, but pulled it in to avoid the knock on. Woods just says, "Yep, let's do it," and gains a few. Now the ball comes out again. Here's the space.
Some lovely ball movement here.
To find that corner. Not able to do it. And again, now they trade open field tackles. So it's now New England's chance to put him into touch. But
Going
there was
back for a penalty.
Yeah, high tackle. So they were playing an advantage there. And we're going to do it again. So the Peaks will have the penalty, and it looks like they're going to try to find touch. And they do. Gain a few, but
it's taking time off the clock.
Yeah, get a chance for their line out as clock shows 63 minutes. And once again, it seems that the clock on the field is sort of the official clock, or darn close to it, because when we hear that horn, it's pretty much last play, or at least it has been all day. We are showing with stoppages around 62 minutes, so not that far off. And any second now, I would imagine the water break will happen again. So here's the line out. Throw comes in. Well done to come up and back your player up there.
It's Lynn with the put in. She drops back into the back line. There goes Homer.
They're looking, they're trying, they're probing. That one works out okay. Drives the legs and just gains a few more. Little flat pass.
That was lovely from
Worked out okay.
Rustler.
That inside ball is nice. They're doing a good job with it, and they're doing a nice job really of baiting the defense. Kind of slowing their feet, pulling that defender in, and then giving the inside ball. Didn't work out, unfortunately, because it was knocked on, but it's worked a couple of times now for them, and we've certainly seen it.
It's really opened up some major holes.
Now, it could be that this game is unique, or it could be that they're blending together, but this feels like about the 8,000th scrum of this game.
There's been a few.
I'm sure that those front rows are also getting quite tired. I'm going to reset. And here's the call. Drive is on. New England able to take it.
Up to the 22.
Oh, referee says, yeah, you did not get out of the space. You got to roll. And so, looks to me like New England will try to find touch. And they do. So they gain a few and the lineouts form. And that would be the water break. So the line out is won by the Peaks, who bring it to close to the 22, and they get back to work.
Conning puts it
Nice
over the
little
top.
kick. Let's see what this bounce looks like. The turf bounce works out. That turned out. Able to retain it. I like the idea of the crossfield kick, right? Loosen him up a little bit, see what
Yeah.
he can do. This player's a bit isolated. Fights hard, though, and does a nice job to keep the ball. There's that flat pass through and the offload. So once again, that sequence is really coming together.
Oh, they
that
tried
time
it
New England
again.
read it.
They broke it up.
New England got a hand on it, and referee says, yeah, you knocked it, but we're going to play the advantage.
Could have been intentional knock, but
Well, you know, part of the tackle.
Exactly.
And such.
yeah.
And drives on for a few more. We'll play off the back. And this, I think, is where things get a little dangerous if you're New England. And that one is in and grounded. So
I think that was Olivia Woods just pounding it home.
Peaks add another 5 to bring it to 36. And now I think the scoreline would suggest that this number 1 seed versus number 4 seed is about what we expected. I mean, in the tier 2 game, the number 1 seed was just absolutely dominant. This game didn't start that way, but now I think the Peaks are really showing why they're the number 1 seed.
Yeah, they really are. Their lines are just very, very crisp, and they're just sucking in players defensively and really creating those spaces. They're playing very, very, very calm in those situations. They're not panicking. They're not trying to just do too much with the ball.
Yep, just get your meters, offload it.
Yeah.
Simple game, this rugby. Simple game.
Are you throwing that out to our high schoolers watching? I've heard you say it a few times.
May have heard that once or 10. That kick makes it through and gains 2 more for the Peaks. Brings it up to 38 with almost 70 gone, 68 and change. They, I don't want to jinx them, but they did not take the water break this half. So must be that the temperatures are getting cooler out there. Of course, here in the air-conditioned booth, we're not quite sure. Doesn't look any cooler.
Nor do we want to find
Yeah,
out.
that's right. I'm okay. That wind continues to blow here in Quincy. And once again, you are watching the U23 All-Stars, part of the Women's High Performance Pathway at USA Rugby.
Deep ball, well taken.
Yeah, really
impressive.
nicely fielded on the run and just goes in with absolute vigor. Covers the ball, leaves the forearms out and says, yep, tackle me high.
I think that was Avonlea Wood on the tackle.
Now the ball is moving again. Nice little footwork into space and the offload. New England trying to get back and get onside so they can reform, but Rocky Mountain moving the ball really quickly. Now the shape is in place. There's that same
Side step
play.
and just offload.
Step, offload. Good work on the ground there to hold the ball. And once again, Woods to Woods. Going to cut to the center. Going to be a tough tackle for anyone playing 15. Now that one, referee says, yeah, you got your hand on that. I think had the arm out, but maybe playing the advantage, or maybe just saying went backward. Hard to tell. Inside the 22. They're looking for the flick. Couldn't pull it off, but they're keeping the ball alive. Back out.
Got the space.
Double tackle. That one, we saw a lot of that in the first half from New England, and now that one looked a little bit more firm. Driving players back, which is really got to win that go forward. And that time, Peaks was able to pull it off. Got a player down in the center of the field. Looks like maybe a calf cramp. Hopefully that's all it is. And
Russell looking for Woods.
yeah, within the 5 meter, quick recycle. That one's going to count.
Yes.
And 14 dots it down. And
Ritter Truxell
brings us to 43. So as we get into the final portion of this game, it really has become a show by Rocky Mountain, and they've really started to dominate with attack after attack. This is 16 is Homer, who we mentioned before, high schooler lining up for the kick, and quite possibly the brightest cleats on the field.
What's the rule? If you're going to wear bright cleats, you better be fast.
Better be fast. That's how it goes. So the kick is lined up. And well done, but not quite there. And so that's going to keep the score at 43. And we've got some stretching at midfield. I think bodies are feeling the effects of the heat. And I am pleased to announce that I'm joined in the booth by a member of the USA 7 squad, the Olympic bronze medal USA 7 squad. Coach, introduce yourself.
Hi, yeah, Emily Bidwell here. Took the red eye out from San Diego last night to be here for day one and of the U23 All-Stars. So really happy to be here and looking forward to seeing how the rest of the day unfolds and then Sunday as well.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you up here with us in the booth. What have you seen so far? Anything good? Anything you're liking? Anything you'd like to see more of?
Well, I think just first of all, I think just structurally having this competition and having teams in the regions creating this, we call it like a decentralized model for talent identification and development. So you've got all of these great people in these different regions that are working on identifying these players, bringing them together to develop them and prepare them for an event like this, and then all the administrative load that takes to getting them here. It's just so good for the women's game, so good for all of these players to be able to experience this, and for us from a high performance department to be able to build relationships with the staffs that are working with all the teams, and then to be able to see all these players in one place is really fantastic. So I'm really excited. Big shout out to Martha Danes, whose vision was this tournament, and the fact that she's able to keep making it happen year after year.
It's a really good point. I mean, we don't talk about that very much of exactly what it takes. We know there are other unions around the world who have a much smaller geographic area. So pulling sort of this all-star decentralized model together, I mean, this is not a small task. You have people coming from all over a large geographic expanse, don't get to train together, don't get to play together often. So that is certainly an important point.
Yeah, and just a big thank you to the MLR and to the Free Jacks as well for supporting this event. This is the second year that we've had it here in Quincy, and for them to be able to provide us this infrastructure to make this tournament feel professional as it should feel, and give the athletes what they need to perform. We're just really grateful for that as well.
That's awesome. So as the clock continues to tick away, we've got 75 or so gone. So getting into the last 5 minutes, and 43-7, the Rocky Mountain Peaks over the New England Independents currently. And the scrum is back on. It's going to be a put by the Independents. Get my New England squads mixed up here. It is stolen at the head, it looks like, and so it's going to come out the back to the Peaks. That looked to be okay, and now off to the races we go. So this is a nice pace. Ball's left on the turf and still okay. So we're still playing here. Nice job by the 11 to get hands on. Don't know. No, it looks to be like it's going to stay the way of the Peaks. And here's Russell once again. She has had a heck of a game. I mean, just churning out the meters from the opening moments and just doing it really all day, just physically pounding forward, constantly running and getting the ball moving. Nice job. Another player who we've seen quite a bit of there, the number 4. Got a new substitution here. 25 is on, playing scrum half. And the Peaks are threatening again. They're maybe 7 to 10 out. And this is one of the woods to the other woods, now within 5 meters. Going to try to get one more. Hard charging run, 2 meters. The double tackle is effective that time. Now the numbers. You see the light blue numbers. Good job there by the Independents to sort of tidy things up. Back the other way to the big bodies. And that one is going to work out. So that's going to add 5 more and bring it to 48. As we close out this sort of tier 1, game 1, we're getting very close to the final minutes here. Coach, any other thoughts? Anything else that that you'd like to mention, or things that shout outs that you'd like to give? It's important.
Well, I think it's just really exciting to see that the different regions and all the different players, because I think for us, like, one of the things we're constantly trying to do is we have the players that we know, and often we find them, really early and young at the U18 level, and then we track them through college. And this U23 age is just so critical because there's still so many women that are coming into the game at the college age, or starting to mature and physically and from a skill and tactical perspective. So having a mechanism to not just see how the players that we've been tracking, through their high school and collegiate career, but also to see the new players that are coming in is really exciting, and really making sure that because in some of those in the tier 2 as well, there's just so many good athletes,
right,
and so many players that could project onto any of the various programs. I mean, it's exciting for us because we have our U20s 15s coach, our U23 15s coach, Katie Orlando, Sione's here from the women's 15s. Obviously they're going into World Cup camp in a couple weeks, and so just making sure that we are, while we are always trying to, make sure our senior teams are performing, we're keeping an eye on the LA Olympics and the home World Cup in 2033.
Yeah, that's absolutely critical. And I mean, Brian and I were talking about it as the games have progressed. We've seen some impressive change in skill. And here goes Russell again after the 2 points were added.
Yeah, I mean, the skill that these guys, the Peaks players, are playing with right now, using that footwork, that close to the line footwork. So they're not playing really deep. They're playing close to the line. They're getting over the defense, but then the connection that they're getting from their support and the way that they're finding those offloads, it's just forcing the defense to have to condense, and then they're finding really good space off of that. So it's really exciting to see. And then also the tempo that they're playing with as well. They're playing fast, they're playing physical, which is really the identity of both 7s, 15s teams.
Yeah, that's a great point. They have really played fast tempo the entire game. I mean, they haven't slowed down one bit. And even when you might expect them to, they're a big squad, physical squad. They seem to be just continuing to move it fast. Quick taps at the penalties, just constantly moving, just keeping you on your heels.
Yeah, and they're just continuing to apply pressure, which is really cool to see.
And once again, front foot rugby catches the ball on the clearance kick, and it looks like it's going to work out again. So that's the number 9.
Lomu.
Lomu, okay.
Last name Lomu.
Yeah, that is a heck of a position.
What's really cool as well, and I don't know how many people would have picked up on this, but we have quite a few players that are playing that were in Brazil with the Falcons 15. So like PK Vance, who is the 15 for the Independents, the Reese sisters, who are on the Peaks, Kayani Leith, who is playing, I think, 13 for, I don't know if she's number 13, but she's positionally playing 13.
Sure.
So there's several players that were in Brazil and then are coming into this. So again, it's just, increasing the level of this competition by having these players play, which is really just bringing everyone else up.
Well, we appreciate you giving PK a shout out because on our rosters,
Yes.
she's listed as name withheld. And we kept saying name withheld 15 is really having a great game. So
Yeah, I think I've coached PK since she was 13 years old. I remember her from when she was really, really little, at those like Sir Evie Atavis camps, like
Yeah.
years ago. But it's cool to see how she's grown, through her time at Harvard, and then now knocking at the door on the senior 15s. So it's really
And so
exciting.
that I think could do it. Homer puts the final 2. There's the final whistle. So the score is going to end 57-7 in favor of the Rocky Mountain Peaks. With 3 of the 4 games in the history books here, we've got the final game coming up. The number 2 and number 3 seeds going to be making their way to the field. We will go ahead and take a break, get a sip of water as the teams clear. Congratulations to the Rocky Mountain Peaks on a very, very strong performance. And thank you, Coach, for being part of it.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's like, because he was like we always have the one person that's like, well, sure. Oh, that's cool. Never charge like all the stuff. And he was just like, it's problems. That was school problems.
So we are back. They got to reset some things and get us back on track here. The next game, the 4th game, is underway. And we've got the Midwest Thunderbirds on the right side of the screen. And on the left side of the screen, we've got team from Central South. So we're going to make some updates on the scoreboard and get things rolling. And right away, it's the Thunderbirds cutting through for a quick 5 points. So that is a pleasing start if you're a Thunderbird. Certainly Midwest coming out strong. And looks to me, can't quite make it out. These white numbers on yellow jerseys, this is like ageism, folks. Come on. There we go. Number 10, lining up for the kick.
Julia Murray, Brown.
Julia Murray at Brown. Rising senior, I believe. Strikes it well and gains the extras. And so, with only a couple of minutes on the clock, we are off and running. So this is the final game of the day, the Tier 1 semifinal between the 2 seed and the 3 seed. And so we'll see how this rolls. The Tier 2 2 seed, 3 seed game was a good one. It was really a battle. So we'll see how that goes. That could be Salome Schmidt who took the kick. I couldn't quite make it out. Did not travel 10. And so the Thunderbirds will elect for the scrum center, it looks like. And so we will see what each squad brings to the scrum.
And there we have Martha Danes with the pads again, hardest working woman in rugby. Some pushing going on by the 9s.
Yeah, a little bit of that 9 battle.
Love it.
Nice pick from the 8 and just going to try to slice through. Thought about the offload, didn't quite get it off. And now the try scorer picks the ball up and now swings the ball out.
That's number
penalty for not rolling. And so there is the quick tap. Big solid hit. And now the ball comes out again. A little bit of a mess there in the contact. Arm went out. Looks like we're playing penalty advantage. Offsides or, yeah, that's what I'm guessing.
Ariel Nusa Fatso, who we remember from the EGRL Selects versus Thunderbirds in Florida earlier.
Oh, those pesky Thunderbirds.
Yes.
Shout out to our friend Garrett Fisher from the Thunderbirds. We are planning some good stuff for the U18 level. We're expecting good things, but it's nice to see some of these U23s, sort of alumni of the various programs. Nice to see them out there. Still effective, still strong, making things happen. So another scrum. This time we'll once again go to the T-Birds.
Taylor Sadek, Dartmouth, ready to put it in. And we have a bit of a collapse. Going to have a penalty on Thunderbirds.
So referee signals that the Thunderbirds brought it to the ground, and so that collapse was enough to create a penalty. And now we will see the team from the South try to find touch.
Probably one of the most difficult things for a referee to see, unless you're a former prop, is who's collapsing the scrum.
Yeah. One of the cues that I've seen, and again, I we call it the dark arts for a reason, but one of the cues that I've seen is the elbow position. Almost always it's kind of like, if you're seeing that elbow's pointing down, you're in some trouble. You're going to usually lose that call. Not always. And so the team from the South in white will throw it in. And it's up and in, taken from the top and now brought right out into the backs.
Some good go forward by Gabby Apaya.
Yeah, that's gaining some meters. Good hard fight in the contact area. This looks to be digging it out, and now it's out. Looking for some space. Oh, nice jump by the Thunderbirds, but not able to pull it off. And into touch they go.
That was Glover screaming down the sideline. Well tackled by her counterpart, Maya Blocker.
So right at the 50, there'll be a line out to the Thunderbirds. It's up and nicely done. Good take. Now, I can't quite tell, but it looks to me like maybe the Thunderbirds have the size advantage. They certainly, it's hard for me to tell from this angle, but they seem to be running with some power and looking to, churn after contact, meters after contact. And they get the penalty this time for not rolling. The quick tap is on. The referee says, you were not 10. And so we're going to have a conversation here.
That was number 7, Lily Stoll, with the quick tap.
And so referee says, yeah, let's have a little conversation with the South. Possibly repeated infringement. Captain comes over to just sort of talk. And as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, many times, in these games, it can get intense and it can happen fast. So referees like to keep control early and just sort of calm the teams down and say, listen, you got to get out of the space, let them play. And this will be Murray looking to kick to the corner. Does so. And AR signals at about the 18-meter line. And so Midwest will be back on the attack. So 7 minutes down, and the line out has formed. South looks like they're ready to defend against the front jumper. Referee says we're going to have to stop the game for a second. We need a ball. That one was kicked way out, and now we're ready to go. Midwest shows second jumper, but comes back up to the front and is able to take it, but referee says, yeah, that one was not straight. That was outside ear, and so we're going to need to bring that one back. South will make a decision, and their decision is to scrum it down.
Some good pressure early by the Thunderbirds. South is bending but not breaking, but definitely the Thunderbirds are starting to control a little bit of the possession. That wind still whipping.
Yeah, and warm, right? I mean, hot and blowing hard. It's sort of like
Santa Ana winds.
like a furnace. Great for rugby or making ceramics. South takes the ball, the 8 pick, although it'll appear to be wearing the 7 jersey. And now, scrum half looks, tries to find a player in the pocket. Oh, that 13, I think, may get one. That was the second one that was very, very close. Reads the ball well and is just flying up.
That's Magruder.
You got to wonder if she'll get one. Now the ball is out. Oh, unfortunately, that pass was mishandled a little bit out in front and low, and so that's going to result in a knock-on. Now, Thunderbirds have to feel real good about this particular spot on the field to have a scrum, and we'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, good opportunity inside the 22, fast back line.
Yep. So Murray brings the backs to the right, although not all of them, so we could see the 8 pick, maybe to the weak side. Be a good opportunity to do it here. And 8 looking. And, oh, well done by South to drive it back. They should be very, very pleased with that. And so they will get the scrum back.
That was a pivotal moment.
Yeah, I mean I mean we're sort of seeing it here. Oh no, actually it looks like they're gonna redo it. Wow. Okay. Yeah, the 8 was looking to pick all the way, and you can kind of see Murray where she's lined up. You might expect a little weak side movement here.
It's surprising that they got the put in again, because you know, South had driven them off the ball.
Yeah, I agree. I really thought, and there it is. There's the weak side pick. Here comes Murray. Looks to bring the 15 on in space. And South had their hands on the ball and is able to come up with it. So that's the opposing 15 who gets the hands on the ball. Not quite sure. That player looks like a player from Charlotte, but I'm not quite sure. Or Queens of Charlotte. Good hard work here by the South.
Paya.
Gaining a few. Midwest fighting hard over the ball.
That's Andred just punching it forward. They're a little bit flat on their back line so far.
Yeah, it's a nice little kick through. I mean, it's a good idea, but I agree. They're not taking the ball moving. They're really kind of taking it flat, and that's unfortunately giving Midwest a chance to really tee up. Murray does a little bit of work on her own. Always good to see the fly half drop the shoulder. But unfortunately, for her, South gets their hands on a ball. And so the 12, who I believe is the captain for the South team, is going to kick for touch.
Maddie Hughes of Charlotte.
Decides to tap and go instead. And now they get a little forward themselves. Good hard hit. Good meters after contact. Oh, a little disorganized back there, unfortunately. And now they're back to work. Now the ball comes out. This is the prop, number 1. Stay on the feet, continues to churn.
Dylan.
He's had a good game. I mean, already really has gained a couple of critical runs here.
It's been impactful. Just trying to work their way up past the halfway. Ball's available.
Hughes
Nice
tries the
chip
little chip
through.
again. And able to make it happen. So, yeah, not a surprise. I mean, Hughes, well-known, good kicker. Midwest now takes the ball back and gets back to work.
We really haven't seen a ton of kicking so far today, so
yeah,
it's a little bit of a change of pace.
Well, right on cue. Murray heard you, sent it back, and this one might work out. Torres Brown, it looks like, who we may have called in the last game, but
yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Sorry about that.
Midwest kid out there. So there she is. It's penalized, I think, for either jumping over or playing it on the ground. Couldn't quite see. But once again, it's going to be Hughes with ball in hand, who's going to try to gain some meters and some territory on the penalty. Does so. Nice kick. Finds touch. And the AR signals a modest gain, but they'll retain the ball, which, of course, is the most important thing. So 14 minutes gone. Scoreline is 7-0 in favor of the Thunderbirds in the green and gold.
It was a quick punch try right off the bat, but it seems that South have settled in a little bit now and starting to make some gains.
Throw, unfortunately, does not go their way. Knocked forward, but we're going to play the advantage. In the line out was knocked forward. Nice little box kick over the top by the 9. Finds the green and then bounce out. So that's a really nice territory gain. Saw that no one was home there and just put a little one over the top.
So tactically, we're getting a different look in this game so far.
Yeah, multiple kicks from both teams, really.
So it's going to dictate the backs now having to do something different rather than playing up so high. You're going to have to drop somebody back.
Yeah, we really haven't seen the territory game much. You know, we've really just seen a lot of fast pounding forward, and now they trade it the other way. So this time, South wins the line out. Ball's a little bit sloppy, but went backward. Now South looking. Couple of meters gain. Does a nice job to stay on the feet. Sealed.
Gabby Apaya of Quinnipiac University.
Looks like Schmidt dealing. Again, trying that little flat pass and the take at pace. Gains a few. Hughes calling for some support. Stacked up the ruck, and that's why. Gains a few. Now the ball comes out. This player
that's a
is
break.
low center of gravity and making it work. Well done. A little isolated here. Good job to keep the ball. Now they've got some numbers. Can they attack the edge? Trying, but taken into touch. So good defense by the Thunderbirds, able to keep them from that edge, but not before South gains quite a bit of territory. So just outside the 22-meter, it'll be the Thunderbirds with the throw-in.
Yeah, nice run by Lauren Anderson, Southern Nazarene University. Got about 20 meters on that run.
They call in for another number. The 8 joins the line. And the throw is up. The wind just sort of takes that right into South's hands. And they are quite happy to have it. Just over the 22 line once again. This is the 8 for South, who is really gaining meters. And here, as you mentioned, is a player from Quinnipiac who had really a very strong year in the fall, so it doesn't surprise me that she's out there doing it again. Driving on, South knocking at the door. Gonna have to get low here. This is
That's way too high.
They've got their hands on the ball. Can you get it to the deck? Gonna have to get much lower if they want to punch and go. And referee says no. Knocked forward in the contact, and so Midwest will get a chance to relieve a little pressure.
Good phase, good series of phases there from South. Starting to find a little bit of a groove. Unfortunately, knocked it on right on the try line, but starting to put some progressions together.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the way this game started, I think they probably, sort of like took a little bit of a gasp there, but then they've kind of settled in and now they're making some things happen, and now they're in a really good position to put some pressure on Midwest.
And they've had a good scrum so far, so, you could see them winning one against the head.
Yeah, or driving over the ball just like that.
Yep.
So this time, a little bit
good
of a
hands by Murray.
Yeah, a little bit of an errant pass. Murray takes it back into the contact, and now we'll see if they can clear it out.
Just a bit of a punch forward.
Now the scrum half for Midwest showed the box kick before. Wouldn't surprise me if it was coming again soon, but not with that shape. This is Torres Brown doing what she does, gaining meters after contact.
You love to see the work on the ground too to get into a good body position.
That's a nice offload. Good scraping tackle. Lost it, went forward, and that's going to be a knock on that goes to South. So good work by both squads. I mean, the 4 from Midwest was able to take the ball and just continue to find some space, but really, really good pursuit by the defense from the South, and able to win that ball via knock-on. So once again, if you're joining us or have been with us all day, this is the U23 All-Star Tournament here in Quincy, Massachusetts, home of the New England Free Jacks, part of the USA Rugby High Performance Pathway. My name is Mike Eisenhart, and this is Brian Ahern to my right, who have been calling these games. It's been our pleasure to be a part of this today, and this is the final game, the Tier 1 2 versus 3 matchup. South looking nicely done, way to keep the handle there, has some room. If they can seal this ball. Now, this player from Midwest is on the wrong side of the ball, but is able to get out. Referee says you're okay there.
Good hands by Jay Stone to keep that alive. Heading back into contact.
Now the ball's out a little bit. Hughes looking. Going to drive. There's the offload. Schmidt within meters of the try line. Really looked like Midwest had their hands on the ball, and referee does signal a penalty. So Midwest able to, oh, wait a minute, did not release the tackle. Referee switched the hands position. So I think if you're South, you're very happy to see that switch. Just an errant call. Hand went the wrong way, and it's a hot day out there for the refs too. Schmidt brings it out, looks for Hughes, little show and go, and may have gotten it in. Looks real close. Wow, right on the line. I think if I was South, I'd be looking for that. Go ahead and get those 5 points. Looking for that hard line inside, and that's exactly what they find.
Eileen
So,
Andrade, Chicago Tempest, getting the punch in. So some good
Wait.
work, some good continuity, and really nice job.
so Hughes will line up the kick, and not right in front of the post, but not too far. Wind in her favor. 22 minutes gone, 7-5 in favor of the Midwest. But this could be the equalizer.
Taking her time, using all of the clock.
It's a good strike, and the flags are up. So we've got ourselves a tie game. And again, just what you might expect. All right, and so we've got ourselves the equalizer, 7-7, 23 minutes gone. Midwest will restart, and the team from the South will receive. It's a clean take by the 13, who drives forward, gains a couple. A bit of an errant pass. That's the signs of a team that doesn't get to practice very often. A little miscue.
And it is super windy out there. Nice run by Hughes. Gets the ball out into space.
Still running.
Nice run by Jay Stone. Up to the halfway.
He's had a couple of nice runs at this point.
Yeah. Done some good work to keep the ball alive on those drives.
Oh, referee says, yeah, that one's going to be a penalty for the palm facing down. Now, this is 15s and not 7s, and so that's not going to be played as a card very often, but it's still a penalty, and so Hughes will try to find touch.
I'm glad you mentioned that because that was going to be my next question.
That's a nice kick, and that one gained some territory. AR looking and puts the flag up, so they got to be happy about that one. That's a good strike. Now they're starting to use that wind a little bit to their advantage. And I would think that that this series, if they can just stay patient, could be a good one.
As we have seen so far, those lineouts have been a little tricky today. You really need to be a strong thrower.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them blowing in every direction. It's wild, even though the wind looks like it's going across from our left to right, and there it goes. Nice job in the tackle there, but not before they lost the ball. And so, whoop, there it is, handled, and Murray's going to look to clear it. Behind the 22, it is fielded cleanly. Now, what will they choose to do? Referee says, nah, you are offside. It is becoming increasingly difficult to be on the right side with the kick. By intention. World Rugby laws are really, really making it hard. If you are in front of the kicker, you must retreat. You cannot just even stand still, as was the case for so long. So South selects will get the ball. They have elected to scrum, and right at the 22-meter line.
We have the 15 hiding behind the 13.
Yes, I mean, like literally hiding. That's an interesting idea there. And use a little step into contact. Mishandled. The referee says, yep, that one went forward. So unfortunate for South. Again, just may slow it down there. You know, just take a second, things are working for you.
Yeah, you don't have to do it all on one series. You know, just work through the gears and march the ball down the field. You'll have your opportunities.
So Midwest will get the put in. And I would imagine they're in front of the 22, so they won't be kicking it directly out. But I would imagine they'll be looking to clear some space. The 8-man decides to take and makes it happen. Gains quite a few. Good job by South pursuing. That was really good work to not allow the offload from the ground.
Oh, and Thunderbirds maintain possession.
Now the ball comes out.
Moving the ball well
Phase
now.
after phase now. Yeah, now it's starting to go. Little challenge at the ruck, but it's well sealed. This is the try scorer. Nice job again with the show and go and the play off the deck, and it's going to work out again. So steps and the offload, but that one may have traveled forward. Yeah, it looks to be, that was close. It was a nice series, but it traveled forward on the way, and so it's going to be going back to the South selects.
Some exciting rugby in this one.
Yeah, I mean, sort of waited all day, but we're at 7-7, almost 30 minutes in. So, we've got a really even match. So there is the scrum. It is hooked, and Schmidt deals, brings it out. Hughes again to the foot. Not the best bounce. They're not going to, and may have been tipped even. Yeah. So, well, I guess it wouldn't have mattered. But yeah, so travels out of bounds and gained some territory. Unfortunately, that one bounced backward. Not exactly what they were hoping for. And
it's one of those turf bounces.
Yeah. It bounce of the rugby ball, as they say. Well, on the turf, it's magnified. So the line out will go to Midwest. And they're going to get ready to throw this thing in and see if they can mount an offense. Here comes the attack. Got the pod set up. Look at that ball float. Referee says, yeah, that one, unfortunately, not straight. That was the wind like we have not seen it. Good to see. And so the ball comes across, floats back toward the Midwest by about maybe 3 to 5 meters, and referee says, yeah, unfortunately, it's got to be straight.
I think you're being kind on the 3 to 5.
And the South says, yeah, we'll take it. We'll take the scrum down and we'll do it again. And so there they are. It's hooked nicely. The South is doing quite a nice job in the scrum. They're really driving them backward. There's the wraparound, looking for the corner. They've got some 2-on-1. Can they deliver the final pass? Unfortunately, off the fingers. So that actually was moving, I think, as intended, right? Just like you'd like to see. Bring the wraparound pass, try to get it out in the corner, get that 2-on-1. Just a little aggressive with the pass, and otherwise that winger was really feeling like they could have made a move.
What was really nice about that series is everybody maintained their line. They weren't eating up the space going sideways. Like you had the 15 come right in, Jay Stone, and she maintained her line like a center.
So the throw is up. That one is okay, comes out, and Midwest is back to work. Unfortunately, that one appeared like it was lost forward, and it was.
And then unfortunately it was a double knock, so we'll go back for the first knock.
So you can see some frustration on the faces of the players. I think this is the kind of stuff that drives you nuts if you're in the pack. You're just scrum, line out, just back and forth. And it's tiring work on a 85 or 90 degree day.
With a 60-mile-an-hour gust.
Referee says, let's restart it. Not satisfied with the positioning of the front row. And there we see the break foot out.
It looks like Murray has gone off.
I did not see that. That's good observation by you.
We'll try and figure out who's in at 10 now, once we get a number.
So referee going to have a conversation with both pack captains here and say, look, like this is not working out. We've got to get this thing cleaned up. And both number 8s or players in the number 8 position nod and say, okay, we'll get back to it. So here's the call. Good firm. That time Midwest drives on. Ball comes out. It's flicked out to the 10. There's that wraparound again, trying to test that edge, and this time it might work. There it is. We've got the space. South drives, works hard to keep the ball in. Looks like it's still in. And now barreling forward is Hughes.
Very nice line by Hughes. Came on at full speed.
There's the latch and drive. Referee says that is a penalty, and we're going to have a conversation, I think. No, just a penalty. It's above the sternum, and so high. Ball is back in play. Swings out to the 10. Gaining more after contact. Regathers, goes again. Now with inside the 5. South is knocking on the door, threatening. What an offload from the deck. Nicely done. But it looks like it was stripped. And now the Thunderbirds wind up with it. Like 2 sparring partners back and forth. Referee says, but the penalty is on for not releasing. The quick tap attempt. And now the clock is going to be stopped. We're going to see what happens here. Did she call the try?
She did. Oh, no.
No. I think she's going to her pocket. Looks to me like it's going to be the yellow.
Yeah.
Did not get back, did not retreat, made the tackle, and
trying to see who got the yellow.
And there it is. Yeah, I think maybe that's the number 8.
It is the number 8, yeah.
And so Thunderbirds will be down a player for 10 minutes. So now the plot thickens. 4 meters out, South drives in low body position, not able to pull it off, but only a meter or 2 out.
Driven back by Torres Brown.
Oh, the ball looked to be lost. On the way in, the knock on. Wow. This is really getting tense. They're close. They're knocking at the door. The knock on is going to bring the ball back out. And we're going to have a 5-meter scrum. Now, I mean, to me, if I'm South, I got to be looking for the player wearing the number 8 jersey.
Absolutely.
Solid, hard runner, low center of gravity, you know?
Yeah.
I'm surprised we haven't seen her yet. Big push.
All the
ball
way
comes out choppy. Way to recover. Regathers and goes again. Moves the pile a little. Now the recycle. That looked high to me, and referee agrees, and I wonder if we'll see another card. That one was a fairly firm high tackle.
Yeah, the player whipped back. It's never a good thing.
Referee says just a penalty, but Thunderbirds will elect to the scrum, which is an interesting idea. They're down a player, sort of deep in their own territory. So we'll see if they pull somebody into the scrum. I mean, the South Selects have had a really very firm push the entire time.
So if they don't pull in an 8, do South have to drop a player out of the scrum?
That's a good question, and I'm not 100% sure of it. I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I think that if you have a player missing, you can choose to pull someone in, but you don't have to, and the other team does not have to be even numbers.
You would think that would make it a little bit unsafe just because of the extra kgs that you would have.
Yeah, and I think that's why most of the time they will, tell you pull a player in. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to go back and look at the laws on that one. That's it's a fairly specialized scenario. But if you are Midwest, you're taking your time forming this scrum, letting every second of that card click away in this 7-7 battle coming near the end of the first half. The 8 picks. Nicely done. A good take, and they're going to make this count. Really good run. Oh, this could work out. That's the 20, who is working hard to get to the corner. A little isolated. Fullback has hands on the ball. Referee says was able to get the penalty. So really good job by the fullback.
That was Morgan Link, who's stepped in for Murray at 10 with the break.
Then that should not surprise us. Link, another youthful player, playing at a very high level. I believe has been playing, was a high school player, maybe just graduated high school.
Yeah, she's listed as University of Northern Iowa.
Okay.
So probably a freshman.
Oh, I'm thinking of someone else then. Okay, that's my mistake. That is Northern Iowa and very, very fast. I do remember seeing her play. So South able to get the ball into touch on the penalty, and they will now have the line out. So really only one person to beat, and great job there. Was all by herself. Great job there by the 15 to get hands on the ball. Nice take by South. Now the ball comes out. Not handled well. Again, this is the player I mentioned, number 8, just hard to bring down, just continues to churn.
Schmidt.
Oh, that could be a knock on. Yeah, it looks like it. And Midwest is in very, very good attacking position.
Yeah, not the area of the field you really want to make an error like that, unfortunately.
So we'll see. I mean, South has done a really nice job of sort of stalling and stifling in this part of the field, but this is rough going if you're them. If you're Midwest, you're thinking, let's go ahead and free up this back line a little bit. Let's see if we can get that speed cooking again.
Well, yeah, and then you're cooking the minutes off the yellow card as well.
Yes. Here's the pick and the look into the corner, about 7 meters out. Referee says that is a high tackle, and so Midwest will get another shot at it. The quick tap. And that one is in for the try.
Try scored by number 7, Lily Stowe.
Who scored the first try, right? That's
yes.
So that's the second one. And sort of like all I do is score tries.
That's why they bring me here. I pick things up, I put them down.
So this is no easy kick. Looks to be, I don't know, what would we call that? Like between, it just got harder. Now out by the 5 meters. So that's going to be a strike to pull this one off.
Yeah, the wind is kind of blowing across that corner quite strong. Your best bet's a low line drive if you can. And just pushes it across the face of the goal.
And that is the sound of the horn. And so we are there as far as the first half goes. 12-7 in the closing minutes of the first half. Thunderbirds take the lead back. Really after a very even battle. They scored first. They came right out and scored, and then spent the rest of the half trading punches with South Select. South got on the board, got their 7, so kick as well, and really did quite well. Had a couple opportunities. So here we are, 12-7 at halftime.
How many minutes do we have left on the yellow?
I did not see when it went on officially, but I would think about less than half. I mean, I feel like they've killed at least 5, but we shall see. And so, for those of you at home, we'll take a little break. Hope you're enjoying the feed. Our many, many thanks to USA Rugby for having us here and for the New England Free Jacks for hosting. We are a team from the Elite Girls Rugby League. Happy to be part of this this great day, this warm, great day, here in the fourth game of 4 semifinals between the Midwest Thunderbirds and the South Selects. Tier 1, Game 2, 2 versus 3, 12-7 at the half. We're going to leave it there. We'll be back in 10 after halftime. All right, welcome back. We are about to enter the second half of the last game of the day. So it's been the semifinals. This is the tier 1, 2, and 3 seed. Locked in a great battle, 12-7. Midwest put the try on just at the end of the first half to make it 12. And they're going to kick, our South is going to kick off to them. They're going to receive the ball. And it looks like we're just about ready to get underway.
Yeah, this has been a pretty evenly matched contest so far. It's been a different kind of a flavor than we've seen so far today, because they've been a lot more kicking, a lot more kind of territorial possession.
So Hughes drives it. Again, just to keep anybody joining on point here, Midwest is still down with a card for at least a few more minutes. Although we should count because I can't see the official sin bin. It looks like maybe the first player there. But they should be. They should still have about maybe 5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes on the card. But that doesn't matter when you send somebody through breaking tackles. That tackle looked to be quite high.
Yes.
Referee maybe did not see it. I didn't see the hand go out.
She did kind of release, so I think that might have been the mitigator.
Little mitigating factor. Can't argue with that. Also looked a little bit high, but dropped down. Yeah, this time the arm is out. And so Midwest just churning through. This is Torres Brown driving on, just continues to churn the legs.
Cannot tackle her high.
Yeah, such leg power. I mean, it really just works out. You know, it's this time they won the ball, but okay.
Kind of looked like she was off her feet, but it was on this side of the ruck, so.
So referee must have felt that the initial penalty, the advantage was gained. And so now it's going to be back with South Selects, who's going to try to find touch. So Hughes drives one very high, but does not make it on the first attempt. Link dives over it, secures it for Midwest, and back to work they go. Here's the try scorer. Running out of room here on the side. They decide to bring it back the other way. Some meters gained. Good hard work on the ball.
Diavalar. Starting to create some space here.
Yeah. You can see it forming. They're really working to go from edge to edge. And oh, but the ball is stolen by the 11. And now South Selects will get back to work. So this is really about what we saw in the first half. It's just sort of like they're trading it back and forth, just hammering. That also looked high. The arm is out. And we've got an advantage being played. So we'll see what decisions they make. Good hard stick there by Torres Brown. It's going to come back for the high tackle.
Yeah, that easily could have been a card as well. There was no maliciousness in it, but it was so high.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we've seen now in this game, maybe more than others. It seems like the tackle height is probably a little higher than we'd like to see. And of course, as we say that, Midwest is serving a yellow, and I do see the player in the sin bin there. So with one of the referees, and ball makes its way all the way to the far seats. And so they will set up the lineout.
Again, that wind is whipping, so every line out has been an adventure. They're really far apart.
Yeah. No walk up there either. Very strange. I guess they're using the full channel. Smart move. I mean, that allows you to throw it a little bit more and play the wind. That one off the hands, and so knock on goes to Midwest. And it looks to me like maybe we're back to full strength here. Gonna have to recount that again, but
yeah, no, we are. It was the number 8 that was off.
Okay.
So she's back at home.
And we're back to talking with the front rows about settling things and getting some positional bits taken care of. Looks like Taylor Sadek from Midwest and from Dartmouth will put the ball in. Calling for the 8-9. And here it is. 12 through the space. Good job by Schmidt to make the tackle. This is Link. Speedster looks for something, can't make it happen. Midwest continues to dive on the ball and make it out. Oh, no, the flag goes back down. It was very close to being in touch, but did not get there. Midwest drives on. There's the latch. The wing is
tie
a little bit of a
again.
collar tie there. Yep, sort of a. Yep, that's going to be high. And
At some point, there's going to have to be a
and
conversation.
here is the hat trick for number 7. Do we have a name on number 7?
We do. We do. It's Lily Stowe, Aquinas College. in Chicago,
Congratulations, Lily, who scores another. All 3 tries for Lily, number 7, by the Thunderbirds.
Something to be said for being at the right place, the right time.
Yeah, listen, follow the ball, right? I mean, be around the ball. So,
And be pretty good at the same time.
yeah, that doesn't hurt
Yeah.
either. Be around the ball and be a hell of a run. So number 12 lines up for the kick. That is
Newsom
Ariel.
Fonso, we had the pleasure of seeing in Florida earlier in the season at the high school level.
Here's the strike. It's a good solid strike. It's online and it is good. So that's going to add another 2 to the score line, an important 2, because that now puts it at 12.
That was a really nice kick. Curved it in, used the wind. Perfect.
So 19-7. That's going to feel a little bit more comfortable if you're Midwest, and a little bit more stressful if you're from the South Selects. Plenty of time. I mean, we're talking about an 80-minute game. This is 15, so plenty of time with only about 47, 48 in the books.
What would your strategy be if you're the Midwest Thunderbirds with that wind behind you?
I mean, to me, I'd still like to see the territorial game. I haven't seen a ton of it today, but they also have really good continuity. Nice take there by South, able to get the ball back.
That was a really nice kick by Hughes, very high, just
Yeah,
put it up there.
Again, just smart play, right? Put it up as high as you can, let the wind do its thing. It makes it a very hard field.
Yeah, when you're trying to catch that, you hear the footsteps coming all around you.
I think if you're South, you got to be urgent here. Not panicky, but urgent. That's another knock on, which stops the game. Offsides, referee says. So some decisions to be made. Hughes looks to call the shot. This is not an easy kick in the face of the wind.
That's going to be a huge kick. Hopefully they have some runners chasing this up, because if it gets caught in the wind, it could be potentially a nice little kind of hang up right in front of the posts.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, the way the wind is blowing. Now, I mean, we've seen her kick many times in the past, and she has a great leg. So it wouldn't shock me if she's able to get this online. But you make a great point. I mean, this is not your average everyday conditions. These are really strong winds that are effectively right in the face of the kicker. If the wind is a factor, we would expect it to sort of push off to the right post a little bit and just kind of die in front of that bar.
We're not seeing any chasers here.
It's a great strike. It is good.
But that was very, very
Just
good.
makes it over and does a nice job doing it. So adds 3 and gets the ball back, which turns out, I mean, it's a gamble, but turns out real well because now the ball comes back and they are in really, really good position to put another attack together. At only 9 points down. Got a substitution. Looks like the number 10 is made her way to the sideline and did not quite see who came on.
I know Rebecca Dooley, number 18, is on now from the WER.
There's the restart. Finds some green. Hop works out okay. And the South is back on the attack, but into touch. So good job by Midwest to push them into touch. And unfortunately, it looks like we've got a player who might be dealing with a twisted ankle on the far end. So referee will likely stop the clock here while this player gets some attention. And looks like it. So while the teams sort of gather and take a second, and this player gets some attention, looks to be back on her feet, so that's good. Clock is back on, and the line out is ready to form. 50 minutes gone in this Tier 1 semifinal matchup.
Again, the lineouts have been a bit of a mystery.
That one comes across. It's taken nicely into the space, and they are just outside the 22. Tough ball, knocked on, and that one is going to be, goes into the favor of the South Selects. So they're sort of in a good spot here if they can get some clean ball, and they as well substitute on.
That's the kind of thing where you end up seeing somebody getting hurt when the ball's just kind of floating just outside your hands and you're trying to reach for it.
Yeah, some flanker peeling off at full speed, just trying to knock your head off your shoulders. It happens. And referee says free kick. We've had this conversation too many times. It's just not getting good enough, so we're going to go ahead and award the free kick.
You tap and go.
She taps. South over the ball, but not before. Ooh, I thought she had it there. That was good. Nice low tackle there. Still looking.
It's number 4, Moore. Sorry, it's Mangiari.
Right now, the defense from Midwest is doing a nice job of stopping these pods. And so now the backs are going to get the ball. There's that flat pass. And into touch they go. So again, good defense by Midwest. Stifles the South attack. And they will have the line out at about 40 meters out.
Looks like the 15 lost the contact. It's going to play without it.
And referee pauses the game. And now, good to go. So here comes the throw. Thunderbirds are in with the ball, and it's fielded nicely by the final jumper. Out comes the 9. And now, Link drives on and gains a few. Good clean out work there by Thunderbirds. Quick recycle into the space. Now they're looking, gaining some meters.
Nice continuity starting to spring up.
Hard shoulder there. Absolutely does exactly what she hopes to do there. Gains 10, 12, and just continues to churn. Now the ball out to the left side of the field. Paced by the 13, but loses it forward in the contact, and that's going to be a knock-on that goes to South. Advantage being played. And the box kick over the top. Nicely done. Into the space. That one may be kick away your advantage. We'll see. And, that's unfortunate. So mishandled. And referee says, yep, you kicked away your advantage. That's a knock on. And now that's going to go to Midwest for the scrum.
Yeah, unfortunately, D'Avalar was looking downfield for a big run and took her eyes off the ball.
So the scrum forms, and Midwest looks to put it in. They're heavily stacked on the left. Be interesting to see if they want to try to get a 8-man pick here and isolate this winger out here on the right. Seems a little aggressive. They don't have much support.
They're doing
There
it.
it is. The 8-man tries and makes it happen so far. This is the 23, the substitute 8-man. South tries to get hands on ball, but isn't able to. Good low body position. Now the ball comes out. Midwest starting to use their size and really churn forward.
It's number 18, Rebecca Dooley.
Now the ball comes out. Little skip. Oh, look at the space. Slashing run, and it's going to count right there. Well done. Just saw the shoulders. Were turned, able to make it happen, slide through. That's the number 12, adding 5 to the Midwest scoreline, bringing it up to 24-10 with a kick right in front of the posts. Congratulations.
Good work there by Nusa Fatso.
And, not going to take her own kick. Was happy with that last kick and hands the ball off to the 14, which I have down as Shannon from Wheeling, but I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that name. Whippage?
Sounds good to me.
Shannon, apologies if I have absolutely fractured your name. The kick in front of the posts at the 56th minute is up, and it is good. So that's going to add another 2, bringing the score to 26. And the Midwest has put some distance now. South is going to have to really, really do something here on this opening kick to get the ball back, try to secure it, and see if they can make something happen.
Yeah, they're going to need a quick score to get them back in this one. Still plenty of time left, but...
Yeah, but I think that in this space in the game, and again, I think there's, it's a game of momentum. It's a game of energy.
Yeah.
And this is a time now after you've done all that work, you've been really working hard, you close the gap a little bit, you have the big kick, and then they come back and they score. That can take the wind out of your sails. So a momentum changer would be good. And certainly Coach Lisa Jackson on the far end for South Selects, that is a high energy coach, so it would not surprise me if she's got something brewing. That is a fantastic kick. Bounces in before it bounces out. So that should be a line out to Midwest. Some substitutions coming on, but it's a good place if they can get up and maybe steal this line out.
Yeah, it's you're just outside the 22. You've got a strong line out core. You've got some real big weapons in your back line.
And the wind is blowing toward you, so this line out should work out for you.
Yeah, just
good take there by the 7.
That's
off the foot, and there's the fielding. Well done. That's the 8. Takes the ball in, just grabs it off the foot, and now South is in a position to attack. Going to have to really get into some low body position here if they're going to take it into the contact. I think Midwest has done a really nice job in the tackle, and once again just drives them back.
just running a little sideways.
It's good work by the winger. Oh, unfortunately, that one was off the hands, and that's going to be a knock on. That's frustrating, I'm sure, because they had some momentum there. They were trying to get things rolling. .58 says the clock on the scoreboard, which is about what we have as well. This time we've just let the clock run. We've learned from earlier in the day that even though the referees are signaling clock stoppage, it seems like the game clock continues to run. So for those at home who may be wondering about that, that is the answer. And
so what you're saying is we can learn new things even after...
Yes, that's after 5 games of testing, or, well, I guess it's really 4 games. 3 games of testing. We're in the 4th. Good pressure there by South Selects. They get the ball out. There's the offload they're looking for. And one more. Now the question is, very nicely done, able to get that off without going out of bounds. So the recycle is available. Oh, that's a nice idea. Saw that there was nobody standing there. That's
Taylor Sadek.
Static from Dartmouth. Sneaky little play. South does a nice job to bring it back. I mean, they fielded it well, but then Midwest wins the ball back. Got a couple of players down, look to be injured. Midwest continues to churn, continues to drive. One more pass into the corner, and this one is going to be a foot race, which looks like it's going to go to the winger from Midwest, who dots another one down. That is the player wearing 11 for Midwest. The try scorer.
Maya Blocker.
Maya Blocker. Well done. Is it Maya or Mia? Looks like Mia to me, but not quite sure.
I feel like we saw her in Florida at the selects. Maybe not this year, but last year.
Very possible.
For the Thunderbirds as well.
Yeah, very possible. So that could have been the nail in the coffin of the South team. 31-10. This game is getting a little out of reach.
Yeah, that was good work by the Thunderbirds. Just nice offload at the end to free Blocker.
Shannon from Wheeling lines up again. Referee keeping a close eye on the watch to make sure that the kick is taken in a timely manner. It's up, and it is through. And so, 2 more points to the board, bringing it up to 33.
And it puts the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a tricky spot to come back from. I mean, that is that deficit is growing. You've been out there now for 60+ minutes. Team is hot and tired. The energy seems a little lower than they had it, and it's like they get 3 or 4 things to go their way, but then it kind of quickly turns. So this is a tricky spot to be in, but certainly we've seen many of these players on various teams. They are a no-quit kind of a team, so it wouldn't shock me if they get back in there and put some points on the board. Ball is up. Another nice kick. Tough field, and that looks to be knocked on, and that's exactly what we're looking for. There it is. The quick take. Again, just churning forward, gaining meters. And the penalty.
Annalise Richardson.
So the penalty for diving over after the kick and knock on. And now we're going to see, looks to be a kick to the corner, possibly for touch. So Hughes says, maybe not. Maybe going to line up the pods. And there it is, the tap, and now out to the prop, who looks, takes the first hit and drives on, gains a few more. Well done. Now the ball comes out.
It's just a bit flat.
Yeah,
everything is.
And Midwest is really pursuing with good aggression here in the defense. Going to have to dig that thing out. And she does. And the flag is up. So unfortunately for the winger, she's just knocked into touch. And that's going to put the line out to Midwest.
It's Glover on the wing. Dancing up along the edge, just didn't have enough room.
With about 16 and change, 16 and maybe a half to play.
South is really going to have to start running onto the ball if they're on the attack.
Yeah, that one was
just
not
a little
straight.
flat.
So referee signals that that was not straight. South makes some decisions. And they elect to scrum down. Yeah, I agree. I think that that's the Midwest defense is really coming up and pressing. And so that pressure is certainly harder to take if you're not moving at speed as well. And, you know, that's any number of things. Could be just the fact that they don't play very often together. It could be different styles, different approaches to the game. But I would think that they might want to take that with a little bit more depth to allow them to get some movement when they have the ball in hand. It's hooked. And now the penalty. So several scrum infractions here by Midwest. Schmidt decides to take it herself. And now into the corner, South goes. Very close. Firm tackle, but this one is going to go in for the try. So the 15, after many, many, many hard runs, is able to put some points on the board, narrow the deficit by another 5, making it 33-15.
Yeah, there's some really nice work there by the whole back line. Like we were talking about 2 seconds before, just everything was moving forward. They were creating that push and then just spread the ball well, moved it out to Jay Stone from Queen Jude University, and she pushes forward and dots it down.
Yeah, really great work by Jay Stone to be there and to continue to just drive on and hammer. I mean,
it wasn't a gimme for in any stretch. She had to work once she got it. Drive forward. I think there was a couple of bodies on her. Not an easy kick now for Hughes.
After that last penalty kick, it would not at all be out of the question that she hits this kick, but this one may even be harder than the last one. Big, solid strike. Looks to be good.
Wow.
Really, really good day off the tee. Congratulations, Madison Hughes. Adds 2 more to make it 33-17. So I think if you are South Selects, that's exactly what you're hoping for. You're hoping to see that you can come out, get some points, and, you know, sort of not count yourself out. So there's time. I mean, there's time. If they can do it again here, that would be big.
They've done some really nice things in moments. It's just a matter of stringing those moments together to get a more cohesive attack going.
Ball is up, and there's that wind, and does not travel 10, and so it looks to be scrum center. We'll see if they decide to go with that. I would imagine they will.
So again, if you're South, this is exactly what you want. Just get right back on the attack.
Yeah, unfolding exactly what you want, right? I mean, here you are, scrum center. If they can get a clean hook, they've got both options, both sides of the field to play with. I mean, this is a great place to make some things happen. So they're showing the split backs, a little more heavily weighted to the right than the left, but as we've seen before, it wouldn't shock me if we see the 8-man come to the weak side and bring the 10 with her.
Oh, it's hooked off the head.
But they get the penalty again, sort of an upward drive. And so Schmidt goes on the quick tap. This is a replica of what they did. And there's the 13. What did we say before? She was there for 2 of them. This time, unfortunately, missed the first 2, but this time going to make it count and gets over the line. So congratulations to the 13. Magruder, who, I mean, we saw it in the first half. She made 2 jumps on the ball and just missed. And it's sort of like you just sort of knew that it was coming. That one, she was there in the right space for it and gets 5. So
3rd time's a charm. And honestly, if she didn't get that, South were probably off to the races as well, because they had 2 outside. There was the fullback scraping across, but they had the numbers. So
yeah, it was a carbon copy of the last try. I mean, they moved the ball, they got the quick tap on the penalty, they brought it out to the right, they had the numbers. It's like it was going together just right, and Magruder just read it. So good on you.
I don't think she would have left today happy if she didn't pull it off, especially after those first 2 attempts.
And the kick is good, adds 2 more to the score line, bringing it to 40-17.
So South were working their way back, and Midwest just put the hammer down.
Yeah, that one hurts. I think if you're the South team, that one hurts. But 70 minutes or so, 10 to play. That's a nice take. In the air, smart play. Looked to me like maybe, the referee says not rolling. I think the South Selects were hoping they had their hands on the ball there, but ref says you were not out of the contact area before you did it. Got to get out of there if you're the tackler. Now the ruck is formed. The ball comes out to the right. Slick little footwork there. The offload.
Yeah, very good footwork from a tall player. Number 23.
So that's South showing some defensive pressure as well this time. And that's 12. Once again, driving. Whistle blows, penalty arm is out, and ref says you did not release. Calls back the quick tap, either didn't go through the mark or was still explaining the call, and so the ball is now on the ground.
I think the ref just didn't want to see Lily Stoll get another one.
Says you had 3 today.
Yeah, don't be greedy.
Still fighting. Good tackle by Hughes. Nice low body position. Hands were on the ball, but that's a nice clean out by Midwest. Now the ball out to the left.
And there's some space.
There is some space, and I think that's going to work out. Good attempt by the fullback, but not quite enough. Player from Northern Iowa gets rolling, has some very, very significant speed, and it's sort of like, hey, that's going to be hard to do.
The sea just parted right in front of her, and she put the hammer down and just took off.
Yeah, good vision by Link to see it, right? Held the ball long enough to sort of see those defenders drift a bit and just went right through the space. So 71 on the clock. And once again, the 14.
Whippage.
Shannon Whippage from Wheeling University lines up for the kick. Has been successful, I think, the last 3 times.
She has.
Yeah, so has a nice string of kicks here together. Ball is up, and it is once again good. So adds the extras, bringing it to 47. And back to the center we go. So what I really like to see here from the South team, and this is nice, is that they're not hanging their heads. They're coming out. They're immediately jogging back to the center. You know, they understand the nature of the game. It's a tough game. It's a physical game. It's been a long game. It's hot out there, but there's no give. They're just continuing to push forward. So good on them. Good to see it.
Yeah, it's a quality side when nobody's quitting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a character statement, right? I mean, no one likes to lose. No one likes to be down by 30. But if you come out and you do what you can do, then you can hold your head up high, and I think they certainly can. This is Sadek with the ball. Sadek. Taylor, apologies. Midwest back to work. Oh, I do not think that player was expecting that with all of it, but got it anyway, and it worked out okay. Ball traveled backward. Really nice run there. Good churning legs. Little show. Decided to keep. And referee says you are offsides. And so Midwest continues. Quick tap. Good job by Schmidt to try to get her hands on the ball. Good clean out by Link. That one looked over the shoulder, but came down. It was okay. Good pressure there by South, but there's a gap. So came up with 2. Unfortunately, did not come up with 3. And that one is going to be the 12 once again. That's Ariel Nosafatsu.
Nice line by Charlotte Dowser. Just coming through there.
Yeah, once again, it's almost like you can see the South is trying to bring that line pressure, but they're not all bringing it. So it's creating that gap, and Dowser just saw it and split it.
And you see it more when a team is tired as well. You know, they've been working hard. It's just those gaps start to open up, and it's good to see somebody like Dowser recognize it and burst through. She's actually going to be playing at Sacred Heart next year.
One of a couple transfers.
Yeah.
Yep. Kick is up, and add 2 more. This kicker has had a day. Racked up some points. That's got to be maybe 5, maybe 6, not sure. Ball has made its way to the center. And looks like we've got a substitution coming on for South. And can't quite see who's going off just yet.
It's number 21 going off. That's Ada Earhart.
And also number 1.
Oh, sorry, actually. It's Rachel Hamelman going off and Jada Medellin.
So with about 5 to play, Hughes lines up for the restart. And another towering kick. And there's the pressure, the knock on. And here is the 20 who takes it with pace. Do not have a jersey number for that one on our rosters, unfortunately, but great take. Rolling away is satisfactory. Now the ball comes in. 18 driving. Continues to be on the feet. Good work. Now the ball comes out. Nice little chip over. See what kind of pressure. It's fielded nicely once again and put into touch. So
good job by the winger under pressure.
Yeah, tremendous amount of pressure. Just that little chip over. They had some numbers coming on, and that's going to be a line out to South in really pretty good position. Referee having a conversation with the AR on the side. Maybe AR saw something that the center ref did not. We don't have the call just yet, but it looks like penalty for high tackle. So South is going to have a chance to tap and go here and see if they can make something happen in the corner. And let's see, there it is. And they go. Within the 5 meter.
Crane
looking to peel it out.
Half.
Drives, gets a few. Ball's available. Good counter rucking. Gonna have to dig it out. Now, can they get low enough to get those shoulders in there? And the arm is up. So congratulations to the South. As we said, they have that no quit, and I love it. That's really, really good work by them. No quit. Well done.
Well, that was a well-worked try. You know, the score doesn't really reflect the effort South's put in today. Not to take anything away from the Thunderbirds. They played a really clean game.
Yeah, I think that's well said. I mean, this has been a fight, and even though the score doesn't necessarily look like what we've seen out there. I mean, Midwest has had a couple of breakaway tries, a couple of things went their way, and they've gotten the momentum in many situations. They've played a really nice game. I think, you know, at this point, with only a couple of minutes left to play, I would think that it's a foregone conclusion that they're going to be playing in the final tomorrow. See how they do, but they have their work cut out for them. I mean, you know, the Rocky Mountain Peaks looked very strong. That kick was not good. And so the score remains 54-22. So in the tier 1, it will likely be, unless something really drastic here happens, it will likely be the Midwest Thunderbirds against the Rocky Mountain Peaks. In the tier 2 consolation or tier 1 consolation game, it will be the USA South Selects and looks like Midwest lining up for the restart, and also the New England Independents.
So those games are going to be on Sunday starting at 9 a.m.
Hughes still working. There's the offload. Firm tackle. And referee says, yeah, you weren't out of the space. So not rolling away. The penalty goes to the South. And the clock continues to tick. About a minute or so to play. This getting near the last play. Haven't heard the call from the referee just yet, but very near the last play. Nice kick, gains some meters. So one more line out for the USA South Selects.
We've got number 19, Brianna Godbolt, to put in. It's going to be a penalty.
Yeah, the free kick. I'm not quite sure what the call was. Maybe going into the
Approaching the
space.
space, maybe, yeah.
It looked like it. I mean, they really pushed into that channel. There's the horn. So this is the last play. 17 churning on. South says, we're not dying just yet. We're not going to call this a day just yet. Let's see if we can get one more on. Big tackle. Still driving. Ball available. Comes out again. The attacking structure to the right. Looks like it's going to be a knock on, and that may be the final whistle. And there it is. And so we're going to call it a day on the semifinals here in Quincy, Massachusetts. Final score of this one, Midwest 54 over South Selects 22. It has been an absolute pleasure being with you today. My name is Mike Eisenhart, and I'm with Brian Ahern. Our team with us from RPS in New Jersey. It's been a real honor to bring these games to you. We'll be back on Sunday to bring the finals and the consolation finals of both the Tier 1 and the Tier 2. Many thanks to USA Rugby and the New England Free Jacks who play in their semifinal tomorrow. Good luck, Free Jacks. We'll see how that all rolls in the MLR. Brian, any final words before we sign it off?
It was a great Friday.
It was a great Friday. Could have been working.
Could have been working, but no, we're here watching rugby and some real high quality rugby as well. So thank you to all the teams that participated and amazing job, coaches.
Special thanks to Martha Danes and the High Performance Pathway. This is it for us. We'll be back on Sunday. We'll see you at 9 a.m. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great rest of the day.